The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Things are heating up at the American Cup in St. Louis. With most of the field down to their last life, a single mistake could end their tournament and send them packing. Both rapid matches went to playoffs in the Open, with Levon Aronian advancing alongside a victorious Sam Sevian. In a battle of former U.S. women's champs, Nazi Paikidze proved her mettle, decisively knocking out #1 seed Carissa Yip and joining GM Irina Krush to stay alive in the event. Winners of the champions brackets will be decided, while their future challenger must travel the road to redemption. Day 6 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 6 of the 2025 American Cup, featuring the best chess players in the United States in this exciting double elimination format. We've had some amazing games so far, but it is time for a Day 6 action. Which player is going to roar the hardest? Let's go to the studio and find out.
It is Day 6 of the American Cup. The remaining 8 players are down from the original 16. Classical and rapid chess will determine who moves closer to the championship and who will be eliminated. Live from the St. Louis Chess Club, our action starts right now. Hello everyone, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Katerina.
Hello.
Yasser,
Cristian,
as always.
It's great to be with you both. It's been a lot of fun. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. The 2025 American Cup certainly has delivered. The format just guarantees action-packed days each and every day. Today, we're going to crown champions, and 2 players are going to be eliminated. Kate, do the honors. Tell us about the brackets. Let's start with the ladies.
Yes, in the women's champion bracket, it is Tatev Abrahamian who managed to win against Carissa Yip, and Alice Lee who won against Irina Krush, and they are fighting together. Yesterday in the first classical game, Alice Lee managed to win, so today Tatev Abrahamian will need to fight back with white pieces.
In the women's elimination bracket?
Here it is Irina Krush against Nazi Paikidze, and they will play their rapid match today.
2 former U.S. women's champions going head-to-head. How about in the open section?
In the open section, it is Hikaru Nakamura who is challenging Fabiano Caruana. Yesterday, it was a quick draw, and today, Fabiano has white pieces.
Always great when #1 faces #2 in the finals. Tell us about the elimination bracket in the open.
Yesterday, we saw a lot of action in the Blitz playoffs, and today, it is Levon Aronian against Sam Sevian.
Will our defending champion move on and tell us about the format?
This is a very unique format. We talked about it. 2 8-player double elimination bracket style tournaments. No draw for allowed in any of the games. In the champions bracket, we have a match of 2 classical games, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. And if there is a tie, then there is a blitz playoff, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. If there is a tie, they reverse colors and play again, and then Armageddon is gonna decide who continues in the champions bracket and who goes to the elimination bracket. In the elimination bracket, it's 2 rapid games, game 25 minutes plus 10-second increment, and the same playoff format.
Road to redemption, huh? The schedule.
Today, we have Day 6 of the tournament, and it feels like we are at the end, but a lot of games are still ahead of us.
Absolutely.
And specifically, when we talk about what's going to be on the schedule today, we will see both bracket tournaments. In the champions bracket, it will be 1 classical game, the second game of the match, and if necessary, there will be blitz playoffs. In the elimination bracket, the whole match will be played today. 2 rapid games, and if necessary, blitz playoffs.
Thank you, Kate. And Cristian, it's crunch time for our players.
Absolutely.
2 are going to be eliminated, 2 champions. How do these players match up?
We understand very well the incentive in the elimination bracket. If you don't win, you go home. And in the champions bracket right now, you play for an extra life, but also a very nice cash bonus. Let's take a look at the head-to-heads as we enter these final few days. And we're going to start in the champions bracket in the ladies section. And this one is the big matchup between Tatev Aronian and Alice Lee. Tatev right now with the white pieces, she needs to win to stay in this match and force a tiebreaks. But Alice Lee has been very convincing yesterday. Take a look at that head-to-head. 2 wins, 5 losses, and 3 draws. Definitely Alice seems to be having the upper hand in this matchup. And in the elimination bracket in the ladies section, this one is a big one. The only Grandmaster in the event, Grandmaster Irina Krush, who has won this tournament twice already. Well, right now she's on the brink of being eliminated against Nazi Paikidze. This one is going to be a big match. 5 wins, 5 losses, 4 draws. Very tense and very competitive this one will be. Let's take a look at what's happening in the champions bracket of the open section. This is the marking matchup. Number 1 versus number 2. Number 1 being Hikaru Nakamura going into this event. And number 2 with the white pieces, Fabiano will definitely be looking to clinch without the need for tiebreaks in their classical encounter. If they draw, then they go to tiebreaks, and we're going to see a lot of fast-paced action. But as you can see from the head-to-head, Hikaru seems to be having the upper hand, the slight upper hand. 8 victories for Fabi, 10 losses, and a lot of draws. 37 draws. And in the elimination bracket, we have 2 very exciting players that in fact have met already in this competition in classical, in the champions bracket, in their first round in the quarterfinals. Grandmaster Levon Aronian versus Sam Sevian. And Sam Sevian has been on the brink of being eliminated for last 2 rounds. But he defeated Lanier and he defeated Ray Robson as well. Will he be able to take on Levon? That's the question.
Okay, get revenge for the first match. And Kate, do the honors tell us about the colors of the pairings that we're about to see?
So the Women Champions bracket, by the way, 8 players started here, but now it's only Tatev Abrahamian against Alice Lee, and Tatev is going to have white pieces today, and she needs to win to equal the match.
And force a playoff. In the elimination bracket, who starts with white?
In the elimination bracket, it's Irina Krush starting white against Nazi Paikidze, but quickly after they finish this game, they're going to play another game, the second game of the match, and the colors will be reversed.
In the champions bracket, the overall open?
In the open, it's Fabiano Caruana, who is having white today against Hikaru Nakamura. The first game was a draw, so this second game is going to decide who wins the champions bracket.
And that will be classical coming up. And in the elimination?
We have Levon Aronian here having white against Sam Sevian, or starting white, because in the second game today, he's going to have black pieces.
Again, we spoke about those bonus champions award, the players fighting hard for lots of money. Tell us about the prize fund.
Yes, very generous. If we go to the women's section, total prize fund $150,000. First place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, and third place $20,000. And yes, the champions bracket bonus $9,000 is going to be decided today.
And for the open prize fund?
Here the total prize fund is $250,000, first prize $75,000, second place $55,000, and third place $30,000. And the champions bracket bonus decided today, $15,000.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for such a generous prize fund as we see the players going through the security check. No electronic devices of any type to be taken into the playing hall, all the cell phones.
Chris Bird is making sure that Fabiano doesn't have anything on himself.
I don't know, those glasses look really suspicious. And the hair too, I don't know, you can hide a lot of things in that all that fluff.
And Hikaru Nakamura already ready at the board.
At the board. I don't know who our bell ringer might be, but I've got to say once again that this format just generates a lot of action for us as commentators.
Oh yes.
Boy, we have to keep up with
slow.
the players.
So many fascinating games, and so many
dramatic twists.
Blunders at the very end when they're playing the Armageddon or Blitz game. We saw Lenier Dominguez unfortunately dropping a queen in much better position.
Dropping a bishop, Ray Robson.
It's very hard to play when you have only 1 second on the clock.
And yet they've done it. We've seen a number of games times in this tournament where the players literally played their move with a second.
Alice must be feeling quite confident after yesterday's game. It just felt dominant
She
from
played
start
well.
to finish.
She just
really
played well.
Really played well. And also, she almost was never in trouble. Outside of her game against Irina Krush with white, she was never in trouble in this competition. She must be feeling confident. She plays fast, and she puts a lot of pressure on her opponents.
There we saw a very confident man, Sam Sevian. He's been living life on the edge for a number of days, facing elimination, and yet time after time, he's shown incredible resilience against some of the best players in the world, not just in the United States, but the world. And he's still in the competition.
With some luck.
Yes, a little bit.
With a little bit of luck.
But you need it. And here we have our defending champion, Levon, showing a little Hollywood, I would say.
What is that? Is that like a...
It's just a bright day outside.
No, but is that like a
shining.
shirt hoodie? Like, I've never seen that
Well,
in my life. It's like a shirt and a hoodie at the same time.
yeah, it's
That's
a
Levon for you.
fusion.
That's a fusion, yes, that's a good word.
Of hip-hop.
Clothing fusion.
I'm not sure about the glasses, though. And here we have our classical matchup, as you've been saying. Very impressive win yesterday by Alice. Guess what? It's win or bust.
After the
for
races.
Tatev.
Tatev has the white pieces. She
E4.
knows what she has to do. She needs to put as much pressure as possible on Alice.
Honestly,
I'm expecting
C5
quiet
or
opening.
E5?
No, I'm expecting E5.
Ah.
C5.
C5.
Wow,
Alice is
common-
known for playing Petrov a lot, but
That's
now
what I thought
she
she's
goes
gonna go
for
for.
Sicilian this time.
That's what I thought she's going to go for. Yes.
I was 100% sure myself that she would go for the Petrov.
She would have surprised both of us.
Yep, for sure. I just noticed, by the way, in the matchup between number 1 and number 2 seed, we do have a Joko piano by Fabi on the board. 2 knights defense with knight f6. I suspect we're going to be seeing. Hikaru has been playing the Hungarian line with bishop e7 throughout the competition, and he's true to himself. I want to go to the game of Levon, Aronian, and Sam.
Well, the thing
Sevian.
is, Fabiano has also faced the Hungarian against
Yes.
Levon twice.
Yes.
With very decent results. In fact, in the classical game, he got the better position. Didn't manage to win that one, but still getting a better position out of the opening, it's a success.
Yes.
And in the rapid, he defeated Levon. So will he choose the same? Yes, he does. A3.
A2, A3. And, well, we'll keep an eye. I'm going to switch over to the elimination game between Levon and Sam. Again, these 2 players will be playing rapid chess. They'll flip colors and play a second game later. This is a Joko piano.
How many times you
E5.
saw it
Wow.
in this tournament?
And castles. So big moment here. We've been seeing Lanier Dominguez, many other players playing h7, h6 to avoid these potential pin and the pin, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. Kind of a key moment. Do we play g7, g5, inviting the sacrifice, knight takes g5, or do we chill? Do we play a move like rook e8, bishop e6? And the players played pretty quickly up to this moment.
So bishop a7 on the board, just retreating the bishop. We know that white is probably going to play d4 in the center one day. So retreating this bishop allows us to kind of save that time in the future when that d4 is going to happen.
Knight b1, d2, development is good. Develop your pieces. Knight to d2, potentially intimating knight c4, knight e3. We haven't yet played rook f1. In case of bishop g4, we would be very happy to put the question to the bishop and say, would you like to trade your light squared bishop for my knight? Usually the answer would be no. And we'll keep an eye on this. I'm going to go to the ladies section and check in with these former U.S. women's champions, Irina Krush and Nasi. Look at this. Queen's Indian, bishop g5, bishop b7. And I made a very decent living, I am not kidding, on the white side, playing queen b3 in this position. I have caught many an opponent unawares, and Queen B3 brought me a lot of success. I have never considered the move Knight D2. I mean, I have considered...
Maybe a novelty from
I have
Katerina
considered
Nemcova.
G3, I've considered E3, I've considered Queen C2. Never Knight to D2.
So Knight D2 is saying, I'm going to go E4.
Yes.
Right? I'm going to fight for the center, and I'm ready.
And Nasi says, okay, I'm fighting for the center as well. I'm going to play H6. If you capture on F6, I'll recapture with the queen. And why did you play the move Knight D2? That makes no sense. Your pawn will be hanging. No, says Arena, I'm not intending to give you my bishop. So bishop comes back, and now the question I would have for myself if I was in Nasi's shoes is, how are you going to do? How would White meet Knight C6?
I'm just thinking, like, we are inviting D5, but are we worried for that pawn being there? So let's go D5.
Okay, I'll go Knight D4. What's my idea? My idea is to play the move Knight F5 and hunt down this bishop. Mm-hmm. If you play E4, I'm not saying it's a good move or what. Here I'd be very tempted. G5, and how could I blow C7, C6? I don't know. Maybe I should cement my knight. This is, help us out on this one, Cristian. We're in some very original territory between Arena Crush and Nazi. For me, Arena has played Knight D2. It's a surprise move. I never considered that move. Maybe it's been played in the past?
Many times.
Many times?
Many times, yes.
Why?
In fact,
What's
we
the
have
idea?
721 games at this point.
Knight D2?
Yes, quite a few. And I think I've played it myself.
No
as well.
kidding.
Yes, I think I've played it
Why
myself as
would
well.
you play the move Knight
You're
D2?
trying to go F3. It's very much aimed at against the bishop on B7. You want to go F3 and play the move E4. At the same time, you're taking the sting away from that pin on the A5, E1 diagonal. So these are, let's say,
the ideas behind
it. Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's very concrete, right? Again,
Knight
if I manage to get
D2.
F3 followed by E4, take space in the center like that, I'm going to have a great position. You have to stop that somehow. You have a couple of options. You can attack me with C5, or you can try to stop me with D5 whenever I play the move F3. Both of them have their trade-offs, but this is the idea.
Okay, it looks very natural to play the move C5. How would White try...
C5 is the main move.
Yeah. How would
C5 is by far the main move. Now I will go A3.
Okay, so you are forcing me to
You can take on C3, you can take on D4. Both of them are doable. Take. This already seems to be pretty decent for White. So at this point, you have to go D6. You do the typical pressure on C4, right?
Right.
With this
Knight C6,
pawn structure. Knight C6, Knight A5, Bishop A6, Rook to C8, and then you're starting to threaten C takes D4, and lots of pressure on the pawn on C4.
Okay.
And at this point, I will go F3. Knight to C6, E3 most likely. If you give me one more move, for example, if you go castle, already I think E4 might be a bit problematic for you.
Right.
Now after Knight C6, I can even go Bishop to F2 if I really want to. I'm defending my pawn structure, and as long as I have, maybe I can even
Knight D2.
keep this pin on the board with something like Knight B3. It's looking dangerous for Black. So Black has to be careful as well. It's a good weapon, especially if you surprise your opponent. Now, she just played Bishop E7 after a long think, which has been played 79 games. But now you can go E4 straight up.
Can I take on E4?
Good question. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Take, Bishop takes D8, and we enter this endgame. Bishop takes C7. If you take on B2, you probably have to take on B2, A4. I'm trying to trap the knight.
Yeah,
Right?
Bishop
You're a pawn
C6.
up as Black. I'm trying to trap the knight.
Bishop C6.
D5.
Oh, D.
I think Bishop C6. I'm trying to understand whether I can attack that knight, and then when you take, I go D5.
Right.
So this is what I'm thinking about. Rook to A2, which is not the move apparently. My idea was if you take, I go D5, and then we get this, but Knight C3.
I just have an escape.
You have Knight C3, and you target both of my pawns.
Gotcha.
So these are the type of moves that we're going to see most likely.
And Bishop E7 has been played in the past?
79 times. It's not new. It's not new by any means.
Welcome to the opening circus, Kate. I mean, this is crazy.
Cristian, if after e4 we just go d6 and knight d7, is it that
But this
bad?
is good. This is good for
passive?
me. I'm happy. At this point, I'm happy. Because I get what I want. Like, I generally want to play e4, and this is what you're sort of trying to fight against whenever you go for the bishop b7 setup, right?
Exactly.
You're trying to stop me from going e4, at least easily, right? Yeah. It feels too easy.
Once again, their lifetime matchup scores in all formats, classical, blitz, and rapids. Their head-to-head coming up. Here
It's
it is.
5 wins for Irina Krush and 5 losses, 4 draws, very equal. These players played each other many, many times, but so far, no one has the upper hand.
Wow, impressive. And again, these two ladies have won 8 U.S. Women's Championships for Irina, 2 for Nasi. So one of the former champions is going home. Bishop e7, knight d2, bishop e7. Very, very confusing. I like development, and they don't.
I mean, I was thinking about the knight c6 that we looked at, right? Kind of inviting white to maybe push the pawn too much and then regret it later.
Right, d5.
But Cristian didn't talk about that.
Yeah,
move,
and
so probably c5 is just better to immediately attack the center.
Which makes a lot of sense. We'll keep an eye on this one. I just want to check in on the game between Tatev because, again, Tatev with the white pieces needs a victory. With the move c5, essentially Alice is saying, let's dance at a Sveshnikov and a Rasalimo.
You know, I remember Alice saying in her interview when she played a different match and she needed a draw in the second game, she said, I'm not going to be playing for a draw because it usually doesn't work out for me. So this opening even suggests that she's fine playing Sicilian and go for a fight.
E5. Okay, again, Cristian is going to say, Yasser, get with the times. This is the latest and greatest. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I want to play, I want this diagonal to be open. When I see the move e5, I see black playing d7, d6, shutting down my open diagonal. So my question would be, what about knight takes? I'm assuming
Queen e7.
Queen e7. Yes.
I will play bishop b2. I'm assuming f6.
d6.
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 Because I will give you the pawn, so then the diagonal
queen
is
c7.
You cannot take it. No, you cannot.
open for my bishop.
Yeah, but queen c7 is the issue. Sorry, d6, of course. Then I have to go back. Queen takes e4 check. I'm not very happy about having to trade queens again. My tournament, the match situation calls for a victory for Tatev. But at least
You can go king f1.
Well, and in this iteration...
With the knight on d3. So you can go knight d3. This is some sort of a line. Knight d3, queen takes e4, and king f1.
Okay. Because in this iteration, I'm keeping... I value this open diagonal, although I am allowing... Aren't I allowing bishop a6?
Yes, but it's a pawn sacrifice. Knight c3.
Bishop a6, pawn sacrifice. Are we happy about this pawn
We are
sac?
happy because you want a complicated position with the queens on the board.
So that's an option. That is definitely an option.
She didn't do this. Instead, Tatev allowed her opponent, Alice Lee, to gummy up the center. Instead, Tatev played bishop b2. Immediately, Alice Lee played d6. And again, now I'm thinking as white, I need to play f4 or c3 and d4 to blast open the diagonal for my bishop. d2, d3, we're not doing any blasting.
I think we want to develop the knight from b1 to d2.
Yeah.
Then maybe c4,
Okay.
e3.
So I'm very curious. Knight e7, knight d2.
d2.
Now, in my way of thinking, you will want to play f4, which is why I played not knight f6, but knight to g6. I'm stopping you from playing f4. Now, you're welcome to establish, if you would like, your knight on c4. I don't know exactly why or what it does. And I'm thinking I'm playing f5. I've got the two bishops. It's my birthday.
And if I go knight e3, you're going to go f5 immediately?
I'm not sure. I find myself attracted to knight f4, but okay, if I fall for it, Remember, all Alice needs is a draw, right?
Yeah, I have to take. I don't want you to push the pawn even further. And I will take that one too.
Right? Again, I'm looking at this bishop. This bishop is kind of...
Yeah, and I'm just not in time to play c3, d4.
Right? No. I would say Alice has comfortably equalized in the game. And how do they match up, Kate?
So the lifetime score in the classical chess, 2 wins for Tatev, 5 losses for Tatev. This means Alice is comfortable in her position right now. She knows she's won against Tatev more times.
And last year's American Cup, it was Alice Lee who demoted Tatev, and so some of those classical chess victories were inflicted last year. And Alice Lee, by the way, who is the defending champion, she came out of the elimination bracket to win the whole thing last year. I think she was the first and only player to win the competition out of the elimination bracket. So very, very dangerous. And all she needs is a draw today to move on. Cristian, tossing it over to you. What do you have for us?
Well, let's go back to the open section and see what's happening in that one. We have 2 Joko pianos. Let's start with the classical one, classical encounter, because this one is quite easy. We've already seen this position. We've already seen it in the game between Fabiano and Levon in the rapid portion, where Levon was not surprised by this idea of a3, knight c3, knight d5, and played the move bishop to d7. In that one, probably played the move h4. I'm very curious to see if he's going to continue with that idea of h4. Right now he's thinking, and he's thinking for quite a while. So perhaps he's thinking, you know what, Hikaru has definitely seen that game, has prepared something.
Of course, of course.
What else do I have? Because once you play h4, you're burning some bridges.
Yeah.
That's very much a rapid, by the way, it's the best move by the engine, but at the same time, it's very much a rapid move, right? If you allow your opponent to have preparation and have time to think, maybe he'll come up with something. So I think we're going to see a deviation from the move h4. Now, let's see what's happening in the Levon versus Sam. Sam, once again, very much down on time. He spent about 10 minutes on trying to get out of the opening phase. Came up with this idea of h6, g5, and bishop to g4 in the Joko piano. And now, of course, white Levon has plenty of options. Rook to e1 is one of them. You can start as well with h3. You can also put the knight on c4. That's another option for the knight. Not losing a tempo with the move rook to e1 and trying to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go straight to f5. You've played the move g5. I might as well try to take advantage of this extra square for my knight, right? And leaving the rook on f1, because whenever you take on e3, if you do decide to take on e3, for example, let's say you do something like this and you take on e3, I take with the f-pawn, and the f-file is looking good, right? The engine is saying black is perfectly fine, but I think this is what he's going to go for. Keep the rook on f1, go knight c4, knight to e3, and provoke a reaction from your opponent. You take on e3, I take. Now we have an imbalance in the position. You have some problems now with the f-file. It's looking good for white, at least from a practical perspective. Nevertheless, this is Joko piano. It's very, very equal for the moment. It's very balanced for the moment.
And Kate, how do these two players match up?
The lifetime score here, 2 wins in rapid. 2 wins for Levon, 3 losses, and 1 draw. So Sam Sevian is maybe a little happy, but he got eliminated from the champions bracket in this tournament by Levon Aronian. So he's here for revenge. And that's something he said yesterday in an interview with Eric Rosen.
Bishop g5, when I see the move bishop g5, and I'm thinking about this knight on d2, Cristian pointed out that it's the f5 outpost that you find very attractive. I didn't like h3 as much as I would like to play the immediate knight to c4. What's the difference in case we play a bad move, king h8? I play knight e3. In this case, I'm the one hitting the bishop with a gain of tempo. Previously, the bishop was on g6. Again, if you do end up capturing, actually, I kind of like the pawn on h2 and not on h3. Any ideas of knight h5, the bishop is protected. None of this happened because h3 and rook e1 both came rather quickly. One of the things I've noticed in this tournament in particular, and I think it was a very conscious effort by Levon Aronian, was to play as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's very upsetting to play against an opponent who's answering you very quickly.
And in his match with Fabiano, he was pushing so much. I think he had 40 minutes advantage at some moment.
One of those games that they...
But in every game, he's trying to be really up on time.
Exactly. So he's making a conscious effort throughout the tournament, and it's succeeding so far in the first rapid game, as he's got, what?
5 minutes advantage.
Okay, that's significant. I mean, so rook e1.
He decided to go for rook e1, not knight.
Are we still in theory? I mean, have games been played?
No.
No. Okay.
But and we could be coming back in theory at some point.
Yeah, they could transpose.
Some transposition. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Rook to e1. Again, I was expecting knight to c4, knight to e3. He's thinking perhaps even in terms of d4 at the right moment. That's why he's setting up this rook on e1. Or perhaps he's looking at preemptively, facing ideas of king h8, knight somewhere, d7 or g8, and then f5, and wants to have the rook on the e file to counter in the center. I assume these are the lines that he's thinking through right now.
Yeah. If I'm on the other side, I'm with Sam here on this moment. Just as we would like to maneuver a knight to f5, I would like to maneuver a knight to f4.
Mm-hmm.
I would be thinking of bishop g6.
Oh, you go bishop g6 first.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see this pin as bringing me any dividends for the moment. So bishop g6, I've got a very clear idea. Knight h5, knight f4. How would the game continue?
So if I go bishop h2, bishop you go knight h5?
Pause.
You do go knight h5, don't you?
Well, I can resist g4? No, g4, knight h.
Maybe we can see it on your board.
Yeah, bishop h2. I'm looking at this guided
That's a beautiful
missile,
diagonal.
and I'm almost inclined to play g4, but
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it's this move, knight h5, that's off-putting. What is the idea, Kate? What's the idea behind Cristian's bishop h2?
My idea is to, first of all,
don't
get
let
this thing
him
away. Get this thing away from knight h5, but also I want to go knight f1, knight g3.
Knight f1, knight g3.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not saying that this bishop is bothering me, but maybe if I ever play knight h5, I would like to play f5.
But I was thinking, Yasser, what if we try to get the other knight to f4? So if we keep the bishop on h5 to keep the pin.
From the starting position?
Yes.
All right.
Here we keep the bishop, that bishop is active, and we go knight e7.
Knight e7.
With the idea to go to knight g6 and knight f4.
Okay.
You still cannot push for d4 because I have that bishop on a7 kind of hidden and targeting that square.
Okay, so I can't play d4 because you will capture it. Although I must admit, Kate, I'm a little reluctant here. Just a second. So just a second. d4.
Okay, I take.
Take. No, this is getting me nowhere. Apologies. So, okay, let me take this seriously. Okay, I'll go back. Bishop h2. I'm going to play g4. If you play knight g6, I'm going to trap your piece, force you to sacrifice.
And should I be scared? Okay, let's go for it.
You're going to sacrifice a piece?
I will, because I have knight h4 coming.
Okay. And I'm assuming you wanted to do this.
Bishop
Assume, and let's say I go here.
Queen f6.
King g2. These are rather rather standard positions. h5. Now, how do I get out of this pin? I have no idea. I have no idea how I'm going to get out of this pin.
Usually rook h1, but now I have still h4 coming.
Yeah, no idea. Okay, so it means that I should probably get out of the pin right away. Sorry, not bishop to g3, but I have to break the pin with the idea of, I don't know, bishop to d1? This is weird. I'm definitely on the defensive.
But I like this idea, bishop d1. This is strong.
Well,
if I go queen f6, you go bishop d1.
At least I just kind of just meet you with all. Well, you got knight h4.
By the way, knight
e7 on the board. So it's still I mean, because this pressure of this pawn, so it means that knight e7, a kind of a willingness to sacrifice a piece.
Sam burned a lot of time on this move as well. Now we see that Levon has 10 minutes advantage. And in rapid, that's a lot of time.
Yeah, he's burning through a lot of his clock right now, but we've seen this from Sam. It didn't work very well in his first game against Lanier when he did the same thing.
Right.
Got a normal position, perhaps equalized even in that dangerous French, but then missed that tactical shot with bishop c4, bishop f7 and lost the game. Against Levon, who plays so fast, it's not a wise strategy.
Yeah. Knight e7, I'd love to play d4, but as we've been mentioning, this is an awkward pin. Let's say I get out of the pin, queen c2, telegraphing my intention. If you play, let's just put it on the board.
Knight g6.
Knight g6, d4, knight f4. No, sorry, now e5 is potentially hanging.
But is it?
Yes. It's legal to capture the pawn on e5.
Looking at some knight d3 in the future. Okay, let's just try. Knight f4.
Okay. It's...
You take,
it's
I
a pawn. Take.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Let me be annoying. Knight on e5.
Yeah, no, this
pretty
is
good.
This is annoying.
Yes, unfortunately. So you can preface the move knight f4 with a move like rook e8 and or maybe even queen e7. And it feels pretty even. I'm going to toss it over to you, Cristian, and ask you, where's the action?
Well, I'm still looking at this one. I think this is the big one that we should be focused on just because I feel it's going to explode. This is the same game, Levon versus Sam. And knight to e7 is not considered to be a very good move according to the engine, because now I will go knight to f1, and I'm starting to ask you, where's your counter chance? Yes, and now I push in the center. This is the idea. Immediately I put pressure in the center. Knight f4, no longer possible, at least not for the moment.
Can I take on d4?
Oh, you certainly can, but I'm not sure you want this. Yeah, this is not good.
Bishop f3,
this is not good. I don't think I'm going to take with the queen. Actually, I will take with the queen.
I think you had to take with the queen.
I will take with the
Bishop
queen.
takes d4, having said A.
Plenty of compensation. Plenty of compensation.
Whoa.
c5.
Oh, there's a second
Don't take the second one. No.
Okay, bishop.
For your own good.
For my
your own good. You can resign basically after e5.
Okay.
I'm trying to be nice to you.
Bishop e5. Bishop e5. Oops,
Bishop e5.
not that
of course.
Yeah.
But now I go knight e3.
And it's just the big...
It's just too much. I have the light squares. I have the knight
square.
coming to f5. It's too much.
But can I play c5 to
You're not
keep
losing.
the bishop on d4?
She wants to anchor the bishop on d4 with c5.
Because I want to keep that square e5 for my knight.
Yes.
Okay.
It's bad.
Knight
it's pretty
e5.
bad.
What's so bad?
Maybe queen f5, but I can also take.
And
Pawn
knight
takes.
f5.
You take, yeah, knight f5. Your king is very...
I don't like...
It's all about the king. It's all about the king. And now I even have ideas. You cannot take with the e-pawn because of e5. You have to take with the c-pawn.
Check.
Check. Take on e5.
Right. Not holding.
I feel this one is going to be the action game. And we do have a move, in fact. Knight to f1, knight g6, knight e3.
Question mark, not e4.
Ooh, question mark. Yes. Bishop takes e3 and knight to f4.
Wow.
Now it seems like black has achieved, let's say, the optimal setup. No f takes e3. Nobody is perturbing this knight on f4. It's going to be a very beautiful piece. All I have to do is start getting my attack going. Get the king on h7, get the rook on g8, and then go g4 at the right moment.
Okay. Thank you, Cristian. Let's remind our viewers of our schedule today, Kate.
Because today we are playing both brackets, the Champions bracket and the Elimination bracket. In the Champions bracket, one classical game, the second game of the match. So if the match is tied today, we're gonna see Blitz playoff. And in the Elimination bracket, the whole match. 2 rapid games, and if necessary, Blitz and Armageddon.
2 players facing elimination, while 2 players are going to get Champions bonus. It's a tale of two stories for our players. I'm looking at number 1 versus number 2, Fabiano versus Hikaru. It's another one of those Joko pianos where, boy, it's really hard at times to fully grasp and understand the nuances. First, you play the move bishop e6 as black, and you immediately move your bishop again.
And now Fabiano is thinking about that h4 move, still not making a decision if he wants to repeat the move that he played previously.
As black, we would love to capture the knight. Of course, the drawback is there's a fork by the pawn, which would cost a minor piece. So that's why we understand Hikaru dropped his bishop back, because he has it on his agenda to capture. Now, earlier in the tournament, when Fabi had this position as white, he played the move h2, h4, which is the engine's top choice, but it comes with consequence. When you play a move like h4, it's an indication you're probably not castling kingside yourself.
Plus, if you play this h4 and you surprise your opponent, then everything is great.
Right.
You are ready for a battle and you are the one more prepared. But Hikaru knew that, Fabi can go for this variation, so he definitely prepared something at home.
Exactly. He thought it over and he found, what move did he play after bishop d7? I saw
h4. h4 is on the board.
True to his guns, sticking with his guns. h2, h4 by Fabi. And how much time
He made a move, he left the board, but Hikaru is also not at the board.
How much time did he spend on that one? Because
I think at least like 15 minutes, maybe even more.
Even more than that.
Yeah, Fabi,
close to 20 minutes.
Fabi stuck.
I mean, again, he knows h4. He's analyzed it before, but he's just worried that Hikaru has prepared something very deep, because Hikaru knew exactly what to prepare for.
It's a consequence.
He already played it.
Yeah, a very consequential move, h2, h4. I'm going to go to the champions bracket in the women's section and catch up with the game between Tatev and Alice Lee. Tatev, unfortunately for her, she's facing a must-win situation. At least she has the white pieces. She had played the move d3, and I just felt very uncomfortable as white. Again, I'm looking at this bishop on b2. It needs to have a role, and for me, that means I've got to attack the pawn on e5 with f4 or d4. After the move d3, knight e7, that's
going for that square on f4, so knight g6.
That's a top move. I really like what Alice has done. She's playing for the f4 square, and after the move g3, she said, there's a very important consequence in chess. When you play the move g3, I've got a question for you. You're white, you played the g3. My question for you is, do you have a light square bishop?
I don't this time.
That's it. Alice said, you don't have a light square bishop. You just played the move g3. I will, infest those light squares. It's not that I want to play bishop g2 and take that knight. I just want to take away castling rights and develop a piece.
So probably Tatev in this situation will have to play something like queen e2 and then long castle.
Right, making a virtue of necessity.
Because you cannot try, if you tried instead of long castling to play queen e2, bishop e7.
Okay.
And I'll try to force the bishop to go away. We cannot go to g5. So if we try to go knight g1, force it go away, then bishop g, this will be good. But there is this problem.
And our rook is crying. So we can't chase the bishop out is the problem. The bishop is like there. And yeah, it's not like castles is terrible or no, it's all okay. But there, again, that's the consequence of your play. Is your king happy on c1 or b1? I will prefer to play black here with the two bishops.
Because that bishop on h3 has actually nice play. Yes, it can go to g4 to make a pin. It can go to g2, but it also stops any counterplay on the king side.
Right. You want to go h4, h5, g4, and the bishop causes you grief. Queen e2 by Tatev. I don't like the current situation. I am going to go to the game between Arena Crush and Nasi. I'm going to jump, here, right? I do this. I'm so close. By the end of the tournament, when there's only 2 games, I'll know exactly how to get there. We left knight d2, bishop e7, e2, e3. So no gobbling in the center with e4, but we see that Irina is kind of slow playing it. She wants to play f3, bishop f2, and then, and only then, play for e4. But all of that time, you know what I'm thinking?
G4, G5 again?
No, I'm thinking take the pawn.
Oh, on G2, no.
No, you wouldn't take the pawn.
No.
Because if you take the pawn on
So
G2...
we are talking about bishop captures G2.
Exactly. If you take the pawn on G2, you're opening up your king. But you've also done something else. You've told me that you're forcing white to castle long. And then we're going to have a fight of kings on opposite flanks. You don't want to take the pawn on G2. No. More training required. D7, D5, castles, C5, and black has a perfectly reasonable position. But on the other hand, Irina hasn't been, so to speak, punished by taking all of these moves with her knight, because guess what? Her knight's ended up on a pretty darn good square, all things considered.
Blocking that weakness on C5.
Exactly. And Nasi says, well, that knight is really good, and my knight isn't. Let's try to trade. And we've caught up with the players.
What I like about Nasi's position is that black bishop on B7
is a good bishop.
Really strong on that diagonal.
No question about that. That is a good bishop. On the other hand, I like playing against slightly weakened pawn structure on the queen side, split pawns, I mean to say. I would say the dynamic balance kind of compensates for the pawn structure,
but you have to be careful. Let's say if it is black to play now, you make a move. Okay.
Rook d1.
King h1 or...
Rook d1. I mean, bring the rooks to the center. Yes.
Now I go knight b4.
Knight to b4. You're attacking my bishop, so I'll comply. I'll drop my bishop back. Or, sorry, apologies. Can I? You told me that your bishop is a good piece. I'll offer to trade it. You can go bishop a6 if you like.
That was the idea, to go bishop a6.
Okay,
but
and you're forcing me to play b3. Now, you could take on c4, but okay. This one feels like I kind of came out ahead on those trades of moves.
White wants to increase pressure on that pawn on c5.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe trade pieces, but not in a way that you capture the knight on b6 and allow black to connect the pawns.
That's it. That's it. We'll keep an eye on this one, Cristian. We're sending it your way as we'll keep an eye on Irina and Nasi.
Lots of things have happened in this one between Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian. We left it off after knight to f4, and we're already saying black seems to have gotten his setup, his optimal setup.
An initiative.
It definitely seems to be the case. a4, I'm going to start pushing my pawns on the queen side. And the big question for white is knight to d2, b5, f3. They've played a lot of moves. Bishop to g6, bishop f2.
A lot of moves.
Yes, and they have to speed things up. Rook to e8, g3. This was the move that I made in my own analysis before. Not a good move according to the engine, but it's the most natural move. This is the first thing I thought about as well. And he did play the move g3. Knight to e6. And now the big question is, where's your next break as white? Like, how do you continue pushing your pieces forward, right? Do you break with h4? That's going to create a lot of weaknesses.
It's got to be d4.
d4 right here.
But not immediately, but I'm just saying that's...
But I'm playing c5 next.
Oh, you're shutting me down.
Oh, yes,
okay.
yes. And that's the problem that I'm trying to solve right now for... He played rook e to e1.
Yeah, I was about to say...
Looking at d4. I'll go c5.
What was the rook doing on e3? Put the knight on e3.
Okay, that's a long,
Good luck
road.
with that.
Well, long road. Okay.
I've got plans.
Guess what? I have plans too.
Okay, knight to e3, what can I do? Munch, munch.
Yes, knight f4.
Should I go queen h2?
You can if you want to. It's already like really bad for you.
Really bad for me.
Completely lost. Yes.
Completely lost.
Minus 2.5, yes.
Wow. And I didn't do anything.
You didn't
that
do
was
anything.
terribly.
No.
Obviously,
It's just the pressure.
terrible.
You have a weakness on h3 that I'm probably going to tackle. First of all, king g7, rook h8. This is going to be a big, big weakness for you, the pawn on h3. So do not allow me to do that.
By the way, we have a3 on the board.
c5 and a3. And Levon is doing the right things. He's looking to close shop on that side. The question is, okay, you close shop and everything, but what do you do other than
As
just
an
wait?
active play, yeah.
And it
He's
seems
putting
like
his bishop back to a2.
yeah, but I will go for d5 as well, probably right now.
We are probably
So
transferring the bishop to a2, right?
maybe d5.
Isn't this what we call the 5 pawns attack?
B5,
b5, c5, d5.
this is the last one.
D5,
These two are the last ones. Like, get king g7, move the knight away, and go f5 as well.
That's
right?
the 6 pawns attack.
Yes.
Wow.
No, again, it's looking good for Sam.
For Sam.
What Levon is trying to do is play fast, and he's doing a good job at that. He's putting pressure on the clock. 13 minutes against 5 minutes, 45 seconds. This is still very complex, but it's the type of position that Sam sort of knows what he needs to do. He needs to go d5 next, then he needs to find the spot for his knight on f6, improve the king. And again, the question lies on Levon. How are you going to match all of that?
By the way, I liked what you did against me, which was to play king g7, h5, h4.
Yeah.
And play for the
That's
f4's
exactly.
control.
And he played bishop to a2. I can go d5.
Yes. Sam is enjoying his space advantage.
There's a lot of
and
space.
He's got breaks.
You have the two bishops. You would love to open up the position, but you don't have a way to do so without losing some serious material. And also, you've weakened your pawn structure as well. This bishop on f2, if you try to go something like d4, things are going to open up towards your king as well. Right? I'm
yes.
taking like this, I'm taking with the knight.
Right.
My king, right now, it feels safer than your king on g1.
Exactly.
And Sam actually moved the king. King g7.
Good move, yes. good
King
move.
g7, queen e2. Again, he's playing quickly, is Levon,
Yeah.
but without a real purpose.
And that's the usual nature of this type of positions, right? Can we, before we perhaps come back to this one and see the final few minutes, have we seen a move from Hikaru? Because I don't see one on my screen.
Let me update it. After
Yes,
the move
bishop
h4, he took the trade along. He did start with knight takes d5, which was the whole purpose of bishop to d7, recapturing with the bishop, not the pawn. And now bishop to e6, the bishop on d5 being superior, more
Bishop
active.
moving back and forth.
I know. It's just sort of like, okay, how many tempi do you want to lose? But on the other hand, okay, Hikaru is saying, I would like to play the move f5. I can't do that with the bishop on d5, so let me play bishop e6, play the move queen d7, and this is my break. Why did you play h4? And the answer is, Kate, why did he play h4?
He wants to go knight g5 and queen h5.
Okay.
Right, he wants to start attacking there.
Do you therefore play knight g5?
You know,
I mean,
I feel like it's a little slow now because black can capture the pawn on the bishop, pardon me, in the center. Yeah.
now we have to remind our viewers. You could say, the viewers might ask, well, why don't you want to take the knight?
No, this is very risky. You recapture with the pawn, so the rook on h1 is now active on that file, and all white needs to do is to bring the queen there and then checkmate by capturing the pawn.
You're doing white a solid favor by opening up the rook on h1. So you can't capture the knight. But knight g5 threatens to capture the bishop. So why didn't you like this, or did you like this?
Well, bishop captures the bishop.
Okay,
Pawn captures bishop.
okay.
Knight goes back to b8.
No knight to d4, but back to b8, and
Actually, knight d4 looks nice.
and I go
Yes,
checkmate.
let's say queen h5, so h6.
Checkmate. Let me.
Scared, terrified, but
Good
let's
for
go
you.
h6.
I'm coming home.
Okay, knight d7. I mean, the knight on d4 was better, as you suggested, but even now, knight d7.
And what have I got over there? You know, there was a time in Hikaru's career where he, as white, he would go e4 and queen h5 against master players. I mean,
Wow.
I
I used to play that as well when I was like 6.
I used to play it when I was 12. Okay, is this completely ridiculous?
Okay, I have to take, otherwise you got a pawn and you are very happy.
And now I'm dreaming of a rover. Rook up, over.
So I need to go... And you also want to go knight g5.
Yes.
So you do have two very strong threats.
Yes. So if you, for example, played bishop
Bishop
f6 with the
Thinking
intention
that if you go rook h3,
then you're ready for me, right?
then I go, yes, bishop g7, rook g3, queen f6, I'm happy.
Exactly. Now you're, as you said it well, you're happy. But I have two threats. If you go bishop f6, the other threat was knight g5, threatening mate, and once again, that rook on h1 is suddenly a formidable attacker. So bishop takes h6 is...
It's a serious threat.
It looks primitive. Maybe we should have considered this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight d4.
Yeah. And f3.
Knight f5.
And queen h5. This
h6.
In this case, we can see why the knight is a little bit better placed on f5 than on b8. Cristian, I'm going to throw this over to you. We've got the two of the greatest chess players in the entire world facing off against each other. They're playing a position that both players have prepared, and they're playing it so slowly. Why?
I think it's a position that Hikaru has prepared.
But Fabi played it in a previous round.
He did. But according to the engine, this bishop d7, bishop e6 shenanigans is not very good.
For black.
For black. But I'm sure as we move along and as we go through the steps, it's probably going to go closer towards equality. Bishop to e6, bishop takes e6 apparently is the best path forward. And knight to g5, making use of the fact that you played h4, right?
For a reason.
Of course, if you take, I take with the h-pawn, I think this is not what you want to see. Because there is going to be something happening on the h-file.
Right.
I'm moving my queen. I'm not castling short. I'm in fact castling long.
Yes.
Triple down on the h-file, you're in trouble. So you cannot take that. But apparently...
We got that part. We figured that one out.
Yeah, queen d7 seems to be the case. And perhaps the best. And what? And now take on... And what's the difference is the question. You get just in time to defend on the 7th rank. And maybe this is enough. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. It's going to be a long game. So that's one of the ways in which you can play this position. You can also just go queen to e2. Say that, you know what, I don't want to trade on e6. I don't want to change the pawn structure. I will let you take on d5 if you really want to. If you want to get rid of my bishop, you have to take on d5. So you probably don't. Right. That would most likely be quite bad. And now let's go castle.
And I was wondering, should black be playing for f5? It's a very strange. It's very strange.
I'm
Guys,
not sure
can
about
we come
f5.
back to this game later? Because we have Irina Krush very low on time, and Nazi Paikidze enjoying a pawn advantage.
Okay.
A pawn. Let me refresh my board. That's some old analysis. When we left it, we were just about these parts. We were trying to debate whether the split pawns on a7 or c5 were consequential. I thought it's easier to play white. Knight a5.
Trying to capture that bishop on b7, but of course we are retreating quickly to a8 because that bishop will be important.
But this is how we see Irina getting herself into a little bit of trouble. She played bishop b1, but this bishop is overloaded. On the one hand, it's got to defend the a2 pawn. On the another thing is I can just...
Where is Irina, guys?
Irina
has 2 minutes. Where is she?
It is her move and her clock is running and she's not at the board.
That's not good news. You have 2 minutes, Irina. You need to do something. What is happening?
She's returned.
She's back.
She blundered a pawn. She just blundered a pawn. When she played knight e4, she just... I can't understand what she forgot about. Was she intending to play knight takes c5? And realized to her horror that after knight takes a2...
Actually, I think the problem here is that...
What?
Can you go queen g5? Because that knight on a5 is going to be hanging at some moment.
So something like queen g5. Now you're threatening me with checkmate on g2. So I better. Oh, I know what she missed. You're absolutely right. You just did it in the wrong move order. Knight takes.
Well, but here, and now
Knight
queen
takes.
g5, you have knight c6, still recovering.
Ah.
So I want you to weaken that center with f4.
Ah, okay. So what would you like me to do?
So queen g5.
f4. That's a tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Queen d5.
This
is hanging, a2 is hanging.
What else should I do?
Something here.
I thought you had a...
No. But
I thought, oh, by the way,
I still cannot take advantage of those two knights kind of being awkwardly placed.
I could also play bishop e4. So, but
so maybe
in any case, what we do have, and set the stage for us, Kate, we have Arena down on the clock. What's the clock times?
2 minutes, 26 seconds.
And
Nazi Pagice 5 minutes, 37 seconds. And it is the first game of the rapid match.
Right.
But Irina, you have white pieces. You want to be pushing for
advantage. Here she's going to try to...
much worse right now.
Much worse. Yeah.
This is an extra pawn. There is absolutely no compensation. So you're going to have a hard task ahead.
All I have to do is sidestep knight c6, the fork of the queen and the rook. Rook d5 has my attention, queen c7. But I like rook d5. Just
rook d5 is great. We want to double the rooks. Rook c8 is also good.
Rook to c8.
And I just square on c6.
I noticed Irina kind of sped things up there very, very quickly.
She needs to make sure she has time for the more difficult decisions later, because that pawn, that is going to be a problem.
Exactly. I'm thinking if I'm white, what I would like to do is to be as active as possible. I'd like to double my rooks on the c-file. This rook is not an active rook. If I have doubled rooks, then everybody's working. I'd make Luft as well, and just hope that I could hold a pawn down. I'm going to quickly check in on Tatev. That's the classical game that's going on. Alice Lee needs only a draw to clinch the bonus.
As we suggested. So Tatev did play this queen e2, castling long side, Alice castled short side. And now the question is, how can white continue in this game? Probably she wants to push for f4.
Right. How to do that? Well, you're going to have to move the knight. We think that Alice has got a comfortable position, as all she needs is a draw to clinch the champion's bracket bonus.
Mm-hmm. Things
Better
are
be a
heating
better
up
way of saying that. Over
Levon's game. Maybe
you.
we can check out on the screen and see how they're faring.
Okay.
So the elimination bracket in the open section.
It's all about the elimination bracket right now.
Levon,
it goes by
Aronian,
fast.
Sevian. Sam having only 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
But a great
Levon
position.
enjoying 5 minutes or 4 minute advantage. But worse position.
It's pretty bad, actually. It's a bad position. And knight to e6 was a decent move. Bishop takes e6.
By the way, eyeballing the c5 pawn?
You cannot take it, because you take it, I take on f3. So I'm going to take with the rook on e6.
Yeah.
Not with the queen, because then you lose the pawn.
I guess my knight on f1 isn't doing too much good. I can't go to d2. That would cost me the d3 pawn. So I guess I'm going to go to g3 and hope that I have queen takes rook c5 in the near future. I'm just going to refresh my board. Rook takes
if you go
e6.
now knight g3,
yep.
I'm going to go knight d5.
Okay. Can I
knight
take
d5,
the
queen
pawn?
takes c5 is the problem.
But can I give you the pawn and then play knight f4? Because
Yes.
I will be recovering on d3, and that knight on d3 can be very powerful.
But let's be clear what's going on. Levon is trying to equalize.
Yes.
So trading the queens, trading pieces. I've got knight f4 check.
But I'm not sure about this, because now I go d4. I'm not sure you take it. No, I want to go d4.
I'm a pawn up. I want to keep it.
Okay. But you can keep it even in a better way with d4, I think.
I can keep it in a better way with d4.
And now knight f5. That was my
Now
plan.
knight f5.
That was my plan.
Are you sure you're going to keep
Oh
that?
yes. Oh yes, I think I will.
I guess so.
You
He's
take
going to
on
keep it.
E6. I mean, you can take on F3, but I
Yeah,
have
I
a
have to
feeling
be
that
careful
E
also
pawn,
about your pawn kind of pushing to E7.
E7 followed by D5, D6. I think something will go badly for you.
I agree.
And
This is
Sam
not...
down to 2 minutes.
Ooh. And we do have knight G3 on the board.
So what else can
Why
I
not
do
C4?
here?
Why not C4?
C4 is an excellent
Just get rid of that weakness, right? That's my only weakness in the position. Let's get rid of it.
C4 is an excellent move. Because this pawn is weak, I would find myself tempted by the move rook d5. I'm trying to encourage the move c4. If I play rook d5 and you play c4 and I play rook d4 or maybe even capturing on c4, I feel like I've won control over the d4 square, however temporary it might be. Knight g3, and I'm feeling the pressure of the
16
clock.
seconds for Sam.
I'm
He
feeling
needs to make the decision. Are we playing c4?
rook d5,
Rook d5.
rook c8.
Rook d5, I wasn't very happy with knight
Well,
e4.
I love the idea of just playing knight d5 and knight f4, but I don't like the idea of losing the pawn on c5. Hence, I find myself drawn to the move rook d8 to play knight d5. Nope.
Sam decided to play rook e d6, putting more pressure on that pawn on d3.
Okay,
So,
okay. That's a decent move. I like it.
You like it, but e5 is hanging?
I'm a little worried about the dark squares afterwards if for black, right?
Exactly,
Because you capture
exactly.
on e5, you capture on c5, and then
Wait,
Let's see. Move by move. Move by move.
Take.
Yes.
Take.
yes.
I guess I have to take on d3.
Take. But
Does
wait,
rook e6 make any sense? Wait. Where do you put the queen? If I go rook e6?
I have no idea. I just...
Let's go rook e6.
okay.
Since you have no idea, I'm going to go rook e6.
Well, no. I know what White just did. White just captured a couple of pawns. Rook
And
to e6. Queen has to go to c7.
You have to go all the way there, right? And now,
Right. I'm
if I take on
threatening-
d3,
Threatening rook takes e6.
that's fine.
You take on d3. I take
Yes.
on d3. Looks like I win the game. Yay.
You do win the game.
Because I'm going to take on e6. And you're...
So I have to take on e1 first.
Okay. So take on e1. I have to recapture on e1.
Then I take rook takes d3.
Did I? No, I didn't come out of this. I did not come out of this a pawn up. Sorry.
Rook to d2, you go king g1, is that it? No, wait. Rook to
what?
d2, I think.
Rook
No,
to
rook to
d2.
d2. Sorry. Oh, I traded rooks on the d file. So that's right. So rook d2 is actually a winning threat.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is problematic.
Just to remind everybody, this is game one of a 2-game series of rapid chess. After this, players will reverse colors, and here we go. Queen takes e5. I don't know. I liked Sam's advantage. He may have an advantage after queen takes d3. He may. Queen takes f3, pardon me. But it's not as convincing as what he had before. And he's traded he's traded a lot of time on the clock as well. Queen takes f3. Now Levon
Has to decide, are we capturing on c5 with queen or bishop?
and
or are
also
we
the
moving
question
back?
also the question is, should I, seek a trade of queens?
Maybe something like knight f5 could be a possibility.
Knight f5 check. He's done queen. No, pardon me. He didn't do queen e3. He played queen e2. Okay, he must be thinking that if the queen goes back, he'll have time to play d4.
But now we captured a queen, and I think that's what Sam is about to do. Yes, queen takes e2, rook takes e2.
This
And
guy's
that's a
hanging.
pawn.
What is going on?
Oh, because
there's
we
a check.
trade. But we can also trade, and then capture on c5.
Sorry, I'm in a different zone. I'm different time zone. Bishop takes. So trade.
Well,
take on
right now I
C5.
can capture on c5 with the bishop. 10 seconds for Sam.
C4.
C4.
Provoking the move D4.
Okay, C4 with 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Bad time management. That's what I have to
8
say.
seconds.
If you go D4, I don't think D4 is the move I want to play. The knight is beautiful.
But what else if not D4?
Bishop to D4?
Yes, and I think this is what he wants. He wants to sacrifice the exchange, right?
Yes, I'm sure he does. I don't think he has much of a choice, actually. Taking here,
With the
Yeah.
pawn, so we can recapture after on d4 as well.
and so you've got 2 pawns for 2 pawns and a knight for a rook. But is this
Knight
guy
D5.
Knight David 5? Now you're anchoring. Now I like that. Now you're anchoring the knight. Okay,
Bishop
he's
D4
played
is on the
bishop
board.
D4.
Take on D3. Okay.
Immediately Sam captured that pawn.
So he's not taking on D4 first. But
I
after
think
rook
it
to F2
transposed-
seems to
I think it's going to transpose,
be forced. Yes.
right? Because white is about to play knight F5 check and
Oh, rook
Ooh.
E5. Okay. He's going in straight up.
he's playing for knight F5 check. I like this move better than rook F2, by the way, because and clock times have got to
15
be.
seconds for Sam.
Oh
Now
my
rook
goodness!
to D5.
Dude, and knight F5
I'm not giving
check.
you my pawn. Yeah, knight F5, bishop takes F5. I think I'm happy.
Rook
with
takes F5.
5 seconds for Sam.
No, Sam, we
Have
got to
to make a
move.
decision.
that. King H7.
King H7.
You know
Okay,
what?
I like that
pin was
position.
really annoying.
It truly,
So I'm
truly was. Knight F5, he's going after the D3 pawn, is Levon. By the way, defending champion is really taking risk with the white pieces here. Ooh. Rook D5.
Sam
How
playing
much time
with
did he-
2 seconds
I
on his
wanted to
clock.
ask. I mean, it felt like he was playing deliberately, but and Levon knows clock is the huge factor here. Knight to G8. Oh, this is very, very clever play. Rook takes D3. Levon is going to be, he's going to have an advantage.
I'm not
This
so
is
sure
crazy.
About that. I'm not so sure about that, guys.
Oh, come on. That knight on F5 is a monster. Rook
I
takes.
will
But
take
it's
that.
for you difficult to recapture it because I will be pinning that knight even with knight e7.
Okay, so rook takes.
Yes.
Rook takes.
Yes.
Rook takes D3. I've recovered my material.
Knight
Let's say I go
e7.
knight E7.
Rook F3.
But in the worst case, I can
Oh,
take
bishops
on
of opposite color.
F5.
Yeah.
Yes, even though I don't really want that.
I was
That
just
bishop on
thinking,
D4 is still very strong.
Exactly. I was thinking that from a much worse position, Levon had an advantage. I thought a moment ago it was terrible, but maybe I'm wrong. Rook takes D7 and rook takes D3.
You have to capture that rook, right? Rook b8, what is the rook doing there really?
Right.
I mean, it's kind of sneaking just, if the knight goes away, we have some rook h8 checkmate. So
Yeah.
just some tricks, but other than that, the rook.
We've lost track a little bit. How is Nasi and Arena doing in their first?
So now, so Irina has only 10 seconds on the clock. So
What?
maybe we can switch very quickly.
Only 10 seconds on the clock. Ooh. I'm just going to switch over to Arena's. Forgive me, everyone. Ooh, I love Black's position.
Nazi
the
is
knight on
enjoying
F5.
positional advantage, extra pawn, and 1 minute on the clock extra.
No, she's losing. Now Nasi can just play the most direct and very forcing Queen D3. Give me the rook. Give me the pawn.
Let's
By the
trade
way-
them knights even later.
By the way, Queen G3 with ideas of H5. Queen D3 looks fantastic. Queen E4, okay. Could Nasi be thinking about Queen B1?
She just made the move. She wants to bring
And-
over the other rook to d1 and checkmate.
Exactly. Whenever you see this knight on F5, you have all of these checkmating patterns in your mind.
So now queen c1, we just move the queen and still threaten the same idea.
Good. And Nasi says, absolutely. She's got rook D1 on her. That looks winning. That looks fantastic to me.
I mean, that knight on f5 is just so strong.
Absolutely.
Irina Crash with 10 seconds.
I think this is it. I think Arena does not have an answer. Queen F3. So sadly, she's going to have to play G3 to cover the H1 square, but G3 exposes her king. Rook D1, that's an automatic.
Rook D1, and then we can play even knight D4, yes.
This looks absolutely overwhelming.
Is there a better way, though? Can we start with maybe knight H4?
Yeah, but once again, I would just like to point out boldly, Rook D1.
Rook
You're going to
D1
play
is very tempting.
G3. Rook G1, threatening to play Rook takes G3. I love that knight. And here we go. Will she play Rook G1? Maybe even Rook F1.
I just like knight D4 so much.
And so did she. And as he said, I like knight D4 so much.
That knight is so active.
Guys, Sam Sevian is completely winning right now.
Wow. Queen B7. Arena's fishing for a perpetual check. She didn't play it. Why didn't she play Queen F7? I can't play knight D6. The rook is hanging. That is why she played Rook F2.
Oh, Queen
Queen
B7.
B7.
Queen B7, knight D6.
Oh no.
Queen B7, knight D6.
Nasi just forgot about...
Irina is surviving now?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, that was a big miss.
In fact, you need to start being very
Careful.
careful because I might be checkmating you.
The knight was so good on F5. I'm sorry, but...
Now just go Rook to F1 and make a draw. Make a draw. Allow Queen takes F7, but you have nothing else. There's nothing else.
Wow.
Nazi has 24 seconds to decide how she wants to continue here.
What a slip.
H5.
H5. She's playing with danger. Queen takes...
But now, if Irina wants, she can force a draw.
Easily.
She has a repetition in her hands.
Well,
she
play
has the
Queen
perpetual.
takes... Start with Queen takes F7 and then look for more.
I mean, this is the best position Irina has in the game
I
so
would start
far.
with knight D6, to be honest.
Guess what?
I like that move.
That's ambitious. That says, I'm not in a hurry to make a draw. That says...
So we can go Queen E3.
And from a winning position, Sam Sevian blundered right now. He's completely losing.
Oh my
Gave
goodness.
a piece in one move. We will show that later.
But that's what we talked about. When you have just 2 seconds on the clock, anything can happen.
That one is completely hopeless. Levon Aronian is going to win that one.
Knight takes. She's threatening.
She's better now.
Knight G5 double check and mate. Knight G7.
Only move.
Knight check and Queen A8. Keeping an eye over H1 while also threatening mate on H8. Queen A8.
Only move knight E8 after Queen A8.
Oh, we can give up the knight because we are checkmating on the other side.
And she played it instantly, did Nasi.
Wow.
Wow.
Still not over.
Great defensive player.
To be honest, now you can just take the pawn on E6.
Right, but I would gain time. I would play Queen B7.
But then I go back.
Force Knight G7. Exactly, but I do it quickly.
Queen B7 on the board.
Just to get, the...
But who's gaining more time? Yeah, because Nazi is also gaining more time, and she's the one that needs to be defending after knight takes E6. I think I would just take on E6 and let you think. Yes, take on E6 now.
Yes.
You're not getting checkmated. There's
agree.
nothing to worry on that side. Just take another pawn.
Any trickies with knight F3?
Knight
yes.
F3. Okay.
Knight F3. Give me the rook. I'm covering G1. Yes,
So
I've
you
allowed
allow me
rook,
to give a check.
but that's all you get is one. One check, and that's it.
Whoa,
now I can go King H2. King.
King G2, and you have a couple of pieces under attack. You cannot defend both.
I mean, we can just capture the
she
knight,
wants to go rook E2. Rook E2. She wants to go rook E2.
but we can do knight takes E1 and then just block with the knight. I mean, this is the winning endgame.
That's right. No, you
Knight
simply...
rook E2.
That's good.
Is that okay? Was that good enough?
I think that's good enough.
Good enough with 3 seconds on the clock.
Defibrillator.
Rook E2 go knight H4, right? It's
Exactly.
all about not being able
This
to
knight
defend
is
that knight on E8.
dominated.
You cannot defend the knight on
my
E8.
gosh.
You can never move
Nazis
the knight anywhere because there's Queen H8 checkmate.
Rook F1, knight H4.
Now you can just take the knight.
Take the knight. She's done
It's
it.
a mate.
It's mate. Oh no, Nasi turned a winning position into a lost position, just as did.
How did Irina recover?
Oh,
from...
that was so lucky. Oh,
so lucky. I
Arini.
mean, that position was so bad.
It truly was. Knight F5 to D4. The knight on F5 was a monster.
Now game is over.
It's over. You're threatening
Extra
checkmate.
Knight, checkmate.
You get mated after knight g5.
And you're getting mated after knight
Queen
G5.
e7 check and then knight g5 is
Exactly.
the easy way.
Irina has done it.
And now knight g5.
By the way, just
a pawn.
capturing some pawns with check.
And now knight g5, threatening a checkmate on f7.
This one she's going to win
Yes.
easy, right?
Let's-
Let's go to the Sam Sevian.
We are going. Sam is a piece.
He's a piece down, but things are,
No,
not
it's-
that easy.
No, it's over. The bishop is just too strong.
Bishop d8, very
thre-
strong move.
he's threatening
forcing the
h4.
pawn to be pushed.
He's threatening white. Pardon me. Levon was threatening h4.
He played h4.
So black had to play h4 himself. Bishop to
Where's the
e7.
progress? Bishop c7, okay.
By the way, why didn't you play h4?
King h5, king e3.
And you're waiting for g4?
I want you to push the pawns.
And then I can play king to
King
f4. And
That's a
Nasi, Irina, lucky Irina crush. And she knows it. She knows it.
Very
Boy.
good game played by Nasi, but then something was missing at the end.
Oof. That was painful.
What an escape. What an escape
Truly.
for Irina Krush.
King d4, and Levon is saying, you know what? I'm not worried about these pawns. These pawns aren't going anywhere. I can play bishop f4. He took. Interesting decision. King
I
f4.
like this because black will suddenly run out of moves.
Yes, that's the problem.
So you play, if you go king g5, I'm going to give you a check on d8 with the bishop, and then I'm going to get my king closer to the pawns.
Absolutely. h3.
Now
Bishop to g3.
Your king will never come closer, and now I'm just going to play with my king. Yes, there.
Munch. And Sam knows that this one's done.
And it all came down to time again. He had a
Yeah.
great position,
He truly did.
just no time on his clock.
That's pawn number 1. That's pawn number 2. And what white is going to do is white's going to put his bishop on b4. And yes, you can win the pawn on b2. And so Levon's very
Aronian
lucky.
won this game, very lucky.
I gotta
Lucky
say,
win.
these champions, I don't know, Cristian, they get lucky. Show us the moment where Sam blundered away his winning advantage.
Yeah, and we see there Chris Bird is once again rearranging the pieces, getting set up for the next game, which will begin in about an hour from now. Players still have some time to get ready for the next one. But let's take a look at this moment.
Right.
At this point,
So-
all he had to do is get this knight out.
What's the body? Oops.
Oh my goodness, that was a.
What's the body count? 3, 5?
I have a couple of pawns
I have
on
one
this
pawn.
side
One
extra,
pawn, yeah.
and you have one on this side, but it's immobile.
Right.
My structure is very nicely set up to stop any sort
Effectively,
of
your 2
mobility.
pawns up.
Yes, exactly. All of these pawns will, both of these pawns will start moving down the
So
board.
knight f4.
Just go knight h4. Knight h4, ideas of knight to f3, get out of here. You go king to g3. Now I can go rook to f4. Now I have ideas of knight to f5. It's going to be a slow process, but I
But you're
will get
gonna
my
win.
pawns moving at the right moment. You still have some compensation because of your very strong bishop on d4, but I will displace that. I will go knight f5, displace it, force it to move, and then I'm going to do my business. So instead of that, he played the move rook to e7. Forgetting about rook takes g6.
Because you
No.
cannot now
Yes.
first start by capturing rook takes e3.
Intermezzo check.
Check. And you lose this. Just
Wow.
very, very unfortunate. And by the way, this is not even the best. rook
Yeah,
takes
that I was about to say. Take the pawn first.
There's no. Well, you take this pawn first.
Yes,
Because
yes.
now you cannot cover with rook to e5.
Exactly.
Missed opportunity, guys. Huge missed opportunity. And of course, after rook
That
takes
lost a
g6,
piece.
this is just a piece down.
Yeah.
You're going to lose this one no matter what.
For those of you joining us late, we just missed an amazing opportunity there. Nasi was completely winning. Have a look as she had played a great game up to now. There's only one trick in the position she has to be worried about, and that's Queen B7. She provoked her opponent to play Queen B7. No!
Irina Crush thinking now, wait, I can go to B7 and attack that pawn on F7 and try for a draw.
Yeah, Nasi must have been mesmerized by her idea of checkmate on H1. She was trying to chase the queen away, and that blundered the game because after Queen B7, Irina was right back in business. Results. Kate.
I mean, elimination bracket, Levon Aronian was much worse in the game but managed to win against Sevian due to tactics. And Irina Crush had pawn up, was very low on time, played with 3 seconds, but suddenly managed to turn the game around and won against Nazi Paikidze.
I like the way you say managed to turn the game around. Took advantage of her opponent's mistake. And that was what it was. And in the champions bracket, we have 2 games going on.
That's the classical chess here.
Yep. We have Alice Lee needing only a draw to clinch the match and wait for her challenger to come out of the elimination bracket.
And enjoy a rest day.
And enjoying the rest day. I like her position. And then we have Fabiano. Let me just go to that game very quickly. Number 1 versus number 2, as they're playing their second classical game. And check it out. Just as Cristian prescribed, bishop takes d5 and now knight g5. And now bishop takes. And we're expecting hg, g6. The engine says balanced, even. And it's funny, we can pile up the pressure, but Hikaru is ready to defend the weakness with rook f7.
And white doesn't have a knight to go and take advantage of those squares on f6 or h6.
We've reached that point of our broadcast where we like to check in with Ben Underwood.
And the statistics, the simulation. Who has the chances, the highest chances to win the event?
Okay, here comes the pie charts.
So the women's section, this is pre-tournament because here it is Carissa Yip who is leading with her chances 36.8%, second Alice Lee 25.3%, and third Irina Crush 19.4%.
I got bad news for you. The Carissa's chances are going to go down dramatically.
So far increasing. Here we see the same thing. Yip, Lee, Crush, the 3 most likely players to win the event.
And
then after they do changing, Carissa still 40.8% to chances to win the event.
And now Alice.
Now we see some changes. Tatev Abrahamian is coming to the 3rd place, replacing Irina Crush, and Alice Lee. Now highest chances 45.4%.
And it's continuing.
Now we see Carissa Yip dropping and Tatev Abrahamian being the 2nd, but now still the leader, Alice Lee.
I'd like to put my money on Irina at 5% there.
Now
but Alice.
58.9%. Tatev Abrahamian 2nd. These players now are the only players in the champions bracket.
And in the open section, how did the pie chart start and how is it finishing?
So pre-tournament, it's Fabiano Caruana 29.2%, 2nd Hikaru Nakamura 24.8%, and Wesley So 3rd with 14.6%.
Okay.
Now after day 1, nothing really changed because all players made the draw.
Okay.
Now after day 2, already we see Caruana still 1st, Hikaru still 2nd, and Levon Aronian 3rd. Now day 3, no changes. Still the top 3 players are the same.
The dramatic changes suddenly occurred after day 4, right? Fabi and Hikaru.
They are kind of having similar chances now, 44% and Nakamura 40.4%, because these players are in the champions bracket.
Sam Sevian, by virtue of his elimination victory.
Hikaru Nakamura being the top seed in the event, but still, it looks like Fabiano Caruana is the favorite.
Wonderful. And we're going to just check in our friends at Q Boutique and see what the daily specials are.
What it is, Yasser?
It's a vinyl roll-up chessboard. Yes.
Oh yeah, I have many of those.
Yeah, me too. Want to take your game on the go? Pick out a St. Louis Chess Club roll-up chessboard in your favorite color and hit the road. These boards are flexible, easily cleaned, and always lay flat. 20-inch square board with a 2.25-inch squares, screen-printed ink on vinyl. Don't forget your chess pieces and travel bag as well. All your shopping needs, chess shopping needs, can be done at qboutiquestl.com. Get them before they're gone.
Yeah, they're really great.
And what are our viewers going to
As we go
be
to break,
entertained with?
Cristian is going to be talking to Fabiano Caruana. So
Once
enjoy
again.
that interview.
You're getting better at this ad reads. Much better.
By the end of the tournament, I got it.
Fabi, first of all, welcome back to the American Cup. You've won this competition in 2022. Last year was not as successful for you. How do you use those type of failures as a stepping stone? You, with bringing so much experience to the game, how do you use those to bounce back harder and become stronger?
I mean, I think I did gain a lot of experience and learned some things when I played against Levon in, I think it was in 23, when I think Hikaru ended up winning the event. And I played this very long and difficult match against Levon. I've spoken about it on different occasions about how it did go to Armageddon, and definitely we both made some mistakes throughout the match. It was very painful, of course, in the end to lose a very close match. You know, that's kind of when you feel like you're right there at the edge of it, and then you don't quite make it, that can be quite painful. And that's also why I think that's the match that knocked me out of the tournament, because you know, you can survive one loss in this event, but not two. And definitely dealing with like losses in the match, trying to keep some emotional control is very important. So I've been on both sides of it. I've been on the painful losses and also, you know, sometimes inflicting painful losses on my opponent. And so I know the emotions from both sides. It can be very difficult to bounce back in the moment because you have, let's say, 5 minutes to prepare for the next game. You might be in a must-win situation, or you might have the opposite. You might need to draw a game, which is also its own challenge. Last year when I played Lanier, at some point I fell back in the match, actually in the first game, but I came back in the fourth game and ended up winning that match. So that was, you know, coming back from those deficits in a match is very satisfying for sure. Unfortunately, then I was on the opposite side of it when Wesley, he came back in a match against me and ended up beating me in Blitz. So, you know, I've had a lot of experience on multiple sides of this, and I hope that this year that will help, but I can say the same for my opponents. All these guys have played in this format. I think only Mishra is a new player. Everyone else is highly experienced, and 3 players in this event have won it before. So definitely you do have some very experienced guys here.
What is it about the format that we see so many different winners in this competition?
I think part of it is because a lot of the players here are very similar in strength, and so there are many players who are very capable of winning it. Arguably all the players are capable, but of course some players will have better chances. And I think the other thing is that the knockout format does add a little bit of unpredictability. But even in a round-robin event, I think you would see that a lot of guys are fighting for first because everyone is very strong. And one of the top players who hasn't won the event, Wesley, also made it to the finals twice. So you can't say that he hasn't been extremely close despite not winning it. I wouldn't say that in this event you have like a clear favorite. I think there are a few players who are very close in strength, especially considering that there's different time formats, which maybe makes it a little bit more universal, and maybe there's some players who specialize a bit more in this time control or that one, but when it all comes together, then you might kind of equalize the chances a bit. And yeah, there's definitely no clear favorite in my opinion.
When it comes to playing against players of the new generation, you mentioned Mishra. You could say Sam Sevian is quite young as well. I remember that incredible match against Jeffrey Chong, where you barely escaped in the Armageddon. How do you leverage, and it was all about experience in that one, how do you leverage that rich experience that you're bringing to the table to compete against, let's say, the youth and the energy and the enthusiasm that these new players are bringing to the table?
Yeah, I would say, although you mentioned the two two youngest players, I guess, in the field. Although Misha is clearly the youngest by many years. I mean, Sam Sevian is a young guy, but he's already quite experienced. He's been around 2,700 for maybe like 4 years or so, or at least quite a few years. So definitely I wouldn't call him inexperienced. I did play him in a match. The one where you mentioned I played Jeffrey in the first match, and I just got by pure luck that I won Armageddon. I flagged him. I mean, losing position. I can't call it anything besides luck. And then against Sevian, it was also a very close match, which I ended up winning. It wasn't the same sort of thing, but maybe you remember the final back and forth game where I was winning and losing, and it was a must-win game for him. Finally, I did come through in the end. And then the remaining matches after that were much more smooth against both Levon and Lanier. So that's a bit sometimes surprising that you're playing some of the guys who are maybe not the favorites by rating, but they can be the toughest matches. And I don't know if that will be the case this year, but it's definitely a possibility. First, I play Ray, so I may not even play some of the younger guys that you mentioned, like Misha. It's very possible that we don't face. But first, I play Ray, who I think we have a lot of experience against each other as well, playing either in the US Championship, in the American Cup, we played a match, or even in the World Cup, we played a match. So definitely we're definitely both thinking about, a new way to surprise each other because we've already played so many times.
And in fact, you faced him just a week ago at the Champion Showdown. How do you see that match unfold?
Well, I think it was quite different because that was perhaps more of an exhibition event in some sense. Although it was, of course, everyone was trying their best. It was very competitive, but it wasn't for ratings. That does add a bit of an extra element. Everyone cares about the rating very much, and especially classical rating. That's always on everyone's mind. So although the match did conclude in my favor, and I was happy with my general play in that match, I don't think that it will be quite the same this time around. I mean, I hope so, but I don't expect an easy ride at all.
Fabi, thank you very much, and good luck in your games.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Welcome to day 6 of the American Cup, and we have some games that finished.
Dramatically, I would say. The results have been 2 decisive games, yeah, but for the wrong players.
Yes, it wasn't like Levon was pushing the whole game. No, he had a very bad position, -3, but he managed to trick Sam Sevian and win the game. The same about Irina Krush and Nazi Paikidze. Nazi was pushing the whole game, having extra point advantage, more time, but then she blundered a little bit, and maybe more than a bit, because it cost her the game, and Irina Krush won.
Exactly. And they will be playing game 2 of their elimination very, very shortly, another rapid game. And we have 2 games from the Champions Bracket going on right now.
And this is what's happening. The Champions Bracket, the one classical game, the second game of the match. And if there will be a tie, there will be Blitz playoff. And the elimination bracket is going to start very soon, the second rapid game.
Exactly. I'm going to pick up the action on with the ladies. I think that it's just one of those positions that Tatev has allowed, almost from the opening, her opponent to dictate. And what we're seeing on the board is kings on opposite flanks. And normally that's a prescription for both players to start their flank attacks. Black wants to go A5, A4, and white wants to go G5. You can't. The bishop on H3.
I can't push the H2 pawn. I want to go H4. I want to jump over that bishop and go H5 and annoy the knight.
But the bishop is blocking, gumming up all of the king side squares. So Tatev is being handcuffed over on the king side. Knight E3, and I like this move very, very much. F7, F5. Normally speaking, you don't open up your king when you're on opposite flanks, but in this specific case, the F file is very, very compelling.
It's important, and the knight on F3 can be a weakness because you did push your pawn forward, so that pawn can no longer defend the knight.
Exactly, and we'll catch up with the players. Tatev is captured on F5. A little bit of a sense of relief that the knight on F3 gets to step back. She's dreaming that she can play F3, H4, put a knight on E4 and play for G4. In the meanwhile, I like the space and the 2 bishops for Alice Lee.
If we go back one more move, so Tatev would love to play here H4, right? The bishop finally retreated. We would like to go H4 and H5.
Okay.
But the problem is that we can go bishop G4.
Yep.
How are you going to defend that knight? You have to capture my bishop.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're going to lose it. But then I'm going to bring my queen to recapture it. You have another pin. You have to move the knight away to G1. I'm going to take that queen, and then I'm going to take that pawn on F2.
You won my heart when the moment you said I'm going to take the pawn on F2. You're right. That was the problem that Tatev was facing, which is why she did not play the move H4, but started with knight E2. H4, definitely on her agenda. I might say if I'm in Alice's shoes, I'd be very tempted to simply go back where I came from.
And that's what happened.
She
Bishop
did it.
H3, and we see that exclamation point.
Yeah, and again, I just feel like Alice at the moment is for choice, but really what it's all about is she won game 1 yesterday, so it's Tatev has to win with white, and she doesn't have a position where
it's difficult to even proceed here, right?
Exactly.
What do you want to do? The center is kind of blocked, but black has enough open diagonals for her bishops.
Exactly. I'm probably going to play F3 only because I don't like the pressure down the file. Okay, I'm not saying I'm playing for G4. I'm just going to try to scare you that, you know, like you'll make some kind of a fault.
But I think I'm going to start playing on the queen side. I want to go A5, A4.
Yep.
Probably going to not allow that, but by playing A4, you're going to weaken that b3 pawn a little bit.
Absolutely. We're going to keep an eye on this game as we go to our other championship match, and that's between the number 1, number 2 seeds coming in the tournament. Hikaru Nakamura, our top seed, has the black pieces. It feels, even though the game has progressed very slowly, Cristian, it feels to me like this could be prep. This could easily have been prep because we know that Fabi played h4 previously.
Yes, absolutely. And
That's
Hikaru, this is definitely his prep. This whole setup is definitely his prep. He has looked at it with his second. And I was just looking through the lines, and initially when we first started analyzing this position, we looked at bishop takes g5 first. And it makes sense why he didn't do it, because now if he tried to continue doing the same thing and waiting for white to commit a move to queen to h5 or queen
Then
to
play g6?
g4, well, guess what? Queen to d7, right now you're in trouble.
Exactly.
Takes h7, it's a very nice little tactic. Queen to h5 first, you go g6, and your king just simply gets checkmated. Well, not immediately, but yes. After you land on e7, bishop to g5 comes, and that finishes the job. So you wait for white with queen to d7 to go queen to g4, and then you take on g5 and then g6. This is the setup that he's trying to get as black, putting the rook on the 7th rank, defending everything. And he's saying that without a pawn on the h file, you're not going to be able to take advantage of my hook on g6. That's his whole concept. And what he's doing in the next few moves after c3, a5 is saying, if you go castle, I go a4. I'm starting my attack on that side. I might even go b5, b4, right? So I'm ready for that. Now, if you go a4, which has not been played, I believe we're waiting.
I probably would.
If you do play a4, you're no longer long castling. That's it.
Yeah.
You've played a4. You're not touching the king to go on the queen side. You're going to go short castle, most likely. But the position seems to be fairly dry right now. Like, I get this break with d5. Sure, you're going to match it with the rook coming to d1. But then what? Like, how do you make use of this h file? I don't see it. If you go g3, f4, that weakens your position as well. And it's not clear that it accomplishes anything anyway. So the more I look at the position, the more it seems like Hikaru's preparation. He looked at this, he saw the move h4. He was expecting that Fabi might be continuing in the same vein. But right now, with the rook on f7 defending absolutely everything, it just seems like you don't have a second weakness to attack as white. You always need a second weakness.
By the way, guys,
there's no second weakness.
Fabiano played b3. He's
B3.
connecting the pawns on the third rank.
Very decent move. I mean,
we saw the 5-pawn attack in the game between Sam and Levon. Here is the 4-pawn defense.
Yes. B3, no. You know, again, you're not going to long castle.
Exactly.
Another noticeable fact is that, Fabi is 30 minutes down on the clock compared to Hikaru.
Yes, no, it does seem like Hikaru prepared quite well for this one against this h4 idea.
Just putting some moves on the board, I'm kind of reminded of a game that Hikaru had against Lanier Dominguez. Remember where he got a pawn on d4. He eventually shifted the knight to c5. And that was how Hikaru won a semifinal challengers bracket to get to this finals. But you're right. After the move b2, b3, I do feel the position's rather dry, and it's very easy for black to play moves like rook d8, d5, or rook f7 even, and just playing d5. Maybe on a good day, I'm still keeping a4, b5, b4 in a day.
Somehow I feel a little uncomfortable as white having all those pawns on the third rank. I feel like once, I don't know, you get your queen to b5, you're going to be targeting 2 pawns on me, but that queen has to be guarding the pawn on e6 as well. So.
Exactly. You can't just run away and go queen b5 and go pawn hunting. Are the clocks a factor?
So I was saying, so Fabiano has 35 minutes and 30 minutes less than Hikaru, who has 1 hour and 5 minutes.
30 minutes less. Unfortunately, the position, as Cristian described it, a little bit dry. But as we've seen, the clock, especially in our elimination brackets, we've seen that the clock has caused some serious mistakes. b2, b3. If I'm in Hikaru's shoes, I'm probably playing rook f7
rook
first.
F7, very natural move. Just thinking, Maybe we can double the rooks. You want to start b5?
Something about the move b5 I'm also finding attractive. It definitely discourages castles because after castles question mark b5, b4, I'm blasting open the queen side, and I don't think you're a very happy camper in this case.
A short castle.
By the way, just to show you one we kind of call these pawn breakthroughs. b4 takes. Now, before you immediately recapture on b4, you can say to yourself, ooh, how can I absolutely assure the position gets blasted open? Well, I can play a4 and, go for these kinds of...
This is very good news for black.
For black.
Because now the white king is going to be attacked from all over.
Exactly. That's why you're probably being incentivized to castle short. b3, b5, gaining a little space, discouraging long castles. And again, b5, let's put it on the board just for argument's sake.
Short
Castles. Let me show you why I would find myself encouraged to play b5. AB?
AB.
If you like. AB, AB. Now, again, I just want to take your pawn.
I mean, honestly, I don't like this for white.
You're kind of feeling a little bit...
yeah, they're just... Do I play c4 and give up that d4 square?
There could be issues. There are rook a3, knight a5, knight d4 on a good day. Yes, I don't like this either. So
after
something
b5?
Something for Fabi.
And I cannot play b4 myself, right? I would like to maybe block it, just to play b4 as white. But once you capture, I cannot recapture now with the a pawn. The rook is hanging.
Right.
And even if I capture with the c pawn, you can just take with the knight.
Ouch. That's exploiting a pin along the a file. So maybe b5, just to say to Fabi, is your life so easy?
But if you go b5, can I go castle?
Yes.
Short castle.
That was what we've been looking at.
Yeah.
b4?
b4?
I'm not sure if I like this b4 move that much.
Why?
First of all, can I...
Play?
Go ahead.
I have a couple of ideas.
They're all yours?
One of them would be to take with the a pawn.
That's what we just looked at.
And then go c4.
That's what we just looked at. Thank you for catching up.
But I think you guys tricked me, or tricked Fabi.
Ourselves.
Rook b1, let's say.
Which rook?
Let's say rook a b1.
Rook a b1.
Well, I'm definitely not touching that rook on a3.
I may just go.
Are you not worried about f4 at the right moment? All right, let's go f4.
f4.
Let's go for it. I mean, you're...
Wow.
I feel you're overextending a little bit.
Okay.
Rook takes f4.
Rook takes f4. I mean, I'm the one on the a file, aren't I?
Yes, but the f file is going to be the most important. Queen takes f4.
Queen takes f4. So I've always got queen g7 in my pocket.
No, I might even consider bishop takes f4.
Whatever you like. Which one would you
You know what?
prefer?
Let me try bishop f4. Let me just try.
But after bishop captures f4, we can go knight e5.
Knight e5, knight d4.
That's fine. Bishop e3.
Sorry.
You can give a check if you want.
I apologize. I was supposed to play knight e5. You said, I can even play knight e5, and the knight landed on d4. Don't ask me why.
I'll take that.
Take that, take. Munch, munch.
Rook f1.
Rook f1 on the board.
Am I not the first one attacking you?
Probably. e6 is hanging, right?
Yeah,
that's the problem.
So I don't have time to even... I can give check on d4, but that is one check.
Only, yeah.
My king hides.
I like this position for black, but maybe we're just doing it wrong here. Just a sec. Oh, hold on.
Let's say bishop f4. Takes. Queen f4, it's definitely a move.
Okay, so if we... Queen g7, okay. Queen
g7, you give up the pawn on e6. Yeah.
Exactly. To make queen g7 possible.
So let's go bishop e3.
Bishop to e3.
You give a check or? By the way, b5 is on the board.
b5 on the board.
Yeah.
Knight e2, let's say king h2. I don't know, king h1 or king h2. We'll see later. We'll see later which one is better.
So I'm controlling the F file, easy for me to say, controlling the F file for the moment.
Let's say I go rook e1.
Okay. It's kind of funny. My knight's getting kicked around.
I have ideas bishop d4 or king g1. Let's go. King g1, I don't actually threaten anything.
King g1, I've got knight e2 in answer to rook f1.
Right, right. I'm not threatening anything is the problem.
Right.
But is that an answer?
Sorry,
After king g1?
Let's say e5, I don't know.
Because knight e2 you don't have, right, yet? Oh, after rook
After
f1.
rook f1.
Oh,
After
got
rook
it.
F1. Yeah.
Yeah. Something to consider, but we do have b7, b5 on the board, and Fabi's the one who's a half an hour behind on the clock, right, Kate?
Yes, it looks like the engine still prefers white. But as black, I would feel like I'm starting to have some play. I have 30 extra minutes.
Exactly so. And again, Tatev, I'm just going to go back where we're just looking at the classical chess games, classical chess matchups. Rook f7 was Alice's last move. I like that move.
Yes, she is thinking about doubling the rook on the f file, or maybe playing that a7, a5 with the pawn to attack on the queen side.
When you think, I love the great chess grandmasters who have this extraordinary ability of playing strategically fabulous chess. I'm speaking specifically of Bobby Fischer, Anatoly Karpov, Magnus Carlsen plays strategically really great chess. And what is it that makes them great chess players? They ask their pieces where would they like to go. So I look at the board, and I pat the bishop on the head.
Good job. I really like really well.
I really like what you're doing. How about you? I kind of pat the bishop on the head and I go, you know what? I would really like to see you on the g5 square. I pat the knight on the head. Where would you, Kate, like the knight to go?
That knight would be nice, maybe on d5, d4.
Bravo. I love the d4 square. So for me, I would say, you know what? The knight, you did a good job. What you did a moment ago was really good. You defended the king. But I would love to go knight f8 to e6 to d4. Knights love protected outposts in the center of the board. Put the knight on d4, especially after the last move, f3. You could target the f3 pawn from the d4 square. So for me, I would be thinking knight here, knight here. I'd look at the rook on a8 and say, you belong on the f8 square. So Alice, she's just improving her pieces, at the same time asking Tatev, where's your active play?
Because she may continue with developing that dark square bishop, maybe to bishop g5,
Absolutely.
and then moving the knight.
Absolutely.
Somewhere, maybe e7 and then
e7
figuring out
and
what
d5.
next.
Looking good for Alice Lee as she continues her campaign. Cristian?
And I feel a big question right now after b5. Sure, we've looked at castle and the idea of b4 and those variations. By the way, after b4, it does seem like a takes b4, a takes b4. Rook takes a8 is the right way. Rook takes a8, so I'm giving up the a file. But after c takes b4, I do open up with f4 as soon as possible. And if you do try to take on b4, I think d4 is coming. And I have some play. It's still very close to equality. Very close to equality, but it does seem like this structure on the king side favors white a little bit because I have the break with f4. And the king, despite the fact it looks visually, it looks very safe, you do have to keep some pieces around it, especially this queen on d7. Otherwise, you get checkmated. So you cannot really venture too much starting to pick up pawns on this side with rook a3. You're leaving the f-file very unattended. But one more move, and I was just about to say this move, he played it. It is d4. Yes.
Wow.
So you attack me on the side, I strike back in the center.
But the king is still in the center.
It is. I'm just one move away, so I'm not too worried about it.
No fear. Wow.
I'm not too worried about that. The question is b4. Right?
That was my question.
But now I have d5.
Knight
taking
D8.
advantage of this. Knight B8 is the only move.
AB.
Knight B8 is the only move, but then I just simply take, we exchange. Well, first of all, I can take on E6 first, and then I will take on B4 as well.
No,
You're tied up. You're tied up.
This isn't what I wanted when I played B5, B4.
So B4 doesn't work. You have to go D5.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you don't have to go D5, but it's probably the best move. A4 is also an option. I would play D5
You're right.
at this point. I don't want to see D5. I don't like this pin. I'm going to strike back in the center. Just come back to your point. My king is still in the center.
Right.
So I might as well try to use that to my advantage if I am Hikaru. So I think we're going to see D5.
By the way, I think the move D5 is
Screams to be
well. Pardon me. I think the move D3, D4 is a big ask. I was surprised.
You don't believe in it?
I don't believe in it.
I was so surprised
How about
when
Hikaru?
I saw it. Yeah,
Hikaru had a reaction, a visceral reaction to D4. Let's see it on a replay. He's eyeing Betty.
doesn't believe
He
such
doesn't
a move
believe-
is possible.
He doesn't
Opening
believe.
the
Well,
center
this was
when you're...
before. This was before he played B5, I think.
Oh, sorry. So that was when he played B5, and he was looking
He was
at
just
himself.
about to play B5.
Well, he's just seen the move D4, and he help me out here, Kate. I play the French defense. So when I've got a pawns on E6 and D5, and I don't have a light squared bishop, I kind of feel good about myself. Let me play the move D5, and you're in Fabi's shoes.
You know,
What's your reaction?
the one thing I feel good about here is that one day I can capture on E5, open more the position, and I have a dark square bishop.
Right.
Right. So I would start here just castling.
Just
I'm
castling.
worried about my king. Fabi is
With
not,
good
but
reason.
I can keep that king in the center for too long.
Okay, I will take. I'm presuming
Yes,
you're
queen
gonna.
captures.
Now I'll ask the question to your queen. What are you going to do? By the way, just pointing out boldly, Captain Obvious at your service. I want to take the pawn here. If you trade queens, you straighten my structure, right?
Right. So just let's take a look at that.
Okay.
Queen captures queen.
Okay.
Pawn captures.
And now
I capture on E5 because I do want to open up the position.
fair.
Maybe rook A D1.
Rook on A1 to D1, attacking my pawn. I'll see.
C6. And black is happy the queens are off the board.
It feels like an open Spanish where I don't have. Okay, I agree. I would much prefer to see my pawn on G7 than G6. You do have the dark squared bishop, and yes, if you do land a rook on H8 or G7, I'm crying, right? But for the meanwhile, I've got a healthy majority. On a good day, who knows? Maybe I even could find an outpost from my knight. I feel like I'm satisfied with the black pieces here. Once again, we're going to do it again.
D5, castle,
castle.
pawn captures,
Yep,
queen captures,
yep,
queen D5.
Yep.
And that's why I will decide to keep the queen on the board. So queen H4.
over here. Okay.
Yes.
Because for a moment there, I couldn't believe my eyes.
I mean, take the pawn, Yasser.
Thank you.
Your birthday is coming up.
Yes. Let's celebrate early. Okay, I took a pawn and checkmate me.
Okay, I take the pawn on E5.
You know what? I'm so happy that that pawn is on E5 because I feel like you've kind of gummied up your dark squared bishop by having a pawn on E5. If your pawn was on F6, I'd be crying. Trade queens. Help.
Definitely not.
Oh, come on.
So how do we start?
Be a friend. Be a pal.
I'm thinking about bishop D4, but that's allowing a pin.
Bishop D4, B4. Yeah, I'm not so happy.
Okay.
You're probably not happy being in the pin.
No. But I don't want to capture the queen either. So queen E6, but how many pawns can I donate before
Hold on.
my position is...
What did you do?
Queen H3.
Queen H3, hitting E6, sorry. Okay. Queen H3, hitting H6.
And what I want to do is rook D1, rook D4, rook
Yes.
H4.
You're asking an awful lot there. I'll probably meet you at the pass with rook f7. You know what? Inspired by Nasi's first game, I'm going to put my knight on the beautiful defensive square f5, and I'll meet your rook d1 with rook d8.
Yeah, I just don't see how my pieces have cooperation. Well, I do actually. So rook d7.
What?
Rook ad1. I'm skipping the one move.
Okay.
I want to do.
Okay, I'll meet you with rook d8 as
Rook
advocated.
d8.
I didn't like allowing the rook d4 to h4 business, what you pointed out.
Yeah, no, this is...
I feel as a French defense player, you know, you've got the dark squared bishop, I've got the knight, I've got a good majority on the queen side. Something for Hikaru to play with, and I think it has to start with the move d6, d5.
But you know, maybe now I'm getting the idea. When you play d5, maybe I'm going to be a little brave for 2 more seconds because I want to keep my rook on the h file.
Okay.
Rook ad1.
Rook a1 to d1. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that took me aback. Just a second. Rook on a1 to d1.
Because once I castle, I just have nothing on that file.
Okay, so I kind of undouble my pawns, right?
Do I have to capture?
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I apologize. What would you...
So I'm looking at capturing on d5.
Queen takes d5. Unless you have some marvelous sacrifice.
No, not enough pieces. Okay. No, I have to recapture on d4.
Okay.
Let's capture with a pawn.
Something we saw a moment ago. I have the similar idea. I wanted to trade on e4 and put my queen on d5.
In that case, I will go first there, d5.
d5. Ooh. Suddenly you told me you don't like to do these things with your king in the center of the board.
But the pawn on e4 is hanging as well.
The pawn on e4 is hanging. Good point. Pawn on e4 is hanging. I apologize. The pawn on e4 is hanging. Okay, then it means I really have to do something like this. Again, we're going to play one of these middle game positions of either it's a great bishop or it's a lousy bishop. You know, put the bishop on f6, it's a champion's bishop. Put the bishop on c1. And it's like, I once had a Thor, a god. It was a knight versus bad bishop against Anatoly Karpov. Think of a winner French, where Anatoly, world champion at the time, had a bishop on f6, which was great. I had a knight on c4.
Okay.
And I was castled queenside. And there was no attack whatsoever. And he made a draw, literally a piece down.
Wow.
I was like, oh, the one that got away. This is a lovely middle game, strategic middle game. I like Hikaru's chances after d5. I can understand why people prefer the bishop.
Well,
over to you.
There is
Let's
one
go.
very particular reason why
Please.
I think the bishop is to be preferred in this one.
Let's do it.
There is this forced line, take,
Yes.
and c4.
We did not consider that, no?
Yes, c4 is very forced. If you do take,
yes,
and take twice, I have rooks to c1, you have to go to d5.
Yes,
I continue with rook to c5, and I do get my pawn back. Now you have to go queen to d7. Queen d6 is already lost after queen h4.
Right.
Very important move. Queen to h4, rook to f7, and queen to e4. Really nice. Really nice. So you're forcing
It's
the rook
like
to go
you're
on
playing a violin or something.
Exactly, exactly. And now you have to go rook to
E6.
e6, but then I just take on e5, and you can understand the quality of the pieces favor white,
Yes,
clearly.
your
Right?
rook is
You're on the
nice.
defensive.
Wow,
Yes.
but this move c4, this is
That was
very difficult move to
It's-
consider.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
I think he's seen it. I think he's seen it because, and I think Hikaru sees it as well because this is very forced, right? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You're giving up just a pawn. And you know, after rook to c1, there's only one move. After rook to c5, you can start understanding probably you're going to go all the way to d7. And
Right.
then I take on e5, and at least I reestablish the material balance
Right.
in the position.
But we were looking at, yes, thank you.
Big question.
Yeah.
Yes. How is this one? You
How
get
to- how to
f5, you get
judge.
d5. How do you judge this one?
Right.
That is the big question. I will go probably queen to c4. I understand you go knight to d5. And now I try to save my bishop. I have activity.
Yes.
I have weaknesses to attack.
Yes.
But you have an absolutely brilliant knight on d5.
Exactly.
Right.
Plugging
So,
up.
How do you assess this position? This is the key. The engine is saying that white is better.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure if from a practical perspective I would
If it's
agree
an
with the
enough-
engine.
yeah, yeah.
Yes. This knight on d5 strategically is such a powerful piece, right?
Right.
And going to any endgame, you can start seeing ideas of rook f5, picking at your pawns as
Right.
well.
Hello.
So this one is very complex, and I think it's going to stay that way for the next few moves.
Thank you, Cristian. For those of you joining us late, you've missed the party.
The first game of the rapid match. Levon Aronian won against Sevian. Definitely it did not look like that.
Not in
but
style.
he just managed to trick him. And Irina Krush defeated
story.
Nazi Paikidze. Again, it was not looking very well for her the whole game, but at the end, she just took advantage of Nazi's mistake.
And that's exactly what it is. As they get ready for game 2 of the Rapid, it is, as you've just seen, Nazi will need to win to force a blitz playoff.
And before we start that, we do have an update in Hikaru's game. He played a4.
A4.
Not
no
d5, none of that. a4, perhaps because he was a bit reluctant allowing that move c4. I think this is what he saw. He played the move a4. It's a good move because now after b4, now you go d5.
And no more c4.
No more c4.
That's clever.
Take no more c4, right? This is nice.
Yeah.
I think this is a good idea because now the tension will stay. The tension will stay like this. I will play rook to d1, rook to e1, and black is going to do rook a to d8, maybe rook to f7 if you really need to set up the 7th rank. This one is going to be a long middle game, but our rapids are just about to start.
They, in fact, are underway, as you were just saying. I don't have the Sam Sevian.
I think we don't have the games yet.
Not on our...
So-
Oh, because they haven't started yet. Then. Well, we do have
Nazi
knight
already
f3 and
started
knight f6.
with
Okay.
Irina Krush. And we see b3. Wow. So Nazi is going to try to fianchetto her bishop.
Taking a page out of Hikaru's book, maybe out of Arena's book as well. I mean, sometimes you study your opponent's games and you think to yourself, I like what they're doing. I will use it against them. Knight f3, knight f6, b3. Wonderful story. Borislav Ivkov was going to play a candidates match against Bent Larsen. And before his candidate match, Bent Larsen played f2, f4 for like 3 tournaments in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And Ivkov studied the bird's opening, and Bent Larsen never played f4 in the candidates match against Ivkov. Ivkov was so disgusted he played f4 himself because he'd been studying the
so
bird.
much I cannot just waste that knowledge.
Exactly.
How did it finish the game?
Ben Larsen won the match. But b2, b3. And okay, we understand. Bishop b2 and keep the pieces on the board and try to outfox your opponent. That's what Nazi's up to. And I'm sure she's going to play c2, c4 right about now and probably follow it up with the double fianchetto, what I would call the Barca opening, the double fianchetto.
And if you are curious about the opening of the game of Sam Sevian
We can go there.
and Levon Aronian, let's take a look. And it's Hungarian defense.
Who could have guessed?
That's the
Who?
weapon of Levon Aronian.
Who
And
could
even
have
Hikaru
guessed?
Nakamura in this tournament.
It's funny because that's just the very game that we've just watching between Hikaru and Fabi. This
If Sam continues with h4, Levon can just look at the monitor,
Right.
see how Hikaru responded, and do the same thing.
exactly. So we're in this position, bishop e6, where once again those of you joining us late, knight to d5 was essayed today and previously by Fabiano, and will Sam do the same. Again, Sam very, very unlucky to lose the first game. He must win with the white pieces. And
very painful loss for Sam because yes, he was pushing. But now, when you look at his tournament, he was much worse against Ray Robson, against Lenier Dominguez, and he was the one there to take advantage of tactical tricks.
Wow, some very surprising trades. Again, just because of the nature of the match, where you have to win, these trades of two minor pieces, Sam's playing for what I would describe as the most minuscule advantage of. Well, look at this.
H4.
It almost looks like
he's playing the same game like Bobby.
Right?
Yeah.
He's
trying the same thing.
Eyeballing knight g5, but isn't he like a tempo or two behind? After queen d7, knight g5, I'm under no obligation to capture the knight.
No, I don't think he's going to go for knight g5. I think the knight stays on f3 at least for the moment.
Queen d6, not queen d7, queen d6 by Levon. Levon saying, well, is it a threat? I don't know.
That could be a pawn.
Thank you. Beautiful word. Potentially.
And c3. Sam is saying, you know what? I don't want your queen to be invading.
Okay.
Before.
C2, C3. Now, sometimes you can overdo it. All you need is a draw, and you think to yourself, if I take off queens, I can get a draw. But at the same time, you're kind of ruining.
Do you want to have a doubled pawn in the center and allow your opponent to control the d file?
Not really.
So Levon is playing d4.
d5, d4 by Levon, and Levon saying, help me. Undouble my pawn. I would be very grateful if you were to capture. No, says Sam, I will retreat. And I guess Sam didn't like retreating to d2 because that would temporarily leave him in a situation where
he
he'd
has
be
to recapture with the bishop and still have the pawns disconnected.
Exactly. So Sam went all the way back, and now I'm imagining rook to d8. And if we see rook to d8, remember again the game of Lenier Dominguez and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru managed to bring his knight to the beautiful square c5, and he won a classical game. Bishop
with a
c1
beautiful
on the board.
sacrifice on d3.
Yeah. Cristian, I'm going to bring you into our lovely conversation that we've been having. What's going on?
Well, it does seem that this whole d5, d4 idea is favoring white after bishop to c1.
Favoring white.
Favoring white, yes, this development. What's your next move? Is my
Okay,
question.
I'm an idiot. I take on c3.
You do take on c3, okay.
And I go rook d8.
And you go rook to d8, king to e2?
And that was my question. Yeah, I've provoked your king on e2.
Doesn't really matter that much. You don't have anything to attack it with. You need this knight to go all the way to f4 to even give that check.
Right.
And at that point, I take back on f4. So you don't have enough firepower to disturb my king on e2.
But can I transfer the knight from c6 to c5? So
you can, but this is already
Bishop
bad.
a3. Bishop a3 is coming for white.
Bishop a3 ideas.
Yeah.
Queen to b3. At some point, I will go.
So I can't be.
This is in fact pretty bad.
Brutal. I can't be crude.
No. You have to stay. And I do think we have some moves. Yes, rook a d8 and rook to d7.
King e2. No captures.
No captures.
So Sam has just said, my king belongs in the middle of the board.
Yep. Queen to c2.
I've learned my lessons.
He's trying probably to go rook to d1. And then he's saying, hey, how do you move this knight? Once you move it, then I might be thinking about taking on d4 so that I force you to take with the pawn and I have some activity on the c file. It's one of those quiet positions, but it does seem like Sam is on 25 minutes and 44 seconds. Sam has had potentially this position at home. He just left the board. He just left the board. I think he knows. I think he's seen this position before.
Well,
this must be his preparation.
I mean,
in which case, this is pretty deep preparation and very good preparation as well.
I just want to say, modern 23rd century chess. put your king in the middle of the board, invite your opponent to attack.
Don't connect the rooks.
Don't connect the rooks. Whatever you do, undevelop your pieces. Put your bishop out there only to retreat it
Play
to the square.
H4, A4.
Because that's what you do. Play on the flanks. What?
On both of them.
What? Simultaneously. You never have to worry. A very different approach. What's happening in Fabi's game with Hikaru?
Not that
Cristian?
much. Not that much has happened. Maybe we can check it on your board as
Okay.
well. There is pretty much only one move that has happened since D5 did come. No surprise there because we kind of understood.
Well, we do
You're
have-
provoking the idea of B4 so that White doesn't have the move C4.
We
Now
did
D5
include
D4.
A5, A4
Correct.
in the game of Fabi.
Correct.
When we left it, A4,
Yes.
B4, D5, Rook D1. So there was no C4 breaks.
No C4
I'm imagining Rook to D8.
Rook to D8 seems to be a very good move.
my
Castle.
Castle.
No castling.
Oh,
We
you don't
don't
want a castle.
No, King E2.
King E2.
This is not the same position. This is not the same
Okay,
position.
we do want a castle.
Let's see how bad it is. It's not even that bad.
No way.
not even that bad.
It's not even.
You're not losing or anything like that.
That's remarkable.
But you
I
probably
would-
should castle.
Okay, castles.
Well, the thing is, whenever you castle, you also have ideas of F4. I think in this specific iteration, with the pawn already on G6
Yeah.
and the weak king, the pawn is already on G5, F4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we
Agreed.
open more
Makes a lot of sense.
files for the rooks, and the
Right.
bishop can get
Yeah.
more action.
That's why after rook D8, you probably want to go castle.
You
It's still a tense position. Very,
Yes.
very tense position.
Wow. Somehow this my queen vis-a-vis this rook, it doesn't make a good impression. I thinking about queen to D7. Maybe if you take my pawn, I would probably take with the rook with the idea of playing queen F5.
So Yasser, how do you feel after I capture? No, this is good.
Oh,
Queen
sorry.
F7.
Queen F7.
I mean, castle first.
yes,
White.
of course. Castles first for Fabi. And queen F7.
And now I'm thinking I capture on E5.
Capture on E5. So that's a tempo against your queen.
Queen G3.
Okay, pause, because I can't resist. I'm looking at a
Bishop C5.
bishop C5. Sad, that's a tempo. You know, how good is my A pawn? Is it worth an exchange?
It's a pretty good pawn.
No, it's a pretty good exchange too. It's not going away. It's not going away. So, all right, rook E8. Again, I see a lot of dark square weaknesses around, and I can imagine that if you could get a rover, a bishop on F6, you could go bishop D4, bishop F6.
But you want to capture my pawn on A3.
I do.
I don't want to give you that pawn, and rook
Please.
A1 just looks so ugly.
Give me the pawn.
Yeah.
Give me something.
So capturing in the center, probably we don't want to make these trades because we are just helping black to just manage the position. I mean, now even your rook on E8 is perfect.
Yeah, you actually push me to
I wanted to
the-
improve my bishop, but what
you
I
did.
managed to is actually, yes, improve my bishop, but improve your position a lot. No, we have to go back.
You're happy, I'm happy, everybody's happy. We have to go back. This is the current position, rook d8 on the board. We're anticipating Fabi castling, and then I don't know if queen f7 is best. I don't know if capturing on d4 works, but it's light squares versus dark squares, and both players, in a sense, are masters of the dark squares in the case of Fabi, light squares in the case of Hikaru. Clock
Castle is
times?
possible, also rook d2, I'm thinking. Just waiting here, clock time. Fabi, 24 minutes, Hikaru, 43 minutes. So 20
That's a
minutes
2-1?
advantage.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry, you were saying rook d2?
I really want to still keep the king in the center. I don't want to move the king to e2 because then I ruin my chances to castle, but I like my rook on the h file. And with rook d2, I'm just thinking maybe queen g3 and put more pressure on your pieces.
Okay, I will trade.
I
You will
capture.
trade. I will use my e-pawns that were doubled as a battering ram. I'm going after your queen. Queen trades, I'm hoping, will assist me.
Okay, but
Yes.
queen h4.
Queen
like
h.
I want the position to open.
Well, you're going to get it.
Just one move away from castle.
Okay, you're going to get it. Okay. The position is opening.
Bishop captures.
Okay, pause. Because rook to e8. Okay, just I'll fall for it.
Bishop c3.
No
That was
checkmates.
the idea. Nothing here.
No checkmates that I can see, for the moment at least. As long as I stop queen takes g6, sacrifices.
And how do you feel if I capture now your rook? Rook takes d8.
Rook takes d8.
And I castle.
I feel like I'm a pawn up.
You are pawn up.
Yes.
On e4.
Yes.
I have the diagonal.
Yes. But you always had a good bishop. Nothing happened. I just managed to trade some pieces. I don't know, Kate. This is one of those positions. Oops. I did something wrong. Oh, I went to the game of Arena.
Let's go there.
Okay, as it just turns out, again, Nasi has to win. She lost the first game in the mini match of 2 games, 2 rapid games, and it's funny because it almost feels like this is a Caro Khan, but I know Nasi likes the Caro Khan as black. And Irina, like they're playing opposite ends of the board. D7, D5. Well, in these positions, don't ask me twice. I would drop a knight in on the E5 square and invite, what you might call the furtherance.
Irina is once again not at the board.
Diagonal. Not at the board.
Not at the board. Okay, much better time situation.
Yeah, Nazi has only 15 minutes and Irina 22.
Really? Oh my goodness, what's going on? That is a big time difference they haven't even played 10 moves, right?
And maybe we can refresh everybody's memory. Nazi Paikidze right now in a must-win situation to stay in the tournament. She loses this one. This is the elimination bracket. She gets out of the competition.
Knight d2, okay. The only reason I was anxious myself to play the move knight e5 is I really feel that this bishop I like the bishops, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like this light square bishop, I'm kind of happy to get a situation where suddenly this bishop is on its long diagonal and the knight is in the center of the board. Maybe on a good day I can swing it over to the f5 square, and also rook to c8 and use the c file. In other words, I liked knight e5 to not allow bishop to g4. And I think knight d2 might have just given Irina that half tempo that she needs to get at equal position or
she doesn't need to win Irina. Again, she can just make a draw, and that's enough for her because she defeated Nazi in their first game.
How would you evaluate this position yourself, Kate? Would you prefer to play? Yeah. Ooh, bishop f5. Okay, I can't guess the lady's moves. Bishop f5. Okay, she's thinking maybe on a good day she will play knight to b4.
Plus rook c8 also
rook
to
c8.
Put as much pressure on that open file or semi-open file.
Makes sense. Okay. Bishop f5. Okay.
So what do you as Nazi? Rook c1?
Um,
Thinking about playing c4 in the future?
Exactly. If I'm going to play c4, I probably would rather have my pawn on a3 than my rook on c1. In other words, a3, and if I have a dream, the dream is to play c4, c5, b4. Yeah? So a3, rook c8, let's say. Let's say rook e1.
Because you want to hide the bishop, right? Maybe bishop f1 before you put
play c4.
That pawn to c4.
That's right, precisely. You nailed it. Okay. And again, you're saying that Nasi's clock is, she
has 13 minutes, 40
severely
seconds.
down. Yeah.
And Internet Crash 22 minutes.
Yeah. Nasi put herself in a very awkward position because she lost the first game from a winning position. Yikes. And she is facing elimination against the 8-time U.S. Women's Champion. Bishop takes C6 after Bishop F5. Okay, I like that. Again, she has to win the game. So let's imbalance the position.
Yes.
Takes,
Let's
takes.
capture the knight, put the knight to the center, knight e5.
Gift me the pawn. Rook c8.
Rook c8.
Okay.
Queen c7 possibly, but rook c8.
Now, should I shift? On one moment, the bishop on b2 was looking at the long diagonal. Here, I'm trying to stop c5, and maybe on a good day, harass the pawn on e7.
So I may go now knight d7, offering a trade. And thinking maybe I want to push that c5 pawn.
Munch.
Queen takes.
Munch. Yay, I've got my outpost.
Let's go e5.
Sacrificing an exchange.
Maybe not. Rook e8. Let's go rook e8.
But I like the enterprising style.
You convinced me very quickly. You convinced me very quickly.
I don't know. I mean, nothing really exceptional about this position.
Bishop g4.
Yeah, nothing exceptional about the position.
And then e5 seems like it's very close to equality.
Very, very, very close, for sure. I'm going to
c7 on the board.
I'm going to shift over to the game of Levon Aronian, our defending champion. He is enjoying the fact that
he won the first game.
He won the first game
with some luck,
with a great deal,
luck.
With a great dosage.
But
King e2, Rook d7, Queen c2, b6, Rook a3.
The best ones
F7.
are always getting lucky somehow.
It's so true. It is so true.
And you can still see that Levon is trying to keep his time advantage. 21 minutes compared to Sam, who has 15 minutes on the clock.
It worked for him in the first game.
If you forgive me, I have no idea what Sam is doing. I really am confused. I don't like what my knight is doing on c6, so let me...
He already played bishop e7.
He already played
Bishop e7 is on the board.
I was about to say, what is the rook doing here?
I think he wants to go to b5.
Rook to b5. So...
Well, with the knight on c6, he wants to ice that knight on c6 to the defense of the pawn on e5.
And I was kind of like worried that the knight on c6 didn't have a future. On d7, however, I think the future is very bright. I'm going to go c6 and knight to c5, some kind of move order. That did not happen because instead, Levon, bless his heart, is thinking about rook takes f3. I love those exchange sacrifices on c3 and f3. Levon does as well.
So if I go rook b5, it looks very artificial.
That is true. Artificial doesn't even come close.
Oh, I guess knight a7 just forces more or less some sort of a repetition. You cannot take on e5 with the rook because the rook takes f3.
Exactly. Exactly. Rook a1 to a3 to b3
I
to
just
b5.
don't see what...
Are
As
you
you said,
kidding me?
what is Sam trying to accomplish
I think
here?
he just needs to go back. Rook a3. save that rook as fast as possible.
Rook a3, rook a1.
I go rook h3. I would probably be tempted to play rook h3 just because I am actually.
The problem is,
genuinely
you give me
worried.
one more move, I go queen d7, and I'm not sure how that rook is getting back.
Rook h3
Rook
on the board.
h3. You know, I genuinely am concerned about a future rook f3.
And now after queen d7, how do you bring that rook from b3 back?
It might be on a one-way ticket, a one-way journey. Queen d7.
He's just staying there for a long time.
So Levon is saying, the bishop on f6, it did its job. He wants to put his bishop on c5. Who can blame him, right? The knight is tethered.
He also really wants to stop the rook from going back to a3 and a1.
Exactly. And the knight is tethered to f3. You can't move the knight without costing yourself the f2 pawn with check. So he wants to go bishop to c5. and then figure out where the black queen is going to go. I don't like this position for Sam.
Me neither. I mean,
it's just
I just don't see like playing just move like g4. Like
no.
What the pawns are just not going to accomplish anything there.
No.
So how do you activate your queen from c2?
Exactly. Probably you start thinking about king f1, queen e2. Not that I have a clear conception of what I'm doing with myself. By the way, the pawn on a4 is beginning to look a little isolated as well, right? I mean, maybe you want to play bishop c5, and again, because the knight is tethered, move your knight, take a pawn. And these gentlemen have gone deep into the tournament. In fact, the players that we're seeing have gone deep into the tournament. How did they get here, Kate?
So when we started with Levon Aronian, the first match he won against Sam Sevian in the champions bracket.
Right.
But then Levon got eliminated by Lanier Dominguez,
right,
I believe.
And falling
to the elimination bracket. Here, he won against Wesley So. Wesley So yesterday just fell asleep.
He did.
And
he forfeited on time.
And Levon continued here in the champions bracket. Sam Sevian, he lost the first match against Levon Aronian, so he immediately went to the elimination bracket. But look at that. Here, he won against Ray Robson with a little bit of luck in the playoffs.
Right.
Then he defeated Lanier Dominguez.
Yep.
And now he is here playing Levon Aronian.
For the ladies, their elimination. Oh, we'll come back when we get to the ladies. And Sam has played
Bishop E1. Actually, this is a move I considered for the reason to move the king to the queen side. Yes? Why are you looking at me like that, Yasser? You said you want to play bishop c5 and target the pawn on f2. So I'm keeping an eye on that pawn.
He's just played knight e7. So wait a minute.
Why not? Knight e7, knight g6.
Knight e7, knight g6. Because I just saw you wanted to
recapture twice there. Also, the queen is looking at a4 pawn.
Greedily, I might add. Why not?
Yeah, I don't think you can take that pawn on d4.
White's pieces are really disorganized.
They're so weird. I mean, rook a3, rook b3, rook h3, bishop e1. What is this?
Okay, can I have a go?
Yes.
Takes. What do you do? If you take, just for argument's sake,
I might start with knight g6.
I'm trying to weird it up, right?
Sure. Let's try starting with knight g6. Rook b5 was played anyway.
Knight to g6, and you're targeting this square. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Knight f4.
Yeah, and the question is after knight f4, how is this position?
I know you wanted to go to queen side.
I think the rook. Rook is good.
Rook is good? Okay.
Good.
Bishop is good. Rook and bishop.
Queen takes d6.
Queen takes d6. I don't like this position.
I mean,
it's
down.
strange, but none of this will happen anyway.
Because
he played rook b5.
What is my rook doing on b5?
Well, you were asking what he's doing with that rook on
blocking.
b3.
I have no idea what Sam has been doing the last few. Okay, so
he's being creative.
Yes, he's
you can
creating
continue with knight g6. That's one option.
Artistic. Well, guess what? I mean, I'm coming back to defend the f4 square. Although I must say, I understand h5 knight f4 check. Maybe king f1?
Knight f4?
Yeah, I think I can live with the knight on f4 for however temporary it is. I am thinking about rook takes, and yes, knight takes as well. The clock time's a factor in this one, Kate.
So Sam has 12 minutes, Levon 18 minutes.
As you can see on the clock, I'm sure our production team is trying to cause premature blindness. I mean, it's hard, those digital display clocks. It's not like the NBA where you can see a clock by, like 6 feet by 6 feet. And they say that they make the clock really big in the NBA for the players. Well, how about for the commentators? Jump in, Cristian. What do you have for us in the other elimination?
Not that much. Not that much. I'm just looking at all of the games. I'm trying to
Please.
bird's eye view all of the games. Statev still in a worse position against Alice Lee. Not that much has changed. You still don't have a clear way of making any progress as
Right.
white. I understand you have a weakness to work against, but how do you bring another attacker to that? And what I'm seeing is that black will be able to open things up if they want to. Now, Nazi Paikidze, still worse position, especially after this beautiful move, knight to g4. I really like this one. You want to exchange pieces? I don't see it.
Do it
for
on
Nazi.
my terms.
I don't see it for Nazi right now. I mean, you can take, I can even take on g4 first, and then take on b2. I'm exchanging the pieces based on the fact that, look, if I make a draw, I advance. That's
Right.
it.
That's
I
all
kick
I
you out
need.
of the tournament. That's
Yeah.
all I need, right? I'm not looking for an advantage with white. You, as white, the onus is on you to try to find something in the position. I don't see it. Now, this is what's happening in the ladies section. Fabi just played the move castle,
Yay.
like a couple of minutes ago.
Fantastic.
He doesn't have a lot of time left, only 15 minutes, so keep an eye on that as the time ticks down. 37 minutes for Hikaru, definitely a time advantage with a very tense position. And of course, we're going back to the same crazy position with the rook on b5, rook on h3. Right now, Levon is dominating. Levon is dominating and only needs a draw to advance in the loser's bracket. So definitely looking good for Levon.
Exactly. Well, again, that threat of knight f4 so strong, it's induced
Probably bishop to
to d2
Yes.
to protect the f square. Levon is dominating on the clock.
Yes,
As well.
Levon
Yes,
has
he's been playing
6
very,
minutes
very, very
advantage.
quickly.
So.
Okay. Now, if you're in his shoes, how do you continue?
So I'm looking at that knight f4, but I have to be careful because my pawn on d4 is now not guarded. So let's go with bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Can we?
Okay.
Oh, but maybe now we go h5.
Yeah, then you will jump and I will take it. So, which is what I want.
Yes, and you have actually, then you finish off if I capture with the pawn with the fork or if I capture with the rook.
There is f2. So once again, the knight is stuck. The most desirable thing you could ever want, knight takes e4, e5 has a huge drawback. And he's played knight f4.
Play
Let's
knight
just see.
f4 immediately.
And we've got takes. And again, this rook on b5 just makes a simply woeful impression. It's just not doing anything. This knight cannot move. It's literally game over if you touch that knight.
But now white has some rook g3, rook g5.
Rook g3. I'm always like I'm dreaming of rook takes f3. Like this would just be awesome, right? Like we don't even have to look any further than that.
Okay, but what if now I go pawn captures d4
Take. Okay.
and rook b to g5? That rook was
Finally. Wow. Okay, it came across the board. Well done. I mean, that just like, okay, that was good. So it means that I think they made a movie about a cat that traveled across the United States. That traveled across the United States
That is an
1,000
interesting
miles and was reunited with the family, right? This rook on A1 went to A3 to B3 to B5 to G5 and traveled across country. That's the way I would look at it. How do you got your rook to G5 is remarkable.
Sounds like a Carissa story.
That was pretty good. For those of you who missed it, that interview yesterday with Carissa was a remarkable one. Takes. I think the players are reaching our position. And the rook, which has been stuck, I want to say, offsides, remarkably,
I mean, I understand
could get back
Levon
in the
is
game.
trying to make moves very quickly, but this move, knight f4, I wasn't a big fan of.
I would have waited for h5 as well. I definitely would have. And somebody was putting their bishop on c5. I think it was me, but just to stop that rook from coming across. Takes. Come on, Sam, rook g5 again.
But rook g5, bishop e7, what do you do?
I don't know, but at least I just have this feeling that I've rescued my rook from purgatory.
I thought about starting with rook g3. Why not to start, in our analysis, we started with rook g3, not with rook g5.
Right. I think bishop c5 would have cut me off. So but bishop e7, legit move, no question. I guess I'm coming back to g3.
G3 is better than b3 or b5.
Definitely. But I had no idea what Sam wanted with his rook on b3 or b5 in the first place. So rook g5 on the board, bishop e7 on the board. We're anticipating but it's a question. Will Sam move his rook back?
But there's nowhere else.
Why? Rook g3?
Nowhere else to put it.
Oh. Okay.
You can go to e5, but then I can just repeat the moves.
He has played rook to e5. Remember?
Now I can go bishop d6, right?
Yes.
And we repeat the moves. I'm happy with that.
A draw.
All I need is a draw.
Fabulous outcome for Levon.
I'm not even looking at trying to find something better than that.
No.
Prove it yourself. I mean,
Can I
bishop
go
d6, rook
h5?
g5, bishop e7.
What about bishop d6, rook h5?
But he could have done this before, right?
Queen e8. I'm a little bit worried about knight g5 options. I don't know. Queen e8. Where's your rook going?
Maybe I can go h6 to stop you from going with all this rook g5 nonsense. I'm just going to go h6 and then queen e8.
From the current position, you mean?
No, after bishop d6, rook h5.
H6.
I'm trying to trap your rook, yes.
Fair.
Levon is like, okay, show me. Bishop d6, bishop e7. You want to make a draw? We'll make a draw. You have to go rook g3.
To go rook g3. Otherwise, after
the match
you go
situation.
one more time to g5, and it is the third time.
That's the thing. Levon is not interested in trying to find the quick win. He just wants to make a draw if he can.
Hey, it's all about elimination. And just to remind everybody, the winner of this game will go up against the loser of the
champions bracket,
Nakamura, and that match will determine the two finalists.
And Sam Sevian, 9 minutes on his clock, while Levon 15 minutes.
Sam is thinking, do I put the rook back to b5 where it originally came from, or rook h5? Okay, I am very, very confused. I'm thinking this rook is getting trapped. Why isn't it getting trapped, Kate? Why can't I play c5, h6, and queen e8, trapping the rook?
Okay, c5.
Let's do it.
So I go rook g3.
Again, this knight is not moving because we've already determined. Queen e8. Give me the rook.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Rook h6. Survived. And queen c4, my next move.
You get a temporary, a very, very, very temporary reprieve. Okay, bishop f6. With all my being, I want to capture this rook. Cristian, as we're looking at this, we think Sam's in a bit of spot of trouble. What have you got for us?
Sam is still trying to find a place for that rook.
He is.
You're expecting it to find its home, its way back home.
Kate was proud of rook h6.
Not yet. Let's go back to Fabiano versus Hikaru just to get an around the horn castle was played, and now he's thinking. He's thinking most likely about the simplifications after e takes d4, c takes d4, take on e4, and then put a rook on f5. The question is, okay, which one is the worst out of the two, out of the three perhaps weaknesses in the position? The pawn on e6, the pawn on d4, maybe the pawn on g5 as well. And the answer is somewhere in between.
We don't know.
It's more or less equal. It's still very, very much in the balance. 28 minutes against 15 minutes for Fabiano. This is what's happening in the open section. In the women's section, Nazi Paikidze is struggling right now. It's looking really good for Irina. Very simplified position. The bishop, equal pawns on both sides of the board, and also the cooperation between the rook and the bishop is considered to be better than the rook and the knight. So this one, if Irina is not slightly better, it's very close to equality anyway. So not much is happening in this one. And Tatev Abrahamian.
Yeah, this is an interesting one.
Knight to d1, bishop to a5, and queen to a3 was played again. It's one of those tense positions. But at least Tatev is getting something against the pawn on c5, right? If you do decide to go bishop to b6, that seems a bit passive. I can go knight to b2. I can transfer the knight to a4. This is my dream. I want to get this knight to a4 and continue attacking the pawn on c5. We do have a move. It is d4. Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wow.
That is shocking.
That leaves a lot of great squares for the knight.
That's a lot of weaknesses. So now I just go back.
Right?
Oh my goodness.
Bishop
This has changed in one move right now.
Bishop takes d2.
You probably have take on d2, but then what? Okay, you take this. I go queen a5.
Queen a5. I like
This
Tatev's
is starting to
chances.
look good for Tatev. Yes, this is starting to look good for Tatev.
Knight b2 to c4.
d4 was a
c5.
big opportunity by Alice. Alice leaning back in the chair. She feels confident, but this is not a good move. From a better position strategically, right now, you're in a much worse situation. You will take the pawn on f3, but you're losing all of your weaknesses on the other side, on the queen side.
Wow.
Good chance for Tatev. If she wins this one, and she needs to win this one,
To force
then
a
she will
playoff.
force the playoffs. Yes. Otherwise, she's
Woohoo.
relegated to the elimination bracket.
And it's remarkable that Alice kept her knight on g6 this whole time, because that knight...
Queen e2. There you go. There you have it. And she's playing
this-
fast.
And by the way, I couldn't help but notice, but a slight wry smile there by Tata.
Oh, she's happy.
As
right?
yeah, she
She's
just
happy.
kind of a little bit of a good feeling suddenly. Queen to d5. No. I really don't like. I'm going to bring
I understand
that.
what Alice is thinking. She's saying, I'm forcing d4 your queen to retreat. I'm improving my queen.
That's what. But look at all the squares she's given up by that move.
Yeah,
d5,
and anytime
d4.
you capture on f3, there will always be this target on c5.
Well, here I'm dreaming of occupying the e4 square. So may I gift me your bishop?
I have to go back, bishop d7.
Give me this beautiful, absolutely gorgeous square, knight e4s. What a central outpost.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm a pawn grabber. I just want you to know.
And I mean, if you look at now the minor pieces on the board, this white knight on e4, the bishop on a3, they're just great. Even the knight on d2. Yes, it is pinned right now, but anytime we move the rook, if you don't decide to capture it, I can go to c4.
Absolutely. Knight on g6 has suddenly become very, very passive. Bystander, remember that bishop that was clogging things up? It's gone, making h2, h4, h5 a possibility. Suddenly, real opportunity is knocking for Tatev. Will she find?
She just played
Knight
the move,
f2.
knight f2.
And clock time's a factor in this one?
So 11 minutes for Tatev, 31 minutes for Alice.
3 to 1? Did I just hear
Yes.
that right? 3 to 1 time advantage. But suddenly, Tatev's is looking at the best position she's seen since the opening. You know, her opening move, 1e4, knight f2. That's
Since
a
the
tempo.
beginning of this match.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a tempo against the bishop. Remember how she was, with rook g1, she wanted to get rid of that light squared bishop. Finally, and is the promised land. Look at this beautiful outpost in the middle of the board, attacking
No, this is looking
real
very
opportunity.
well for Tatev.
Real opportunity to come back in this match. She needs a victory to force a playoff. And right now, well, she's just happy. And let's refresh how these ladies got here. Champions bracket, Kate?
So when we look at Alice Lee, she first started by winning against Nazi Paikete, then really important match against Irina Krush, and now she's facing Tatev Abrahamian. She won yesterday, so she is in a very good position, but maybe she positionally blundered right now. And Tatev Abrahamian,
Beautiful path. Look at who she beat to get here.
Extremely strong players, 2 US champions, and Tatev Abrahamian, she won also against US champion Anna Zatonsky and then against Carissa Yip.
They're the number 1 seed and the current US women's champion, so Tatev is like, you know what, I really like this American Cup 2025 edition. Knight F2, and she is putting some pressure against Alice Lee. In the elimination bracket, we just know that Irina Krush is enjoying a point lead, and she has a slightly better ending. A draw gets her, well, keeps her in the tournament and will eliminate Nasi. She's just played a very good move, rook to d8.
Knight to c7.
Knight to c7. I'm imagining rook to d2. Oh, let me get to that.
Whoa, rook takes c7. Oh, that's a piece. And resignation comes on the board.
Oh, wow, there was
rook
a
takes
back
c7
rank
and
checkmate.
there's a back rank checkmate. Irina moves on to the elimination bracket finals.
That happened fast. I didn't even get to bring the position up on my board.
She forgot to make a luft, a space for her king to escape, and knight c7 was swiftly met with rook takes c7. And take a look, there's a smile on Irina's face. She's happy.
Oops.
Once again, makes it to a finals.
But
it's the elimination brackets finals, but still a finals.
But this blunder from Nasi was really the blunder of the previous game.
Yes.
She wouldn't be playing this whole setup. She played a beautiful game in the first game. She was winning, blundered, and ended up losing from a winning position.
Let's go back to Sam Sevian versus
2-0 for Irina. Irina moves on. We're going to go back to the Sam Sevian game, and we're going to refresh.
So guess what? The rook
It's
made a journey to the king side, but it
went halfway
back to the queen side.
It didn't go fully across country.
How was the story with the cat?
The cat made it. The cat was beautiful. So somewhere over the Rocky Mountains, the rook on b5 got all the way home. By the way, that rook is stuck. Sometimes these studies can be really, really beautiful, right? Mm-hmm. Where the pieces are placed in such a way that they lose their strength. This rook on b3 is terrible. Now,
out of the first 30-something moves, 12 moves were made with that rook. I just counted them. 12 moves with that rook starting from a1.
There was Gibraltar, the Gibraltar Open, and there was a game that Hikaru Nakamura, and I'm not joking, as black, he moved his queen like 7 times out of 9 in the opening. You know, like, it was like, what?
That's a lot. That's usually, what every beginner is taught. Do not
do
move
this.
one piece too many times.
And he was justified, which was really crazy. Okay, by the way, a very strange sequence just happened. Rook f6. I was almost absolutely convinced that e5 for black, I just wanted to defend this pawn on d4, followed by rook f6 was going to be played. Levon played rook f8, f6
You
first.
can't really capture the pawn now with the knight because I will always be able to recapture on f2.
And that would be curtains.
Be just the end for your king.
So
you see the king is going to the queen side.
Yeah, you were right. You predicted it quite a number of moves ago. King c1 on the board. I think this position is actually strategic dominance for Levon. I think he's completely winning. G6, E5. Like, just tell me what you're going to do as white. Do you have an active plan?
That rook is so sad.
This rook is stuck. The knight is stuck. You told me just now, a moment ago, you can't move the knight.
That's the thing. All I can do is like king g7, king h7 if I want, and I still don't know what to do.
Your rook on h3.
You have no moves.
Exactly. That's why I say I really like Levon's situation a great deal. E5
on the board.
Yes, why not? Why not?
And again, if I play g6 and go king h7, king g7, king h7.
You know what I want? I want to go knight g5.
Okay.
Look at that. Knight g5, pawn captures, and rook h3 checkmate.
Okay.
Good for you.
Okay, very
But
nice.
first of all, it's not checkmate. I've got king g6.
Then you need to go rook g6 now.
Okay. You need my help. And now I understand.
And
okay.
even
this is not checkmate, but
I'm not sure
okay.
you're better. That rook on b3 is definitely not worth
do you
more
have
than
a
my bishop on
checkmate?
c5.
Okay, but this is... Okay, all fun apart. Yes, I cannot do this now, but I see something there.
Oh,
This is something to hope for.
Okay. I mean, you got me.
So king b1.
A whole...
Great move.
You're attacking with rook and knight. I see it. But yes,
Very dangerous.
the queen is patrolling a g6.
He's going towards d1. Yes, king d1, king c1.
The march of the lemming. King to a2. But again, I'm just asking you what you would do to try to
Should
win.
we
I don't know.
exchange the
This-
queens?
This rook on b3 is just terrible.
Truly.
It is, yeah.
It really is. Queen e6, yes, that feels like one prospect. But I like this for Levon. I want to go to the Hikaru Nakamura game for just a moment because, funnily enough, things are heating up over there, right? We do have time being an issue for Fabi.
Fabiano, 11 minutes, 30 seconds.
And the position blowed up on us.
Yes, a lot of moves
Did
happened.
we have something like this, right? The bishop came back to c5 in one of our analysis ideas.
I like this rook c1, wanting to
too.
push for c4, to open up the file and also get rid of the weakness on c3.
Bingo, you just perfect. That's exactly right. You said it really, really well. The pawn on c3 is a weakness. If I can play c4, maybe on a good day, recapture with the rook, and the pawn on a4 could become a weakness. Clock times on this one.
So we have few more moves. c4 happened. Rook d3,
d3.
c4.
He takes.
And Fabi is thinking.
I'm imagining Fabi in his mind's eye must have thought that, okay, I can play for b5 and the rook will be attacked, so let's do this. So rook takes c4.
Yes, I take the pawn on a3.
You do? Okay. Let's just pause our analysis and throw it over to Eric Rosen, who is with Irina Krush.
I'm joined by Irina Krush, who just knocked out Nazi in the elimination bracket. How are you feeling, Irina?
Oh, I feel amazing. I'm also so thankful that this match, got decided in 2 games, right? That is kind of gives you a lot more time to rest, gives you time to relax because it is pretty tough. It's my first time playing in the elimination bracket, and you're preparing for kind of 2 colors. Right, and so that's a lot of work, right? So it's not, even though you're playing rapid, but you're still doing hours of preparation, right? So it's not an easy, scenario, right? But that's why it's nice when you have an easier match that's over in 2 games and you can just get more rest.
Now, I want to ask about your first game because it seemed like you were just dead, and then somehow there's some miracle tactics that allowed you to come back.
Yeah,
was there any luck
resurrection.
Involved with that?
Any
or
work? You said
any luck?
Any luck? Yeah, I had some work, some luck. Well, there was obviously a lot of luck. I would say that the one thing I did in that game is that I kept it alive, and I did at some point when things were getting really bad, I was about to get mated. I found a pretty nice way to just not lose immediately. And somehow I kind of kept my wits about me. And I think, I mean, that game, it turned out to be so exciting, right? Because there was this huge turnaround, and I felt like after I played it, I was like, wow, we gave the viewers their money's worth, right? Because that's what the fans want to see. Like, if you just take those couple of last minutes, I think, you know, you can make chess a pay-per-view sport.
Mm-hmm. Now, final question. I want to ask, how motivated are you to move on and get revenge, especially against Alice Lee, who seems to be in good shape in the Champions
I'm
bracket?
so motivated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what I want. I just want another crack at Alice, right? So I think Crush Lee has been a good final match in the American Cup for these last few years, and I would love to make it happen again.
Sounds good. Best of luck going forward.
Thank
and
you,
I'll
Eric.
send it back to the studio.
Congratulations, Arena. And boy, I tell you, the finals for the last 3 years have always featured Alice Lee in Arena Crush. Arena's did her part of the bargain. How's Alice doing?
I think Tatev Abrahamian is the only one who is like, no, I don't want that to happen again.
I dispute that. I would like to be in that final, says Tatev. And check this out. She didn't go for the knight. Okay, we left it after knight f2, right? Knight f2, bishop f5, basically fighting over control over the e4. You know what, said Tatev? I don't like being in this pin. Let me just get out of the pin. Alice dropped in on c3. I'm not sure that was a great idea either, because a knight is coming to e4, and that bishop will be under attack. I like this move a lot.
I like it too, because finally the bishop is not blocking the pawn.
Exactly.
So I can start thinking about pushing the pawns on the king side.
Not only that, but pushing the pawns. I love this move, h4, starting to say, hey, look, you know, yeah, my king's a little weak, but maybe I can go h5, h6, and weaken your king as well. The other thing is, I would love to play the move g4, drive the bishop away, put the knight on e4, but when I play the move g4,
It gives away the square.
You are ready to drop knight f4. So I love this move h4 as a prelude to playing h5, g4, driving the bishop back, putting the knight on e4. Still looks like Tatev can turn the tide. She needs to win. Clock times.
So Tatev has 9 minutes, Alice Lee 22 minutes.
Good eyes. I mean, I'm like looking, jeez. Cristian, jump in. Things are heating up.
They are indeed. In Hikaru's game versus Fabiano, Hikaru is right now better out of this whole thing.
Hikaru is better.
Hikaru is better, yes.
Oh.
I think we left it off somewhere after Castle,
Yes,
right?
yes,
And we were expecting him to take
Yes.
on d4, right?
He did.
Take on d4. Bishop takes d4, not c takes d4. And this was our main idea. C takes d4, you take, I take, you go rook to f5. We're considering the weaknesses in the position. He took with the bishop, but now this is very forced. e5, you have to exchange the queens. Bishop to c5, rook to d8, we exchange everything. Rook to c1, and perhaps this was the bad move in the position for a very specific reason, as we will see in just a second. What he should have done is just take on d5, go rook to e1 after that, or perhaps go rook to c1 and try to go for this c4. If you go rook to c1 with two pairs of rooks on the board, after rook to d3, c4, take b5.
I didn't understand the move b5.
He's just trying to exchange the pawns.
Rook takes c4?
And perhaps, you know, obviously rook takes a3 is something that he was considering in the position.
b5?
If you go b5, knight a5.
And rook to e4?
Yes, rook to e4, rook to c3, and then we get this position, which does seem like it's fine for white. But you're leaving the a pawn running down the board. It's not after a3 in this position, after bishop e7, because obviously
Yeah, right.
you lose the rook. But I can go rook to e8 first.
Okay.
You're not getting the pawn back just yet. So it's not that easy. You can still go bishop to b4 and seems to be fine after rook to c4. Rook takes it. There's a lot of calculations needed. And this pawn still survives, right?
Right.
So with only a few minutes on the clock, you probably don't go for it.
Ooh, things are
He
getting
wanted
edged.
to simplify the position as fast as
Right.
possible. But what I think he missed is rook to c3.
Wow, that's a nice move.
A brilliancy, yes, a very nice move, because right now you're forced to take.
Right.
Knight to e2, I take on c3, and
Now b5 is hanging.
how exactly do you defend that? I'm not so sure I see it. I think this will
B6?
have to be a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, what about the
B6.
Yasser's b6, just to try to
B6
trade?
I just take.
Take.
And in fact, this position, surprisingly so, this king is coming really fast. Really, really fast.
And G5 turns out to be...
G5 is a
wrong-
weakness. The pawn on A3 is a weakness. Both of my pawns are on
Yeah,
the light
perfect,
squares. There's no
perfect.
way for you to attack them.
I agree.
This is a perfect structure.
For a knight versus bishop.
And you
endgame.
can not even go for my pawn on E5, first of all, because I take and then knight to G4.
Oops.
So everything is working in white's favor. Let's see what happens.
So rook D1 is a winning threat.
Very good. Rook to C1, knight to B5, and rook to C4. This was a very good move and a very good
By
transition
Fabi.
by Fabi. Yes, give away the B5 pawn and try to play it play it like this.
Wow.
Rook to 8. If you try and stay passive as black, this is probably not going to be it. I'm just simply going to go bishop to B4. It does seem like I have enough compensation. Rook to C5 is an idea. Perhaps Fabi is still keeping it close. But Hikaru is the one pushing at the moment.
By the way, coming back from the dead might be Sam Sevian. I mean, this is like remarkable, remarkable, because
The
when
rook
we
is no
left
longer on
it,
b3?
we thought that, well, it was kind of a positional domination for Levon. Levon could play the move G6, just go back and forth with his king and say, you can't move. Your rook on B3 is...
It's locked completely.
Yeah, stuck for life. I don't even know how to put it. Actually, you could go G6. You could do a king walk all the way over to A6. Unfortunately for Levon, he gave Sam an opportunity, which Sam took with both hands, to capture. And now his king is actually kind of active. We've got ideas. We've got ideas everywhere. Let's catch up with the players. And Sam has said, you're welcome to take on F2. We have to take on F2, don't we?
Yes.
Okay, rook takes F2. We're going to go king here.
B5.
And this is what Sam... Whoa.
Now that a
This
pawn
is
is going to be running,
not-
you don't have rook b2.
This is not... Yeah. By the way, that loses a whole rook.
Yeah, just thinking, hey, I
It's
can go
not a-
after your pawn.
No
way.
That loses a whole rook. That is a nasty, nasty fork. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I was waiting for it to refresh. Sorry. King C4. This is a 3-result game. No.
So let's try to go with the flow. I go rook to C2.
Rook to C2.
And that's on the board.
Knight.
Go
to-
knight C4, right?
Only move. I'm going to take a pawn.
Big question now. Where do I put that rook?
Now, this, I don't think that this is even close to equality.
No.
I think
I'm not
that
taking
this,
there.
I'm ready to play A5
I'm
and
not
king
taking
takes
there,
C5.
I think
No.
this is just winning.
So you've got to move your rook.
So probably to e6, right? I mean,
No, I don't see a better square either. I go munch,
Rook C3.
and now I could set you up for a nasty cheapo. Knight to D7. But I think
but we can also run.
I can
Let's go
run
A5.
too. But rook B3, rook
Okay,
A3.
let's go rook B3, yes.
No. I don't
no.
want you to run. I don't want to get us involved in...
All right, C4. Finally, I got my trick. How about C4 you take? You go knight of 8. Never mind, you have a trick too.
Hey.
I don't like this.
Let's show Cristian.
I have some threatening pawns. Wait.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Let's show Yasser what he missed. Let's show Yasser what he missed.
By complete accident.
Let's show Yasser what he missed.
Yes.
No, I'll take on B3.
On B3. Oh,
Take on B3,
apologies. Take on B3.
Let's show Yasser what he missed.
I will take a perpetual check. Wow, that's funny. What a turnaround. This game, I mean, seriously, there's so many twists and turns in these matches.
They're following us,
You
our
can't
analysis.
And
blink.
Sam Sevian has only 1 minute on the clock, while Levon has 4 minutes.
Okay.
It's going to come down to 2 seconds again.
I'm telling. It feels like that's where we're headed. Another one of those, last second time. But it has to start with knight takes b6. We agree, right? Whatever else
I'm thinking
happens.
if we can start with like rook f3 to give that pawn so that rook is active. Yes, and he's actually doing that. So giving up the pawn on g2, because that also means that you have to decide, are you going after the pawn on b3 or are you capturing pawn on g2?
I thought we were in a race. I didn't believe you were going to play rook. I didn't believe that Levon, pardon me, that Sam was going to play rook f3. For me, this is the question. The race is, I'm going to play rook takes b3 and try to promote to a queen.
So is Sam thinking about...
Rook check and rook here? I don't know. Why did he play rook f3? I'm confused.
I was hoping maybe for Levon to capture the pawn on g2. Or if I play a5, forcing you to take and capturing you with knight to defend the pawn on b3, I lost a very valuable asset, right?
Yes.
On that a file. This is not something I want.
For me, the b6 pawn was a weakness, and your a4 pawn was...
And Sam captured on b6.
So, okay. Why was the move rook f3 necessary?
Knight e7.
Okay, be careful at that knight f8.
Be careful.
We've been here before.
And c5. That's another fork.
Okay, so that one I can actually deal with. So let's go king here, knight takes c5, another fork, rook here, that's a pin. I've got a winning threat of rook c3 on my agenda.
You can start with rook e7, right? Because then at least after knight takes c5, I gain another tempo to go rook b1, b3.
Also,
Okay, he went king g7. He went king g7.
Yeah, I like king g7 for another purpose, which was that the rook on the open f file, I control the business squares, right? f6, f7, f8.
5 seconds for Sam. He needs to make a move.
2 seconds.
a5.
a5. Okay, I got to get behind. Rooks belong behind past pawns. Rook.
And you're right, Yasser. I just don't have time to capture that pawn on c5 with the knight because the other rook will always make a pin.
Yes. By the way, this is, I don't like what Sam did here. This is that rook g3, rook f3, that in a race, you can't do the nice things that you like to do.
Rook c3.
And from Levon's point of view, Levon is going b3, b2.
And a6, it's on the board.
Oh, pardon me. Let me just, a6 is on the board, b3 is on the board. You queen, but I queen with... 5
seconds for Sam.
I queen with checkmate. That's the problem. Rook f1. 5 seconds, did you say?
Yes, and he made a move with 3 seconds on the clock.
Okay, so b2
rook
threatening
b1.
rook c1. So rook b1 is forced. Can I play c4? c4. I can
or
even
rook
play
a3.
rook b3 check.
What about rook a3?
Rook a3, capturing pawn. But I've got a feeling I'm winning the game with, I think Levon is winning not that he needs to win the game. He's certainly, just a draw sees him through. And I think that's a good move. I thought rook takes d3 was also
Sam
a good
again
move.
with 4 seconds.
King a4. Is that a check? You'd almost like to go rook to b7 so you can go rook a6 checkmate. A takes b7 kind of ruins your dream. But there should be rook takes d3. Knight takes c5. Apologies.
Let's be careful.
Careful.
Let's be careful.
Can do rook b4 check.
Rook b4 check.
And after king a5, we just go rook b3 back.
Then I can take.
Okay.
Then you can take on c5.
I thought I have rook a3, but that's
exactly.
not that.
Rook c3.
Rook c3 threatening. Rook takes a6.
Knight to b8.
Because if you play a7, he goes
now rook to b6, rook b4. Rook b6, rook b4. That's a checkmate.
There you go. You saw it. That's it.
That's a checkmate in 2 moves.
Game over.
A7.
There's nothing Sam can do right now.
No,
yeah.
This is over. We're going to see the resignation.
And Levon, our defending
5
champion,
seconds for Sam.
will get back into the finals.
Knight c6. Wow.
That's a knight. We can just
You have a
capture
lot
it.
of options right now. You can take that knight on c6. You can take the pawn on a6. All of them are winning very easily.
I take the knight.
You take the knight?
I take the knight.
too. I mean,
Levon
knights
takes
are,
the knight as well.
knights are worth a lot.
Yeah, rook to c8.
You cannot recapture the pawn on b2 because I'm going to make a skewer.
And that's it.
Wow, our congratulations to Levon as he climbs his way out of the elimination bracket back into the tournament. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
So let's check on Fabiano.
Okay, just a second. Fabiano, I'm in the wrong bracket. Fabi. Apologies.
Because he is thinking.
And the clock time? Ooh, but I
6
have
minutes for
such-
Fabiano, 25 minutes for Hikaru.
such an active rook. That is got to be enough for equality here. I don't see.
Black has an extra pawn.
You still need to
Yeah.
be careful, though.
I do?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Fabi does.
Fabi does, yeah. I mean, he's the one with down a pawn, right? He's the only one risking anything at this point.
What is he risking?
Okay, what do you play?
Yasser, he's pawn down.
That is true,
do you
but
play?
look at this beautiful rook on the 7th rank
So
in the beautiful.
one way in which you can get worse is
Okay.
to just give the check on c8 and say, okay, let's make a draw. Rook c8, rook c7.
Okay, why is that so bad?
King f7,
Check.
king e6.
I munched a pawn.
You do munch the pawn. But
Yes.
Knight f5.
what about rook d7?
Let's go to promote the pawn.
Rook David 7.
Yes.
Should I?
King f5.
Who's better? What are you guys doing to me?
I don't know,
G4
c4.
check?
Yeah, that's fine. You can take a pawn, but
I can take
my
a
c
pawn.
pawn is very strong as well. King e4,
And
c3.
What's my G pawn?
Who's
Potted
first?
plant?
Who's first? Who's first?
Uh,
That's the big question.
I'm sure you're first, but I don't.
King g3 was played anyway. You cannot go rook c6 is the problem. But anyway,
Okay,
none of this.
none
will happen.
happened because he didn't go for the double checks.
In fact, he played king g3, best move, and I do think that they're starting to get closer to the repetition soon.
I didn't think White was risking. I know this is a pawn, but I was, that this rook is such a, and the bishop, by the way, is kind of a beauty.
King g3 was good. King g3 was good move.
I think that this game is headed towards a draw. What happens? I'm gonna, if you don't mind, go to
Yeah,
the
let's go to
Tatev,
Tatev against Alice.
because Tatev has the best position she's had since her opening move. She's actually about to go material ahead with bishop takes e5, bishop takes a7. It's a glorious day.
Bishop takes
The
e5,
sun is
yes.
shining.
But
What happened here? So we left it after h4, bishop takes d2, Tatev recaptured with the rook, bishop dropped back, knight finally landed on the gorgeous square, h5.
h5, actually, that is a nice move because now I'm trying to force the knight to go to e7 and then I'm going to capture the pawn on c5 and pin that knight.
So if she had started with bishop takes c5 and then h5?
Then that would be a very similar story. But unless there is some rook e3.
Ah, okay. But it is what it is, and the clock times.
6 minutes for Tatev, 11 minutes for Alice.
And this feels like a game that Tatev can win. She's got...
Can we go back to Fabi?
Oh,
Just
because that's a draw.
Yes, but there's a funny
A moment? Sorry. All right, I will...
What's your move?
What was the... White
Last
to
move
play?
was knight takes e3. Yes. What do you play?
That's crazy. I don't like f4. Yeah, I don't like...
It's a very nice move.
I don't
Wow.
like king takes e3, rook takes g5, but f4...
Just finishes the game. Rook to d2, king takes e3. And
That's the draw that I want. Yes.
Now
That's
we're
a
going
very
to see
nice
a draw.
move.
Yeah.
F4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice way to finish the game faster.
And we're going to see a handshake here. I want to go back to
Let's see the handshake just.
No. You want to? Okay. All right, as we see the players are making a draw, very eventful draw, as with this draw, it will be 1-1, and the players will, both Hikaru and Fabi, are going to be playing a playoff, a blitz playoff.
45 minutes from now, these two players will duel in a blitz playoff.
Nice.
Fabi is looking for Chris Bird.
I think Fabi's going to feel like he dodged a little bit of something here. And Hikaru's got to feel like, you know, that was a pretty decent game. I outplayed you from an opening.
Because this time Hikaru was prepared.
And he pushed. He pushed. So a blitz playoff coming up. As we'll keep an eye on Tatev's game, we're going to throw it over to Eric, who's with a happy defending champion, Levon Aronian.
I'm joined by Levon Aronian, who just knocked out Sam Sevian. How are you feeling, Levon?
Oh, very good. I got really lucky today.
And right before you sat down, you said that you were lucky. Can you elaborate on that? Is there luck in chess?
Yeah, I was losing in the first game. I mean, it was, you know, I cannot take credit for that win. It was just a silly blunder on my opponent's part. So, yeah, there is luck, of course. I mean, those things happen.
But it seemed like the second game, it was a lot of skill in your part in converting this position with Sam's knight hopping around. Do you get nervous at all in these moments where you know you're on the verge of winning, but you still have to convert?
Of course, yeah. That's why I played badly.
Okay, fair enough.
And I allowed this counterplay, which probably brings game to equality. Yeah, once I allowed 95, yeah, that was stupid.
Gotcha. And you're currently around 13 in the world, hovering around 2750 FIDE. Do you have any goals going forward in your chess career? Are you trying to qualify for candidates? Do you care much about your rating?
No, I mean, I don't have goals or expectations. I just enjoy playing chess, and you know, I don't take any day that I win for granted. So it's a challenge, and it's a challenge that I enjoy.
And you're going to be playing Hikaru or Fabi next round. I was asking Leinira this other day. I want to ask you, have you been watching any Hikaru recaps this tournament, or do you watch Hikaru's content in general?
I've never watched anything of Hikaru, although I'm a big fan of his. But I think he's more of the entertaining type of streamer, and I like more educational type of stuff.
Gotcha, so you're not the target audience.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck, whoever you play tomorrow. We're going to send it to a commercial break, so stay tuned for more chess.
Irina, you've won 2 out of 3 editions of the American Cup. Obviously, you're the woman to beat in this one, but last year it was a very difficult double match against Alice Lee. How do you use that as a stepping stone to bounce back even stronger?
Yeah. Last year was a really tough format where we were playing like 4-game matches. And yeah, I think just getting through to win the championship bracket, it took so much out of me, and like I was already so happy to do it that I kind of felt like the majority of the job was done. And I definitely, you know, made a psychological mistake there in that match where I just felt like, okay, well, somehow I'm just gonna win and be the champion at that point, right? Because there's like, I would have to lose 2 matches not to do it. But yeah, I think there was a little bit of that relaxation, partly thinking the job was done, and partly also just being kind of having given everything along the way. So it was a mixture of those 2 things. And where I felt like, yeah, that hindered me a little bit in that first match with Alice. And then of course I kind of woke up after I lost that, and then I was trying, of course, you know, as hard as I could in the next one. And then we had to play, you know, those rapid games, and somehow wound up losing in the blitz. That was pretty crazy finish. But I would say, yeah, of course there were lessons that I should learn from from that match. And basically the lesson is, even when you're ahead, you gotta keep pressing.
Speaking of lessons, and this is incredible coming from a player with so much experience, how do you stay motivated to learn from all these unfortunate failures along the way? You have success, you have failures as well.
Yeah, well, I think first of all, motivation is a big thing in life, in chess. I think just as a person, it's probably in my nature, is that I'm quite motivated to keep learning, right? It's not just from these tournaments, but just in life in general. I think that's my approach, and I try to learn a lot. So that just kind of fits the kind of person I want to be.
And I think you've done that quite well with your YouTube channel, as well with your coaching. You're combining all of these things. How does that work for you?
I would say I'm actually in a stage of life where I'm still trying to discover maybe my main mission, you can call it that. Where I would say maybe the portal through which I'm going to realize my potential more fully, right? Because I feel, even though I've certainly gotten some things done in life, and in a way, a lot of the things I do are meaningful, right? And I still feel like it's insufficient, So the question is, what is that next stage that I gotta reach?
Is your meaning tied to your passion, chess?
I think meaning in general is tied to passion, right? And chess is one of my passions. I mean, if I had to talk about passion, I would say I have a passion for chess, I have a passion for dance, and I have a passion for learning. So maybe that next step is it's gonna be a mixture of all of those three things.
Well, Irina, good luck with that. That's a difficult path, but I'm sure you'll do great. And good luck, of course, in the American Cup.
Thank you, Cristian.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yips, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that, and so we made a night chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. This is a wonderful day. Normally you do this at the culmination of an event, but this is midterm, and I hate to interrupt things too much.
We are just honored to be part of this expansion project and, just to expand on Rice, what you've already grounded here in St. Louis. Everyone knows now St. Louis as the place for chess. So to see the club expanding, that's so exciting.
There is a steel beam behind the Andy over here, and I think we'd like to start off by having that signed before we can get it erected sometime in the near future.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 3 games that already finished, so let's take a look at the results. Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, they made a draw in their second classical game, and we will see playoffs very soon. And
playoff, yeah.
Tatev Abrahamian still playing white against Alice Lee, but she has a chance to come back in the match because she's enjoying a very nice advantage.
And in the elimination bracket, also results.
Yes, here Levon Aronian managed to win both games in the match against Sam Sevian, and he continues in the elimination bracket. And the same applies for Irina Krush, who was struggling in the first game of this match, but she managed to win it and then to win the second one, and she continues in the elimination bracket.
Irina will be looking forward to her match against the loser of the Alice Lee versus Tatev game. We've got that game on screen, and for us, we're just like, wow, Tatev has just gotten such a great position out of nothing. She really had nothing. Last move by Alice Lee, Queen A5, give me the bishop on A3. Couple of ideas come to mind. First of all, this rook on D2, right? It's just like, it's under attack. So one of the ideas is you can play for rook F2. Queen takes, queen takes.
I like this move.
But bishop C3 sets up for rook to F2 while simultaneously attacking this bishop
How
rook
do you save
on
that
E3.
rook on E3 actually right now? I think you just have to sacrifice it. The question is, how do you sacrifice it? What's
Maybe
the
you
best way
just
to
have
sacrifice
to
it?
you just have to let it go. Rook takes and something like knight E5. What I wanted to ask, what I wanted to say is Tatev must win, as we've seen in the results. But what are the clock times?
Both players are very low on clock. Tatev Abrahamian 2 minutes and 8 seconds, and Alice Lee 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Last move, bishop E6. One of the things I don't like about Tatev's position is what she's done with her queen. Queen is not active. I would love to play queen H4 here, followed by queen E7. Queen H4, rook F2. Tatev needs to win, but the position certainly looks attractive enough for her to do it.
It's a beautiful position, that knight on E4, and she goes with this queen H4, trying to activate that queen to E7.
Absolutely.
Attack the bishop on E6.
A dream.
Just dominating position for the white pieces.
Add to it all a safe king, a relatively safe king. The bishop will always be able to cover. And I don't know, that open F file means that Black's king is a little bit. Alice has got to recognize she's let this match slip away from her. We may be seeing another playoff in the classical bracket.
The white queen going to E7, so maybe queen B4 could be a move to expect here.
Sure, queen B4, rook F2.
Queen B4, rook F2. These moves are easy.
And the thing is, with the queen on H4 right now, rook takes C4, it's not the same because I take with the queen.
Precisely.
And I preserve the pawn structure as is. You don't have any attacking capabilities with that pawn on D3. No more D3, no more nonsense.
more action. That's
Can
exactly
I try
it.
some A4, A5?
Yep.
I mean A5 first, then A4.
A5, and let's go.
You're trying to checkmate.
Who's first?
I want to go rook takes F7 and queen
You're trying to do some checkmates.
Yes, yes.
So A4.
Well, you're not afraid of checkmates. Munch.
Okay, what if you take on B3?
Take on B3.
I know. It looks like I'm getting killed.
Okay, King H8.
Okay. Puzzle rush. Puzzle rush. Puzzle rush alert. Puzzle.
There you go. Yeah, and I capture with the king.
It's over. You're
horrible.
getting there faster.
Puzzle rush.
1 minute for Alice.
Ooh, it's tense. But Tatev looks very, very calm. We just saw a move. It came
Bishop D5.
Bishop D5. I think Tatev has already made a kind of a pre-move in her mind that she's ready to play rook on D2 to F2 so that she can play those H6 and rook takes F7 type of ideas, knowing that this rook is also trapped on E3. Queen E7
That's
or
also
rook
a
F2.
possibility.
Queen E7, rook F2. Temptation.
I like
What's
rook
your
F2.
choice?
Rook
Yeah.
DF2.
I
Just
like-
let's connect the rook. Rooks attack the rook on E3.
Right.
And keep Queen E7 move in our pockets.
Exactly. The thing I really like about the move rook F2 is that I can take bishop takes, play the move queen E7, knowing that I've always got the exchange and knowing I've got H6 in my pocket.
I like
H6.
That. Good move. Nice move.
I think she was spoiled.
So the idea is if knight captures H6,
I don't see.
Are we going knight F6 or?
I don't see it. By the way, seriously, I don't see another move besides.
Maybe just rook F2 now.
Knight takes H6, but
So
again,
just
rook F2.
Sacrificing a pawn to clear the
Yes.
file, get a tempo.
Yes, with Queen E7. And if this rook ever moves, well, we've got bishop H6 in our pocket. But it is a little bit confusing why you don't play rook F2 first. It strikes me that I can always play
45
H6.
seconds for,
Maybe,
in fact, 40 seconds for Alice lead right now.
Maybe she was intending check.
But King H8?
And something like this. Again, I'm trying to guess what she may have had in mind.
20 seconds, Queen D8.
So
H6,
Alice is not capturing the
Queen
pawn.
D8.
She's taking a passive approach.
By the way, clock times if you don't
Trying to
mind.
trade the queens. Alice, 52 seconds. Tatev, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, I think that's a decent move. I mean, to my way of thinking, Alice has got to deal with queen coming to E7, so she's played the move queen to D8. Now, what can Tatev do to increase her attacking potential? Knight F6 check, or is that asking too much?
Oof,
That
wow.
might be too much.
Asking for too much, huh?
But maybe.
I mean, it is.
Now,
it's compelling.
If I look for a second,
It's kind of
knight
compelling.
F6, pawn captures, and rook captures.
That was the intention, yes. Shall we just have a quick peek? Okay, I'm threatening some kinds of
So I
mates
have
here.
to go bishop
King
E6. you
H8
said?
maybe.
Simple capture.
Or King F8.
What, King F8?
King F8, you have Bishop A3.
On a, well, geez, I don't know. Sorry, you told me a moment ago. How much time does Tatev
Tatev
have?
with 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
She needs to make a move. Rook F2.
20 seconds? Well, that sure went fast. Whoa,
I'm not
rook
sure about this
F2.
Alice is very happy to trade the queens.
Rook F2. Of all the times to play rook, H takes G7, I understood.
It does look good. I mean, you are taking that exchange off the board.
But
unless you go rook H3 right now, but rook H3, wait.
No, I'm not going rook H3.
You will take on H6, okay.
Take?
That's a full exchange though.
Probably
I understand,
rook
you're trying to
G2.
go knight G4, so I go rook
Rook
G2.
G2, you cannot allow the knight to go to G4 and then H5, have a very strong knight.
Okay, for the moment, this pawn is alive, right?
Yes.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, rook.
I'll exchange that.
I will exchange and I play rook G3.
Yeah, or King C1.
Yes, your king is in. You're definitely. Yes, your king is.
Alice with 20 seconds.
I sort of like this.
Whoa.
I sort of like what Tatev did because this simplifies her task. Still, material issues win.
10 seconds for Alice.
Knight takes h6. Okay.
She's done it. So it is the exchange sacrifice that we were looking at. We were looking at bishop takes e3, d takes e3, rook on f2 to g2 to stop this knight from jumping to the g4 square where it will protect the pawn on e3.
This was good for Tatev. And remember, Tatev needs to win in this game to force a playoff because she lost her first game with black pieces.
In the classical, trying to tie it up. Takes. So we have been looking at rook g2 and keeping this knight out of the g4 square, hoping to kind of just lasso this pawn with rook f3 and rook takes e3. So rook g2, and Tatev doesn't have that much time, does she?
She has 50 seconds now.
50. That's right. 30-second bonus. I've been seeing blitz for the last 5 days.
And we are used to only getting 2 seconds increment.
Okay, 30 seconds. That's a lot of time. Rook g2. Yes.
Rook g2. Best move in the position.
Nicely played. Let me just refresh the board.
So what do you do now?
I've been struggling. Can I take... Well, the problem with bishop takes, pawn takes, rook b4, you would just love to be able to play rook takes e4.
But I can play c4 and block it.
And lock me out. And I'm just like, I hit a brick wall. So I've been looking at rook to d8, but then I'm afraid of king c1. Just, here we go. Bishop takes e4. So she has to play rook d8, right? Yeah, there's just no other move. So her trick is to go knight to g4 and e2.
So let's say white goes rook f3 here.
Rook f3.
I go knight g4. Take my knight.
I do.
Now I give you a check.
What? No, I go e2.
Well, I can give you first check, right? What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Or
whatever you prefer. Check.
If I give check, you move the king and I play e2.
Okay.
And I play e1.
All right. Takes. This is not over. I think white is for choice, but it's not over.
So we have to be careful. We cannot capture that knight afterwards.
No, you have to be careful. So she played, hold on, rook here. Not rook f3, but rook e1.
Rook e1.
Sorry.
Just to make sure we are guarding the first rank, attacking the pawn on
Why
e3
not?
now.
I mean, I will pick up the pawn on a3.
Precisely.
This looks deadly.
Yeah.
To my eyes. I don't see a clear way for her to get back.
And the body language of Alice Lee when she just kind of knight f7, rook takes e3. This is a full exchange. No, this is, Tatev is cruising now.
Rook d1, king b2.
Towards victory. She's got rook d3 on her mind. No compensation for an exchange. Rook to h1. Okay, she's going after this guy. But now, just a second, we've got, I'm thinking rook c3. When I capture this pawn on c6, I'm going to be doing it with a gain of a tempo because I've got a back rank mate threat. So rook c3, rook takes. You've almost got to make luft, yeah?
And you see Alice, her facial expression, she understands something went very wrong in this position.
Wrong. Tatev closing in for the kill. She needs to win to tie the match and force a blitz playoff. We're going to be here for a while with these blitz playoffs.
She's enjoying an exchange up.
But it's the clock times too. Both players underneath 2 minutes, and
Let's go for that c6 pawn with rook c3. You cannot defend that pawn on h4. Get
Right.
the c pawn and then get that c pawn going down the board quickly. c4, c5.
That's not much
Let's
of a
roll.
race. Tatev's getting a little nervous, but she knows.
It's going to be somewhat of a race, but not much of it.
By the way, now that I'm realizing it,
rook c3.
Yeah, there was a move rook f2 with the idea of rook f3. There's
to
a
double
checkmate.
the rook?
Yeah, there's a
Try to
checkmate
give
on
a
the
checkmate
f-file.
on the back range.
But she's gone for the most direct and incisive.
g5.
Yeah, get those doggies moving.
We also need to
H5.
make space for the king so we can safely capture the pawn on e4.
Exactly.
Only thing you can do at this point.
Now, do you just c4, c5, let's go?
I think I have to do it.
Or do you...
It feels like the right way. Just go c4, c5.
Or is the greed?
No.
No
I'm
greed.
primed to go behind that c pawn. I'm going to use the c pawn.
Okay.
Because I can also go rook to c2 behind it all the time.
So c4.
Yes.
Rook takes e4.
c5.
c5.
Just keep on pushing.
You've got your rook, as you just said.
I'm ready to go
coming
behind.
in,
Yes.
And you just got to get this rook out of the way.
I think it's
Rook
a
C8
race, and I think that
check.
race
Deciding
is going
to
to be
make a
easily
check.
won.
c4.
c4.
She's got... she.
Honestly, I don't know why she gave the check.
Well, you know, the rook needs to get out of the way. Rook takes e4, c5. You're going to go c6, c7, and the rook needs to get out of the way. I like this.
This looks very good for
very,
Tatev.
very direct. Tatev getting nervous. She can
Winning
feel.
on demand.
She can feel that victory is in sight. She needs to win to force a playoff.
And Alice is trying to see how to complicate stuff, how to make Tatev's life more difficult.
Well,
so
the
h5, let's run.
The only thing you can imagine is running, but the problem is
it's just too slow. c6.
You can't get
You're
the
not
rook
getting anywhere
behind the pawn because this rook will cover, and the knight is kind of tethered.
Yeah.
To the g pawn.
Yeah, this one.
So can
I
we
don't
try
see-
like king f6, king e7?
Let's do it.
But I feel, I mean, if we are not pushing the pawns, then you're just giving a lot of time
King
for white.
f6 also does run into a rook check.
Yasser, just go c6.
c6.
You're overcomplicating things.
Okay.
No reason for that.
All right. No, I agree. c6, c.
Just listen to your own advice. Push him, baby.
My inner angel.
Just listen to your own advice.
My inner angel. King
Alice,
f6,
considering
c6.
her options here.
King e6, c7.
And now if I go king d7, you have rook f8, attacking my knight, and rook d2.
Rook
Or
d2.
C2.
I like rook d2. No. I much prefer rook d2 because I can force the trade this way.
Wait,
but rook c2.
no, but now we lose the pawn.
Rook c2 forces resignation.
Correct. Because now I'm
Knight
threatening
c8
rook
on d8.
check and capturing the knight.
Yep.
That is
I
good.
think Alice finally realizes that she's just simply too slow.
Oops, wrong control. Control refresh. Refresh.
Now Alice down to her last minute. What is it gonna be? H5, rook captures e4.
I'm trying to think of tricks. Okay, and what you said
I think she has to go knight d6.
Is I gotta
Knight d6
kind
it
of
is.
wait for you to play c6. So I was thinking that I could go rook takes e4 and then, she played knight to d6. Not a fan. I can take this pawn. That's a check, and then this. But you probably have something even better, right? What can we do that you would like even better than this?
King c7, rook c7 check.
Absolutely. Rook c7 check. You can't go, the desirable square is g6, but then you're walking into rook c6. So you're almost obliged to play here, but this one, right?
Yes, and now I'm threatening rook g2, I force you to go there, but then you're no longer guarding that pawn on g5.
And that's curtains. Munch, munch. Yep. So rook c7 check.
Tatev is capturing first on g5.
You know, it's funny, that was the first move I considered as well. Just to get rid, I know that I can never ever lose when I get rid of that pawn. Like that's the one pawn that you need. And after, for example, knight takes e4, rook drops back to g2, and these pawns are not dangerous, you know? Whereas this pawn...
Oh yeah, that pawn is gonna be very dangerous.
Exactly. I've got rook check, rook a8.
But it still felt like rook c7 maybe was
There might have been
more accurate.
There might have been more accuracy, but she's keeping it well within the victory margin. Knight takes e4.
But you're not promoting now, which is a bit worrisome.
We're
not saying it's not completely winning. It is completely winning for Tatev.
Right.
It's just a little bit worrisome.
How so? Rook back to g2, and help me out. Give me a move, Kate, for Alice, because I really don't see it.
No. H5.
H5.
Sure. I mean, I need to do something with my pawns as well.
H5. Something about my king's position, maybe king a3, just to... The problem is I don't even see the h-pawn as
Rook g2
as a threat.
Played.
Because I can always get behind the pawn. Can even give you a check and force your king a little bit away from the h-pawn.
And I think Alice is about to play h5. Because you need
What else?
Yeah, you need to try to create
problems. That's all you're trying to do is create problems for your opponent as much as you can. And unfortunately, Alice is so behind in material, it's going to be very hard for her to create any real problems here. Again, I find myself drawn to king a3 and just to get out of any trickies that you might have. But if you want to play rook a8, you got a fan. I'm a fanboy.
Yeah, going just and capturing that pawn.
Yep.
The thing is, you waste 2 moves to capture the pawn, which means I can move my rook as black. Alice can move her rook somewhere and push her pawn a little bit more.
Yeah, but again, I'm thinking I'll just get behind the pawn. By the way, a moment ago, Cristian was saying, put your rook behind the pawn, rook to c2, and push the pawn.
So Tatev decided to play rook f8 check.
I like that check.
Just forcing the king to go a little bit away from that h-pawn.
King e7.
Okay, that means now we can capture the pawn with a check after, so rook a8.
Yep, I love it. King e7 on the board. Love that move, rook a8. By the way, now that we've...
She's going for another pawn.
We're setting up for one of our favorite mating nets with the 2 rooks. You go rook to the 6th rank, rook to the 7th rank, rook to the 8th rank. ABCs of chess, as Victor Korchnoi would say.
This looks amazing for Tatev.
Amazing.
She has it. She really has it right now, I mean. 3 pawns on that side.
No way am I trading rooks, by the way. No way. Not in any universe am I trading that.
I need that rook to be defending the pawn.
Well, also, I like the fact that the pawns are separated from each other. When I bring them closer together, they become far more dangerous. Rook takes h7 check, king f6.
In fact, why don't we just go rook h2 now?
Rook h2 is a marvelous move, seriously. I like that move. I also really like rook c2. I would have preferred to just get the rook behind the passer. Rook h2. Good move.
I think she wants to use the a pawn.
So you're thinking her plan will be to go rook h7?
Yes.
King to g5?
Yes, and now just
a4.
use the a pawn. Yeah. basically say that you're kind of stuck with that king and the rook. You cannot advance the h-pawn.
You are stuck. There's
and
no
then I'm just
question
going
about
to
it.
push my pawns. Yeah.
She's played rook h2. Let me refresh my board.
And
Rook
h4
h7.
on the board.
For Tatev,
You can
she's
also
getting...
start with a4 right now. I don't think you need to
Yep.
force matters with rook h7, even though I don't want the knight to go to f3. So a4, knight g5, knight f3, maybe you can connect like that. Rook a7, force the king to go to
She Tatev knows what's happening here. For Tatev, the America's Cup, this will be the deepest that she's gotten in these tournaments, and going up against the defending champion, she's got to be all good. I mean, she's playing good chess.
I mean, every time you need to win on demand and you manage it, I feel that's a great feeling of accomplishment.
No question about it. That's what, and it's so hard to do in chess. She has done exactly what Cristian's prescribed. So if anything goes wrong, we know who to blame. It wasn't me. A4 on the board. And
now, if you go something like knight f6 as black,
attacking
I think
the rook.
I may now give a check and then even trade the rooks, no?
That makes
Or is
a
it
lot-
risky?
No, it's not risky, because the A pawn
It's
is
just
going to
so fast.
force the knight into an incredibly passive square. So, yeah. Sorry, let me just make sure I've got the current position. She has played A4. Clock times again, sorry, Kate?
Minute and 50 for both players.
Yeah, okay, just underneath 2. Okay. But what on earth can Alice do? If she moves the knight, the rook check, what you just said, is really good. If she doesn't move the knight, A5.
Tatev has very scary pawns on the queen side.
Yes, she does. So I think knight f6 is her, practically speaking, her best chance. No? Knight c5, that goes nowhere. Knight c5, I can go a5, followed by rook check. Oh, pardon
Knight
me.
c5.
Commentator's cursed. Was just a bit too slow there with that.
So let's go a5.
A5. And the problem is the desirable rook g3, so we can take this pawn, and in case of b4, we can give a check. We go check. Oh no, we can't go to the 5th rank, because if rook takes with the check, we have to go here. We trade the rooks, because eventually the pawns are going, and soon they will be gone.
Can you start with a5?
Yes, that's what we're doing. We're starting with a5 for Tatev.
Or can you start with rook g7, perhaps?
I think both moves are really, really good.
Rook g7, we exchange that, and then I go a5, a5, b4.
Very, very
How
good.
is that?
Winning.
My pawns should be much faster than yours. Right?
By far, by far.
Let's see
So
if she
Tatev
exchanges
down
rooks.
to her minute.
Okay.
I like the way she has handled her time travel situation. She went to the endgame, which is much easier to calculate than keeping the queens on the board. It's still a winning endgame. And right now she's using her time, but she knows once she starts making moves, she gets an additional 30 seconds with every move.
Yep.
So she's not risking much, even though she's going down to the last 30 seconds.
Exactly. Knight c5, a5. Let's go.
a5.
And
Just
now
when
we
I
are
was about to get
expecting
nervous, then she
Rook
caught
g3.
up, and yeah. Just when
I have a slight problem with a5.
You do? What's the
Not a
problem?
huge problem, a slight problem. What if I go rook g3 now?
That's our main move. That's what we've been analyzing.
Yes, and how do you handle it?
Rook g7 check.
So you don't take on h4.
No.
No.
But that's a worse version than rook g7 first and then a5.
Well, our main line had been rook
rook
g3. Our main line had been rook g3, rook check. You can't go to the 4th rank.
You cannot go to the H file because that's dropping a rook.
Yep.
You have to go king
of
f5.
5. We capture. You have to capture. We go rook here. You presumably have to go king here, and then our pawns with a tempo.
King f3.
King f3. Wait a minute. What's that? Take?
You can take, but then I take.
Take.
e4. Rook g7. Yes, good move. King f5.
King f5 on the board.
Not that simple. No,
Well,
but we promote the same way and we have 2 extra pawns.
Yes.
So that's, and we are the first promoting, so no, let me take that back.
But I really don't think you want that. Like, that's the one thing you don't want.
Okay, just a second.
The
Hold
queen
on.
endgame,
No,
an
no,
open
no,
king
no,
like
no,
that.
no, no,
No
no,
reason
no.
to do that.
Tatev now needs to make an important decision. She's
We-
down to her 15 seconds.
We'll trade rooks and we'll just put the rook.
15 seconds. Let's see what she goes for. Rook f7.
Sorry?
Somewhat, I'm not a big
But
fan
wait
of
a
this
second,
move.
can I play now king e6?
I
Yeah, I'm
don't
not a big fan of this move.
understand anything anymore.
Now king e6. Now your rook is attacked and the pawn on b3 is attacked.
So
She wants to
go
go
rook c7.
Rook c7 now.
But why do this?
But guess what? Rook c7, king d6.
No, Tatev is definitely making it harder for herself. I think she's still winning, but there's no other choice. King d6 is forced. Rook takes b3 is bad. King d6 only move. Is Tatev planning to sacrifice
That's what I'm just
exchange?
thinking, like going
And
to
then
a
I
rook
take.
endgame.
I take. What do you do? King takes c5.
I guess I go king here. I mean, it's
h3. I don't know.
It's a strange way of playing.
h3. What do you do?
King b4 and b4.
Let's go. h3.
h3.
King a4.
Let me show what Yasser missed.
Oh.
Rook g2.
But I have check on, no.
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 b4 is not helping.
Be careful now, Tatev. Don't. Rook takes h4, king b4. Wait a minute.
She
Oh no.
Oh, what a blunder.
She blew it.
Draw. Oh my goodness. Tatev was just on the verge of winning. She has allowed Alice to make equality with the move king c5 to b4.
She was exchange up, but she gave
And
it
winning.
up back, going to this rook endgame, and this rook endgame is not winning.
No, it's a dead draw. The active black king, the active black rook, and we're threatening check, and king takes b3, as well as rook takes b3, and the victory is slipped away.
What an absolute turn of events.
Oh,
in this one.
chess
Completely
is
unexpected.
so cruel.
It's all about going down to your last few seconds and making the wrong decision.
c4, trying to force the king to go away to keep the b3 pawn alive. But that's a pawn.
Take a pawn, and it's 2 versus 1, and a very easy draw suddenly for Alice. And Tatev is having a cold shower
I think
moment.
Tatev is realizing it.
Oh my
How
word.
easy is this though? Let's keep going with it for a second. So you take, I go rook e4.
Rook Edgar 4, yes? If I go king b5, you take, and I go king a5.
b4.
I'm going to go check and take your pawn.
I go a6.
Okay, a6, check.
And I give check. Rook takes b3. Oh, you don't want to
rook
take the
takes
pawn?
b. Yeah, with check, yes. And it looks like Alice Lee, remarkable,
Big
survived.
missed opportunity for Tatev to,
Still not over
to
yet.
force
did
playoffs.
it. She really did it to herself. She was like mixing 2 winning ideas and too much finessing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, and you
she's upset.
saw that that head shake.
Yeah,
She is just.
She's so upset with herself now. She's recognized that she's really just blew it. Rook e4, king b5.
And with this draw, Alice manages to win the champions bracket.
Exactly, which means that she's guaranteed either a first place or second place finish
And she gets the champions bracket bonus, $9,000.
$9,000.
She gets that. She gets an extra life going into the finals.
As well as an extra life.
And she gets a day off tomorrow.
And she gets a day off, yes. That's a pretty good deal.
What do the commentators get out of all of this? I mean, those are a lot of advantages for one young lady. I mean...
But this is what it is about, right? If you have worse
Rook
position,
A4.
you still need to try your best, put the most efforts there, and complicate things.
Wow.
And Alice managed
so
all
resourceful.
that.
So resourceful. Well, here we go.
So what's the
check.
easiest?
Check.
Why do you give that check?
Where do you go?
A3.
Rooks belong behind passed pawns, I've been told.
But why not King B5? Yeah, no,
She's played
really
King
like
B5.
King B5.
I like King B5 too.
Once you go A6, then I would corral your pawn. I will go Rook G8, Rook A8, King B6, and I'm taking that pawn.
Yes, you are.
And you don't have enough time to take my E5 pawn.
But what have I missed? How would Tatev have handled Rook G2? Just give me a move.
I think it's draw as well. And Alice is doing exactly that now. Rook G8 on the board. She's going behind that pawn.
Separating those pawns, the A and B pawns, never connecting with each other again. I think it's just...
easy draw.
It's an easy draw right now. I'm picking up the A pawn by force. And Alice is not spending any time. She's blitzing out her moves.
C3, King B6, King C4, Rook takes A7.
This is the best position Alice has in the past 2 hours.
Oh, yeah, for
Rook
sure.
to E4, Rook A7, Rook takes E5, and I think it's finally realization time.
Oops, sorry, they did something completely different. Yeah.
A heartbreak for Tatev.
Truly, as she let the win just slip right out of her fingers.
She played an amazing game. She truly did.
And
she understands that.
She let victory slip away. Heartbreaking moment for Tatev. A heartbreaking moment for Tatev as she had a winning position. With a win, she would have forced a playoff, a blitz playoff, and everything to play for. Instead,
chess is cruel.
It is.
It truly is.
As Jeremy Silman famously said, chess is cruel and then you die.
Because Tatev had, worse position, then she managed to turn it around.
Yes.
She was accumulating more and more, then big advantage, winning position, and then it just slipping
Rook
away.
to C4, Rook takes C4.
We have a pawn in game, that's just draw.
We all learned this one as beginners. We drop back and we
always keep the king in front of the pawn.
She's not even trying. Yeah. King takes C4, and that's officially a draw. And officially, Alice Lee moves on to the Champions Grand Finals.
I mean, you just gave me the game, says Alice. That was one of the worst games I played, says Alice.
Kudos to Tatev for an amazing fight.
Truly.
She kept the pressure on. She got a winning position.
And all she goes to the elimination bracket. With Irina, she may make a comeback.
Absolutely.
But wow, she has to reset her emotional self. That was tough.
And they are still analyzing the rook endgame, thinking what's a better plan to go there. And congratulations to Alice,
absolutely,
who is the winner of the champions bracket.
It was a crazy moment. A2, A4. This was where Cristian said you go A4, and I was like, why would you go A4? I didn't understand. Seriously, not for anything, but I had a very hard time understanding the decision of Tatev here. In this moment, when the king just came to F6, you just play the move Rook C2. We're in a race. What is it that Black would like to do? Black would like to promote her pawn. What is it that Tatev would like to do? She would like to promote her pawn. With the rook on C2, I'm defending the H square, but I am also promoting the pawn, and whenever I need to, I can play rook here. I thought that this was the most straightforward. She decided to play a little bit on the king side and get a rook behind. A4, well, again, a very strange decision. I mean, a very strange decision. Knight c5, still winning. And then this moment right here, when she didn't trade rooks.
And now we thought just trade the rooks.
Trade the rooks.
Move the rook in front of the pawn and run with those pawns on the queen side.
Absolutely. And that would be the winning, b4. And let's see, through the magic of television, that key moment, we're going to have to go back a few moves because,
Here Tatev decided to give back the exchange, thinking this rook endgame is enough because I'm getting another pawn. I have 2 pawns advantage.
She was still winning, even at that point, but not after rook takes h4. What she had to do was to go a6. A6 was the only winning move at that point.
A6.
Because now Alice just continued with very strong move, king b4, and that's a draw.
Just a second. Tell me, so king takes c5. You're
this
saying
point.
at this moment,
Final moment where she could have
even sacrificing the exchange, a6
is winning.
King
and now
b6.
I take on h4, and I have my connected passed pawns.
And the king does not blockade.
That's right.
The pawns.
That's right.
Ooh, ooh.
And can I go king b4 anyway?
You can.
So a6,
You
king
can, and
b4.
that's where the study-like finish comes in. a6, king b4, a7, you take on b3, and now I go king to a1.
Wow, okay. You are allowing rook a3, but you're going to block with rook a2.
That's right.
Ouch. Well, we have Eric Rosen with a very, very, very happy Alice Lee.
I'm joined by Alice Lee, who just had a miracle escape against Tatev to keep moving on in the champions bracket. How are you feeling, Alice?
I think overall this game was like a pretty bad game. Like I played quite badly, and of course I got very lucky that in the end, somehow like she just made some moves under time pressure that allowed me to escape. But yeah, I'm like not happy with my play quality. I don't really know what I was doing, but okay, I'll take the win.
Was
or
there
the draw, whatever?
Yeah, well, was there any point where you mentally just checked out, assuming that it's going to go to playoff? Did you think about resigning at any moment?
I never really thought about resigning because I thought like I still have like some pawns, so I'll just like play out. But if she had, I think, exchanged rooks, then she just has the 3 connected passed pawns. So, I mean, like I thought it would go to playoff, so, but I just thought like I could make moves also.
Now, how much do you believe in luck in chess? I asked Levon this not too long ago. He said he was lucky today. Obviously, you said you were lucky too. How much has that factored into your results this tournament?
I do think that in order to like win a tournament or in order to do well in a tournament, you do have to have like some degree of luck. Whether it's like your opponent just like mentally clocking out and in time pressure, or if maybe it's even like opening preparation. I mean, luck is definitely a factor, and I do believe that that's how you get good results. But there's also bad luck, right? So eventually it balances out.
Now, you're the only player across this competition who's joined me every day for an interview. Tomorrow, you finally have a day off, so you won't be joining. I asked you a few days ago what you do in your free time. You said you have no free time, but tomorrow might be different?
Yeah, I'll probably like try to get back in shape. I don't know what I was doing today, but I'm not sure. I'll like think about that because I wasn't like really thinking about it. Like, okay, I'll go to playoffs, whatever.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck tomorrow. Hope you get some rest, and yeah, we'll send it back to the studio.
Congratulations, Alice. We will miss you tomorrow, but here we have the results of the classical
Yes,
champions
the champions bracket. Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, they made a draw again today, like yesterday, and we will see playoffs very, very soon. And the game in the women's section, Alice Lee defeated Atef Abrahamian yesterday, and right now she managed to make a draw and win the champions bracket. In the elimination bracket, Levon Aronian won 2 times today against Sevian, and he continues in the elimination bracket, and the same applies for Irina Krush. She won 2-0.
And the players are ready for the playoff. It's Blitz. And who do
Fabi
you
starts with the white pieces in this one. Let's see what he comes up with. E4, E5, are we going to see a repetition of what happened in the classical? Bishop to C4, it seems like perhaps that is the case. Let's not forget the players did have some time to prepare with their seconds before. Bishop to E3, Bishop to E6, this is exactly what... Ooh! Queen C8, novelty.
Bishop B3.
Bishop to D8.
That's an interesting way of setting up the
Okay.
Queen C8, Bishop
E7 for the knight?
What
Bishop
exactly
to
is that?
D8. Okay, kind of fun. And knight E7. Okay, that was the big idea. He wanted to make room for his knight so that he could put his knight on E7 and F5.
He's looking at breaking up the pawn structure in
He's
the middle
just done it.
For white with C6. And I like the fact that bishop on D8 is ready to jump to B6 as well.
Me too.
Queen takes C6.
As
very crafty play by Hikaru, I have to say.
Well, Hikaru's putting his pieces are gravitating towards great squares. Bishop to B6.
Some idea of E4?
At the same time, you do have the 2 bishops as white. Don't underestimate the bishop pair.
Bishop B6.
Bishop
That's
A4.
a very nice diagonal.
I'm not exactly sure what the bishop is doing on A4 other than stopping me from playing rook E8, a move that I'm really not happy with. Okay,
Be
H6.
careful, ideas of C5 sometimes.
What about E4? Can we do E4 now to put more pressure on F2? Because we have the bishop there, and then...
E5, E4, you're opening up the game for the bishops, yeah? I will capture on E4.
Knight takes.
And bishop F4.
Bishop F4, bishop C2, C5 as well, A5.
A5.
Just reminding white that maybe.
And inviting white to play B5 to just lock the queen side.
Bishop G5 right now.
I was a little bit worried about bishop G5. I wanted to play H6 for Hikaru. He's played A5 and bishop G5. Maybe that's a little bit of a nuance that Hikaru should not have allowed. This move, you do not want to allow bishop takes F6.
No.
I don't care what the engine says.
No,
that, like, my king is safe. No. It's just not the way you play chess. So Hikaru.
But queen E7 is not looking well.
Wow.
Did he really?
He really played he's really inviting bishop takes F6, G takes F6, A,
And
B.
Fabiano is taking that opportunity.
I am amazed. Hikaru must be thinking his king is safe, but boy.
The engine is saying that black is better.
Black is better.
Yes.
Do you think he could have prepared something like this? Because he played bishop D8, queen C8.
No, Fabi did not recapture on B4. He played C5 first.
This is okay.
I'll
show it to you after the game. I'll show it to you
first.
after the game. Yes.
And now he's taken on B4.
Yes. I'll show it to you.
Wow, that
I'll
was
show why
crafty.
he didn't take on B4.
That was a truly crafty. What's going on? Queen E7, Queen D6?
Queen D6. It's just an extra pawn.
Kate, we're going to have to, we'll understand this later, why he didn't recapture
Okay,
it
B5.
once.
Fabi just played B5.
B5. What is going on?
And this I understand. You want to play bishop B3, bishop C4.
I want to play C4. I want to save my king.
Should we update the board?
Oh, sure. Thank you. I want to save my king. I want to play C4. I want to play E4. I want to open up my bishop. And finally, he decided just to put pressure on the D3.
He's going towards E4, but at the same time allowing the other knight, the knight from F5, to jump in the center with knight D4.
Queen G4 check, knight E4.
You can also take a pawn.
What is this bishop doing way off?
The bishop is waiting for black to capture the pawn on D3 and then have a very nice diagonal.
Knight D4.
Hikaru not capturing
Okay,
that pawn.
and the queen takes D3. As far as I could see,
That's
queen
a pawn.
takes D3 was legal.
That
and
was
good.
definitely a pawn.
Well, Queen G4 there.
Queen takes D3, Queen G4 check, King F8. Let's see.
Bishop C2.
Wasn't the knight hanging on D2?
But you're on F5.
Okay,
Yeah, but I took a pawn.
Extra pawn.
I would be 2 pawns up at that point.
2 pawns. Rook to E8, bishop C7, hoping for an F6, F5. Once you get in F5, then the queen will be able to play defensive.
And the bishop on A4 is just so out of the play.
Stuck.
Hikaru for choice right now.
F4, pardon me, F5,
Rook to
let's go.
H3, King H8. He's trying to go, perhaps Rook H3, Queen H5. Try to go for that H7 pawn. Rook G8, Rook G7 comes fast.
Very important defensive reaction. Rook G7. This...
King H1.
What?
B6.
Just preventing a future B5, B6. Okay. No. This is over. This is material and advantage for black now.
Queen H5.
Queen H5,
Rook
then
G7.
bishop D1. Trying
Rook
to finally activate that bishop.
There's a Queen F5 option as well to exchange the queens.
Chose for that option with Queen F5.
Now bishop D1, bishop F3, knight to D4.
There is no bishop F3.
Why not? I mean, I would invite the trade for the bishop for the knight on D4.
That's true. Pardon me, how many pawns am I up?
Black has extra pawn.
Just
extra
one
pawn.
for the moment.
Just one extra pawn.
But that pawn on B5, you know, can be also captured.
That's the problem, yes.
Is dead, and Rook A2 is also dead.
Rook B1, knight takes B5, also an idea.
No,
Rook to
just
A2.
Rook A2, F5, let's go.
Rook A8, he's looking at Rook A1. 6 seconds for Fabiano.
This is
hopeless.
over.
King
This
to
is
B1.
over. Hikaru with Rook A1
Rook A1
is
Rook
going to
takes
be 2 pawns up in a bishops of opposite color middle game
And
position.
just no counterplay for Fabi.
And no counterplay at all. Knight back to D4, recharge, reset, sorry.
Playing with 1 second on the clock.
There's just simply
Bishop to
nothing
D8.
to do. Knight F5.
Oh!
Fork at the end.
Very impressive victory. It almost seemed from the opening that Hikaru got a position and he just played it.
He did. He played a great game.
Perfectly.
And we didn't understand it. Allowing bishop takes F6, allowing disruption of his king like that.
Shocking.
But it just worked.
It worked.
And it seems it works. Perhaps this is something that he knew from home.
Wow.
You generally don't allow bishop takes F6 if you don't know it. You see that weak king, you're like, I'm too afraid to do that.
I think
But
we've all been victimized so very badly by a bishops of opposite color where, however...
And right now, Fabiano is close to an impossible situation. With the black pieces
Winning
against
on
Hikaru,
demand.
he needs to win on demand to stay in this match.
Why didn't Fabi recapture on B4? Why did he play C5?
Knight to E3.
Knight to E3. Yes. I definitely didn't see that
Wow,
move.
that's beautiful.
Knight to E3. You
So
take
once
on
we
E3,
capture...
I take with the bishop, and then I take on C1, and you cannot recapture with the queen back. Well, you can, but you're allowing rook takes A4 as well.
And, oops, excuse me. And there's no checkmates. No. You probably are in time. We are set for game 2.
How do you play for a win?
Playoff.
If you're Fabi right now. E4, you go C5, right?
Of course.
Or do you go with the mother?
Of course. What else would
D4?
What else would you like to know?
Let's see.
Jeez. Wow.
What will Hikaru choose also? It's a big question. Because he also loves playing these ideas with b3.
Knight f3.
He's shown the Catalan recently.
Yeah, knight f3.
e4.
e4.
c5, knight f3.
He
c6.
knew that Fabi was going to play some kind of a open Sicilian. Will he play a Rossolimo?
I think bishop b5.
Bishop b5 check.
I think bishop b5 check. Nope. d4.
Let's play an open.
Knight f6, knight c3, a6 or knight a6.
So a genuine knight, or bishop g5, h3. We've seen h3 in this game, but in this tournament, a4. e5 is the standard move here.
You can play it in a lot of ways against the pawn on a4, but yes,
g7,
e5.
g6.
g6 is an option as well.
We can go for a Dragendorf.
B6.
b6, okay.
That's new for me.
I've actually seen this, I must say. Queen, we do.
Hikaru is setting up ideas of e5, striking the center, knight d7.
I'm thinking of the game in the park, where Judith Polgar ran into one Magnus Carlsen in the park, and she ended up tricking him in one of these crazy Sicilian ways. e5, look at that move. I think...
So this allows knight f5?
I think Fabi's going to be delighted with the outcome of this, because this is not...
And g6.
You know, an easy game for white. You know, you've got bishop g7 and f5 on your agenda. e5. You don't want to play knight takes f6 check, because that
then
would
the
only...
knight recaptures, and exactly that pawn on e4 is hanging.
Exactly.
So we just have to retreat. Where? e2 or b3?
Well, e2 has a problem. I could lose the game instantly.
Wow, there are so many tricks. e4.
Oops. What a way to get your bishop trapped in the center.
But is this over?
Isn't it?
It must be, yes. I was thinking about knight d4, knight c6, but I don't have a check on e2. Anyway, knight takes f6. None of this will happen. None of this will happen.
Okay, I think Hikaru just kind of woke up to the fact that he did something a little amiss.
First of all, can
with
I take
d6?
the pawn on e4?
Yes, definitely take the pawn on e4.
With the knight or the bishop?
With the knight.
With the knight. I'd love to take.
With the bishop exchanges and then queen to d5 might be problematic. But with the knight,
also, if you take with the bishop, bishop takes e4, queen takes e4, queen g4, and I'm hit, and I win my pawn back. Take with the knight. Hikaru's just castled, and
queen
look
d7.
at this, winning on demand. Oh my goodness, at d5.
But I'm not sure it's that easy, because knight d5 is coming.
No, d6,
if you go
d5.
d5, I'll go c4. I have to
d6,
go c4.
d5, c4.
Yes.
d4.
Knight d5.
Knight d5. Bishop d5. Takes. Where do I go?
Rook e1.
Rook e1. And you've got queen
takes
takes
d4 is coming.
But this is a lovely position for black, right?
Is it?
Yes. Lovely.
It's probably the best you can get.
Lovely.
Whatever it is, it's the best you can get for sure.
And I'm happy. I'm happy.
d5, c4 is on the board.
We are heading that direction.
We're expecting d4.
d4 was played, knight d5. They're headed straight up into that variation.
So we are, because the knight is hanging and because the pawn is hanging on b6, that's a fork. That's why we're starting with bishop takes, pawn takes, and
okay, there's a bit of an issue. I can improve my line, the one that I played.
What was the issue?
So bishop takes d5, which we have on the board.
Yep.
What do you do now?
Knight c5.
Knight c5, rook to e1.
Bishop d6.
And then I start with b4.
Boy 4.
Yes. Knight f6, rook e1, bishop d6, bishop f4.
So in both cases, you were going to play bishop to f4.
No, I was going to take on d4.
So how do we handle queen e7?
It's a good question.
Or do you take on
No, but
d4?
now we can capture on e5 and play d6. Bishop takes e5.
Ooh.
And e6.
That's his
nicely
idea.
spotted.
D6.
Nicely spotted, Kate, because
that's his idea.
Well, how many pawns do I get?
Not enough.
Yes, I do.
Just one.
No, I get more than that.
Wait,
He's done it.
it's
He's
on the
done.
board.
It's on the board. I get 3, don't I?
What?
I get 3.
You only have one for the moment. How do you get 2 more?
This one.
And then?
This one.
That's like 10 moves. Yes, sure, yes.
You got to look ahead. You got to look ahead, Cristian. Exchange. Well, Fabi has to play like this, regardless of
But you know,
the
Hikaru
outcome.
can go rook a3.
Rook a3.
Yes, and then after your rook d8.
Let's see, rook e3 is on the board right now.
Something similar. And you were about to say after rook to d8, Kate?
Yeah, I thought about, giving back that exchange and just going for a draw.
Gotcha.
Rook d8.
He's done it.
How are we doing on time? 1 minute and 20 for Hikaru. 27 seconds for Fabi. Rook to a3.
So what's the story after d2? Well, he's asked the
That
question.
pawn is very close to promotion.
I don't think you want to give up the queen. I don't think you want to win the queen. Well, guess what?
Rook d3.
He's done it.
I'm not sure about this for Hikaru.
I'm not sure.
That pawn on d2 is powerful.
But the bishop on d1 will be a good
so we need
blockader.
to get rid of that bishop.
The bishop on d1 will... Okay, is it time to jump? Knight to e4?
Play g6. g6 is fine.
Knight to e4 to c6? Oh, sorry. Knight to e4, queen e4. I apologize. Oh, dear. That was bad. Okay. Fabi is looking to bring his bishop to the d4 square. If he could put his bishop on b4, then he releases his rook so that his rook could come to e1.
So king g7, now maybe think about h5 and knight g4.
What Fabi would love is to put that bishop on b4. h4.
Yes, exactly.
Lashes out. Rook to d4. Here he comes.
Kind of an alert.
Bishop d6, bishop b4 could be an idea. In the next few
Definitely.
moves, he's going for it.
Definitely.
Fabi
And
has...
he's achieved...
He's
the
speeding
ultimate-
up. He's speeding up right now.
He's achieved his ultimate maximum, which is to put the bishop on b4.
Guess what? Bishop b4, rook e5, rook e1. You really have to be
That
careful.
is the absolute ultimate maximum. Because then we can play for knight. You know what? He may win this on demand.
He may win this one.
There is an f7 counterplay, though. Queen
And that's
c4.
why he went rook e7.
Do we have time? Knight g4 or knight e4?
Do we have time?
Now knight c5.
What is our knight doing on c? Well, right now, no threats.
Just be
Where is the
careful
knight going?
Not to allow queen takes h5 in certain situations.
Understood. So the queen, when the bishop is on c2.
But how do you make progress?
That's
is the
the
question.
problem.
He's trying to find, and he only has 19 seconds to find it.
Not a lot.
Whoa. Where is that queen going?
Hikaru is now thinking he has 28 seconds.
Queen to e4.
Well, can we go rook to c1?
No,
Rook
but
to
bishop
c1.
take h5. Okay.
Now you've maximized everything.
Absolutely.
Bishop c3, knight d4 is coming, guys. Rook to e1.
Queen e5 check. Careful. Queen d3. Give me the bishop. Nope. Just before I could take it. Reminding there's f7 counterplay. Clock time, sorry.
20 seconds Fabi, 25 Hikaru.
King h3, just marking time.
Queen d5.
Not marking time. Queen d5.
Okay, rook d4.
Rook e2.
No, I have queen e5 check.
Looking at bishop c5, rook takes f2 as well.
That would be a dream.
Bishop to c4.
Bishop to b3. You gotta bring that. You gotta cover the d1.
Where's the killing blow is the question. Queen
AA
d7.
check. He didn't do it. Queen
Rook to
AA
e4.
check.
He is once again looking at ideas of rook to d4. Queen to c6. Can you go rook to d4? Probably not. Rook to e2.
A lot of toing and froing here.
It really isn't easy to find the path forward.
No.
So now maybe trying to get the rook to f5 to guard f7 and then reroute the knight.
We could go rook to f5 and bishop to c5 perhaps? No.
Time to get that king.
This is a very, very
And
difficult
Hikaru
to
is wondering,
defend.
have I repeated 3 times already?
He did something. There was something he didn't like. He took his move back. Bishop c2.
Where do you go? Rook to e1, queen to f3. Once again, we're
This
back
is
in this.
Very, very, very difficult.
Rook to c1. Do you put the knight on e4? Knight d3. Oh, he's getting closer. He's getting
threatening
closer.
Queen e8. Queen e8 is a... Ooh,
Knight c2.
Where did that come from?
No, rook c5.
Queen
e7, rook f5, queen e2. Knight f3. Still not over. Queen.
Watch out for knight g1 check.
Bishop d1, knight e1.
That was
Queen to d4. Oh my goodness.
pinning the rook to the knight
3 seconds
stuck.
for Fabi, 2 seconds.
The knight stuck. The bishop stuck.
e7.
D2 is hanging.
Queen takes d2.
Queen
d4
d5.
again.
And Hikaru has got the game. There's no moves for Fabi.
Oh my goodness.
His knight is stuck. His
All he
rook is
needs to
stuck.
do
Wow.
is a
Draw. Hikaru is the champion of the winners
Of the champions bracket.
Of the champions bracket. He's guaranteed first or second place and the $15,000 bonus.
And Fabiano is moving to the elimination bracket.
My goodness. My goodness. That was dramatic.
Yes, and I really like these post-mortems, especially when everything was finished. The players still don't have enough chess. You know, they want to analyze even more and more.
Well, they're looking for the truth. And
Where was the win? Where was the win? Because there was a win for Fabi, but where was the win? Yes. Yes, there were. There was.
You'll have to tell us what Fabi missed.
I believe he only had like one move where he was winning.
But that exchange sacrifice was great because he needed to win, did Fabi. And so the imbalance where he had that pawn on d2, that was huge. Wow.
I mean, he really tried to promote that pawn.
did.
He tried to get rid of the bishop that was defending the important d1 square. It was
And
just not working.
Hikaru defended in beastly style. I mean, literally.
We all
Fabi
thought this
tried
would be
everything.
over. We all thought
Fabi
this would
tried
be over.
everything.
And it looked like Fabi improved his position because the knight traveled all the way to e1. Hikaru
And-
hesitated here a little bit.
And he's thinking, look, I got my rook to f5. Now he should have played, after this move, knight to d4. No, he didn't get the chance. When could he have played knight to d4? There was a moment. But now he put his rook and his king in this terrible pin. And
There's
as
no way to
alert
get
as
away from
ever,
this pin.
Once the queen goes to d4,
D4,
this pin
then-
is such an unpleasant pin. to
then
work
it's
with.
a draw.
All the knight is
Stuck. The rook
You
is
can
stuck.
see
completely
Fabi's-
restricted.
The king is stuck.
Fabi realizes there's nothing I can do. I don't have any moves. I'm in a Zuzwang.
He had to give
position.
up his pride and joy, the pawn on d2.
But then again, you still have problems with the pin.
And queen c3 just forces a draw.
Yes.
Making sure the knight is restricted. And we repeat.
Dramatic. Dramatic.
Yeah. And I can show you guys if you want.
If
I can show it to you right now.
Please.
Take a look at this. Bishop to b3.
Question.
At this point, he had this move knight to d4 winning. But it's not easy to calculate. Because
Check.
right now, queen to e5 comes in
Which
position.
is what he
Don't go to g8. Don't go to
check.
f8. King h7 is the only move. And now the idea being that if you go queen to e7,
You take the
you take on b3 and then you just simply cover
bishop g7.
with bishop to g7. Trying to see if there's anything else. If you go bishop takes f7, you have only one move. Rook to g1 check.
Because we want to promote with a check.
With a check, yes. You cannot go to h2 because of knight to f3. You have to take, and now you promote with a check. Queen, and that's it, pretty much. Queen to f3, I pick up the bishop. I win the game.
But can I go to
Not
queen,
easy.
king h3?
That's a very good question. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And rook h1, and now you force me.
I've got knight f3 check as a royal
It's
fork as
incredible.
well.
It's the only way.
Yeah.
It's the only way. Now
Yeah.
knight f3, I pick up the
Yeah,
queen. I
yeah.
get a queen of my own. Very, very difficult. And of course, they were playing on seconds at this point.
The increments.
Seconds.
My goodness.
Tough pill to swallow, but
yes.
Congratulations to Hikaru.
Absolutely.
Just an incredible tie breaks.
The results, the brackets. Kate, do the honors.
And we start with the Open Champions bracket. So it is Hikaru Nakamura who managed to win Abhimanyu Mishra, then win against Lenier Dominguez, and now against Fabiano Caruana.
Number 1 versus number 2. What a match it was. In the elimination
bracket. So Levon Aronian defeated today Sam Sevian, and he is going to be challenged tomorrow by Fabiano Caruana.
Nice. And that's in the elimination bracket. The champion will have a free day.
And in the women's champion bracket, Alice Lee, Tate Fabrania had to win on demand today. She was very close to win, but Alice Lee defended her position really well. And she is the winner of the champions bracket. And she will have the rest day tomorrow.
And it will be Irina versus Tatev in the elimination.
And Eric is with the champion of the open bracket.
I'm joined by the champion of the champions bracket, Hikaru Nakamura. Congratulations, Hikaru. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty tense final game. I mean, I thought that basically I played a great match for the first 3 games between the 2 classical and then this last one, between the first blitz game. But I let this last game get very, very messy. I mean, a lot of credit has to go to Fabiano for finding this D3, D2 maneuver, because already in my mind I thought that I was going to draw the game at least and have no issues. But he found a way to keep the game going, and it got very tricky at some point. I think it was always probably a draw, but there were a couple moments in the scramble where it felt like maybe I could go wrong and end up in trouble. But I found this Queen D4 move at the end, which sort of saved everything. So, yeah, it's good to win the champions bracket.
Yeah, there were definitely some swings in the eval bar, so I think tactics were missed. I want to ask you, do you get nervous in these situations?
Well, I mean, nervous is all about knowing that if I get too low on time, my brain doesn't function the way it once did. So I think that that's more of the overriding concern. You know, there's a famous quote, of course, which is the threat is stronger than the execution. And I think that the concern or the worry about getting too low on time is on my mind perhaps a bit too much. But I think that the decisions I made were pretty good. I think maybe my time usage wasn't great at the beginning of the second game, but once I started playing with flow, it was all very good. So I think overall I'm fairly happy with how I played.
Mm-hmm. Now I have to ask you again, because from a viewer's perspective, this was so much fun to watch. Mm-hmm. Are you finally having fun winning all your matches?
I mean, I think I said this, I've more or less said this the other day. I mean, again, like Levon has said this to me, I think Fabi feels the same way, which is that, you know, basically, the classical games feel very serious, and then everything else is more or less for fun. So, like, I remember when I was younger, I used to play quite a bit of pot limit Omaha, which is a variant of poker. And I remember the saying was basically what you're trying to do is, you know, you're playing these 60-40 situations, you're never a big favorite, and all you're trying to do is not make a huge mistake that costs you your entire stack, whether it's a cash game or a tournament, but like, you're trying to avoid the big mistake. And I feel like in general, that's my view in classical, is that it's like you're trying to avoid the big mistake, mm-hmm. and if you can avoid it and draw or whatever, it's all good. And then the blitz or rapid is just whatever. You know, as I told my second Chris before the games or before the match started, you know, I felt that there was basically 65% chance that Fabiano would make a huge blunder and 35% chance that I'm going to make a huge blunder, and it's just a matter of who makes the huge blunder. And ultimately, it was Fabiano. So yeah, I'm very, very happy. Also, I get a rest day, which is quite nice. So it's all good.
Now, yeah, with the rest day, what are you going to do tomorrow? Just take a rest? Are you going to stream it all?
I mean, I definitely won't be streaming tomorrow. I think, actually, wait, tomorrow's Friday, right?
Yes.
I could do that to make
Freestyle Friday.
Yeah, I can make everybody upset and start playing the freestyle tournament.
Sure.
Oh, he's like changed his mind on freestyle. He loves it now. When obviously that's not what I've said at all. But anyway, I don't think I'll be doing that. I'll probably just be relaxing. Of course, I have my stepfather here, my wife is here, and my second as well. So I'll go and eat a nice dinner tonight, and then tomorrow probably do anything but chess. So it'll be a nice break.
And final question: favorite meal in St. Louis or favorite restaurant?
It's funny you should ask this question, because last night, you know, I was talking to my second Chris Littlejohn, and we've been making reservations on Open Table since 2015. And there's been so many restaurants we've gone to over the years. So I have a list of restaurants, including ones that I started going to in 2015. So I'll say a restaurant more than a specific meal. Let me think though. Which one is my favorite? Which one's my favorite? So, let me think.
It's hard to choose. There's a lot of good food in St. Louis.
The names are are at the top of my head. I'm just trying to figure out which one's my current favorite. There's this one, I think, like sea and land and water. This restaurant out in the burbs, which I really like. I mean, the Bristol is another restaurant that I've been to many times over the years. There's also a sushi place that I went to, which I think was maybe, I forget where it was. It was somewhere I think south of St. Louis. It was really good that I went to a year ago. That one I don't remember the name. But
maybe Sado. It's very good here. Sado.
Well, I mean, it's like 20 minutes drive though. It's like a really small place. It's like there are like 5 tables. There's just like there's this this white gaijin guy who went to Japan who speaks Japanese. I'll get it for you. I mean, whether it's tomorrow or the next day, I'll get the name of the restaurant so I can at least give them their props. But they were very good. But overall, there are just so many good restaurants, and I actually. It's fun to come here year after year. Some restaurants remain, some have left, but it's been like 10 years of great food, so I enjoy my times here.
Well, sounds good. I hope you can find some good food. Congratulations again, and we'll send it back to the studio.
It's tough. It's tough. There's just a lot of great restaurants here in St. Louis. I must admit, Dominique's on the Hill for me. It's just really good. Capitol Grill for those of you in Clayton, fantastic. Wow, I'm still catching my breath. I mean, that was Fabi.
It seems like every single day we're catching our breath.
Yes. So close to winning that game and tying the match and forcing a playoff.
He had multiple options to win that game, but it was always
opportunities
when he had maybe 2-3 seconds on the clock.
Exactly.
If you don't find it, you miss it, and that's exactly what happened.
And for
Hikaru
Tatev,
and Alice,
just
I mean, what
a
defense.
Yes, big disappointment.
Miss there for Tatev. She could have tied it up. What are we doing tomorrow? What's the schedule tomorrow?
Let's take a look. So tomorrow, we will have only the elimination bracket because honestly, she's gonna enjoy rest day for the first time as well as Hikaru Nakamura. The elimination bracket, 2 rapid games. We have last 2 players remaining in both brackets and they're gonna decide who's gonna challenge the champion.
I was doing great before I came in the studio today. Tell me about my predictions. It's all about my predictions.
I don't need to talk about predictions. We can skip that.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that hurts. Irina, but she's in. Alice Lee.
It's only me. Only I am out. You guys all are fighting.
It's a matter of skill.
You will get a participation
This
trophy.
is a matter of skill.
Don't worry. How about in the open? It's all about you and me. And VAR.
You mean it's all about me? I'm getting a rest tomorrow.
You're getting a rest day tomorrow.
In the women's and in the open as well. I think it's all about me. Thank you very much.
You're enjoying a rest day. Let's have a conversation together. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. You just saw what our plans are tomorrow. We hope you'll join us.
See you tomorrow.
Good night. Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.